Бажаю перемоги, українські народи. Розпочну зі слів підтримки, які я чую від наших партнерів, від наших друзів. Дуже важливих слів. Слів підтримки, підкріплених конкретними кроками. Щодня і щоночі я розмовляю з лідерами багатьох держав, з лідерами бізнес-спільнот. Протягом усіх днів війни майже немає такої години, щоб Україна не чула, яку допомогу отримає. Вночі знов говорив про це з президентом Байденом. Я вдячний йому за рішучість, за підготовку ще нових рішень для українців та для європейців, ще нових санкцій проти агресії. А перед тим говорив з американськими конгресменами, сенаторами, більше 200 людей, дуже щирі, максимально зацікавлені в тому, щоб реально нам допомогти. Конкретні розмови, які примножують нашу впевненість. Бо на чиєму боці світ, той ніколи не впаде у темряві. Світ має силу, щоб закрити наше небо для російських ракет, для російських бойових літаків, гвинтокрилів. Якщо хтось все ще сумнівається, то Україні потрібні літаки. Насправді це просто, коли маєш волю, щоб зробити небо безпечним, небо України, небо Європи. Говорив з прем'єр-міністром Австралії. І я вдячний австралійцям за моральну позицію по відношенню до російського експорту. Не повинно бути жодного порту, в якому держава-терорист може заробляти гроші. Прем'єр-міністри Албанії, Болгарії, Ізраїлю. Підтримка для України. Надихаюча розмова з Ілоном Маском, з людиною, яка робить ракети для майбутнього, а не вбиває ракетами заради минулого. Ми говорили про те, як перемагати зараз, про те, як будемо працювати потім, після перемоги. Підтримка для України від глобального бізнесу, від лідерів найбільш передових компаній не менш важлива, ніж підтримка від провідних держав світу. Коли корпоративний світ з тобою і не боїться, ти маєш подвійний захист, потрійну зброю, ти маєш майбутнє. Українці, ми вже вибороли наше майбутнє, але ще боремось за наше сьогодні. Це дуже важливо. Воюємо за те, де пройде кордон між життям і рабством. І це не тільки наш вибір. Граждане Российской Федерации делают точно такой же выбор прямо сейчас, в эти дни, в эти часы, между жизнью и рабством, сегодня, завтра, в ближайшую неделю. Это время, когда еще можно победить зло без невосполнимых потерь, когда за позицию грозят увольнением или автозаком, а не гулагом, материальными потерями, а не расстрелом. Не упустите эту возможность. Социальные сети, друзья, знакомые и незнакомые, коллеги и родственники вас должны услышать. Мы, украинцы, мы хотим мира. Граждане России, для вас это борьба не только за мир в Украине. Это борьба и за вашу страну, за то лучшее, что в ней было, за свободу, которую вы видели, за достаток, который вы чувствовали. Если вы промолчите сейчас, то за вас потом будут говорить только ваша бедность, а отвечать ей будут только репрессии. Не молчите. Заговорили російські військові, яких взяли у полон наші захисники. Сотні полонених, серед них і пілоти літаків, які бомбили наші міста, наших мирних людей. Ми почули їхні свідчення. Ми побачили документи, мапи, плани не вчорашнього дня. Це не імпровізація, це війна. Вони готували це вторгнення саме так, жорстоко, цинічно. Завідомо з порушенням правил війни.
Violating the rules and laws of war. Therefore, we have Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Sumy, Mariupol, and many other Ukrainian have seen the pure evil, the most atrocious of all crimes. It's been premeditated, but this is not going to kill our humanity. This is not going to destroy us. We treat our prisoners of war under the Geneva Conventions. Our missiles are not striking back at the civilians in Russia or Belarus, where the missiles are launched and convoys leave on a daily basis against the peaceful people and peaceful civilians over Zhytomyr, the southern cities. They are preparing to bomb Odessa. Odessans have always had a fondness for Odessa, feeling warmth and hospitality and sincerity in Odessa. But now they're going to bomb Odessa. They're going to shell Odessa, strike Odessa with cruise missile. It's going to be a war crime. It's going to be a momentous crime. Ukrainians, we are fighting for freedom, for our country. We have withstood, and we know how we're going to rebuild our country. We are now forming special designated funds to rebuild Ukraine. There are 4 of them. The fund to rebuild the asset and infrastructure of Ukraine, the fund to rebuild and transform the Ukrainian economy, the fund to settle the sovereign debt, the fund to support the medium and small businesses, and many more programs to support our people who are fighting heroically for our nation. And this is only a start. We need more strength, we need more wisdom, we need more will, we need victory, we need peace. We need peace to preserve Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. The whole country is defending itself, repelling the attacks of the enemy, and helping the wounded and the sick, and also collecting evidence of the war crimes and crimes against humanity of the Russian Federation, because a fair punishment for the guilty is as important as victory, and we are grateful to the opinion leaders, civil society organizations, and everyone for creating the channels. But all the information about the atrocity crimes has to be accumulated and documented correctly. For that, we have the only resource, warcrimes.gov.ua. This is a hub where all the law enforcement and governmental agencies go to. The Office of the General Prosecutor continues to coordinate the collection of evidence and the interaction of all the institutions in wartime. Here we bring together law enforcers, human rights organizations, journalists, civil society organizations, everyone wanted to help who document the atrocity crimes against the people on our land, so that this information could then be used by the Office of the General Prosecutor in the International Criminal Court in Hague and in the Ukrainian courts, and also during the potential special tribunals. We need to make sure we collect the evidence correctly and make sure it's documented according to international standards. The same evidence is going to be used by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in the Ministry of Justice of the UN, and other international tribunals. Ukraine has already gained experience of investigating war crimes. The prosecutors know and have special mechanisms for collecting these evidentiary bases. We have the IDOC database, which helps us analyze and systematize the crimes. This analytical system is integrated with warcrimes.gov.ua base. You can find a step-by-step guidance for those documenting the crimes committed by the Russian Federation. By doing so, you can make a major contribution to our victory on the legal front as well. Russia is knocking on the neighbor's door with its tanks and missiles yet again. The Office of the General Prosecutor has coalesced a world coalition for justice. 39 countries reached out to the International Criminal Court calling to investigate the situation in Ukraine, and the team of the ICC has already begun the investigation. The partner countries have started their own criminal cases under their national laws and will help collect the testimony of the witnesses, of the internally displaced people who lived through the atrocities of war. We have hundreds suspects of high-ranking officials and their aiders and abettors. there'll be thousands of them. Not everyone can take up arms and defend the country in combat, but many of us can lay stone by stone to the foundation to build the architecture of the indictment against the barbarian Russia and its leaders, the historic people. Your active involvement in the collection of video and photo evidence is a main prerequisite to sentence the key criminal offender of the 21st century and all who help them destroy our country. We are back online. Recently, we've been talking a lot about humanitarian corridors. Yesterday, the Russian troops denied the evacuation of peaceful people from Volnovakha and other cities. We get information from the separatist sources that hundreds of them received multiple sources. Some are just gunshot wounds, some have torn limbs, and this is the information we get, that the defenders of Mariupol have become a counter-offensive. Despite a long siege of Mariupol, they're not allowing the enemy to entrench itself, and we are getting reports about successful counter-offensive. 10, at least, armored vehicles have been destroyed and dozens of adversaries. Many have surrendered, including separatists and collaborators, and those who've been forcefully conscripted, who've been removed from their homes, and officers given arms and brought here as cannon fodder. We started evacuating people from Mariupol. No shooting have been reported so far. At least we haven't had any reports. Some bus have already been able to leave the territory of Mariupol. We are also hearing that the cargo with humanitarian aid is arriving in Mariupol for those staying in the city and for those defending the cities, who are not just holding their defense lines but also launching counter-offenses. Yesterday I was watching the evacuation from Irpin in Kyiv region, and these pictures of a man leaving the car with his family all bloodied because the cars were shot at with the civilians inside, who before were allowed to leave the territory under the agreements between the Ukrainian and Russian side. Even now, as we say that evacuation has started from Mariupol and there are no shooting yet, we cannot be 100% certain that nothing of the kind is happening there, because this adversary is capable of everything. They're capable of doing anything. This is more like a ceasefire when the Ukrainians repress the fire of the adversary. They're basically shielding with themselves the retreat of the civilians. So our guys are shielding the retreat of the civilians with their own bodies and lives. The same is happening in Zaporizhzhia, and the approach for the civilians is difficult there as well. Our officials have changed the routes for evacuation a number of times, knowing that the agreements reached between our and the Russian party are not worth the paper they've been written on, figuratively, so to speak. And the Russian adversary will not stop at anything. We see the statistics of the children who perished because of the Russian Federation aggression. The ombudsperson Lyudmila Denisova has published the following data, that because of the shelling of the Russian army, 38 children died and 71 child was wounded. And she states that the data is not accurate because we cannot get full and accurate information in these days. But she said that in the last day, because of the shooting from the Russian occupants in Mariupol,
10-річний малесенький хлопчик. В місті Буча на Київщині двоє важко поранених дітей померли через неможливість отримати медичну допомогу і просто через цинізм вищого рівня. Діти не змогли через те, що окупанти не допускали ні медиків, ні
medical aid. They could not be evacuated, and the access for medical personnel was denied. Humanitarian corridors were disrespected, and children did not get medical aid, and they simply died. She recalls the case that I earlier reported, that leaving Irpin town, the Russian troops opened fire on the civilians, and at least 3 people died, including 2 children, and another person is gravely wounded. And all would have seen the photograph that crossed Ukrainian and foreign media with a boy from Kharkiv who was born in Kharkiv 40 days ago and died because they had to stay in shelter, and he caught pneumonia, and because he couldn't be given medical assistance, he died. Also, in Kherson, a friend told us about a volunteer trying to evacuate his family, and they were not even allowed to approach the checkposts. They were shorted, but he turned around and was able to get back. But every day we hear reports that the Russians are simply shooting without any regard at the civilians, and they use machine guns, they use heavy weapons. They also attack from the sky. In Bila Tserkva, 20 houses were destroyed by an airstrike. We don't have the report about the casualties yet. And to continue this topic, the Ombudsman reports that in Bucha, Irpin, and Hostopol, there are at least 70 babies sheltering. There are some of them that are wounded, but the bastards are not allowing medical assistance to give them any medical aid. Even the ambulances are shorted. In Sumy, the family doctors had to cross the field to carry the wounded on their hands. We hear the governor of Kharkiv reporting that the air defense of Kharkiv destroyed yet another warplane of Russia. So this is yet another, minus yet another $25 million. And the armed forces, the security force, and the territorial defense are actively tracing the pilot. We know that there are regularly 5 to 7 warplanes and bomber planes of the Russian Federation who keep bombarding the living quarters with the peaceful residents. Let me explain, why aren't they shot down? It's not so easy to shoot down a warplane. These are experienced pilots. These are people who've killed dozens and hundreds. In Syria, they're used to air defense. They know how to evade it. They know the tactics. The air defense have their blind spots. And we hear the adversary was able to suppress some warplanes in the eastern part of Ukraine. They also use intercontinental missiles from the territory of Russia, and it's difficult to counter-strike them. That's why it's so difficult with Mykolaiv and Odessa, because the Russians haven't been able to defeat our air defense, because in the last few days there haven't been any massive missile strikes. And as the analysts report, it's all because Russia has run out of missiles, and they've begun using some obsolete stock that had to be written off, but they're still making use of them. The Secretary of the National Defense and Security Council, Alexei Danilov, writes in his Facebook an update. You may have heard it from our colleagues from the central TV stations, but we will repeat the information that in his view, Kyiv, Kharkiv, Mariupol, Mykolaiv, Chernihiv and Odessa become of major strategic importance. We try to discuss the strategic intent of the Russians. They seem to have focused on the southern theater. They try to deny us access to the Black Sea and to the Azov Sea. They think that would be economically detrimental to us. But Danilov, the secretary, is saying that the Russians have failed with their plans. They have seen that the army is repelling them fiercely, that they've lost the first battle, but they're still dangerous and treacherous. They're taking the pauses to regroup, and they are regrouping to relaunch an offensive. We'll see how much resource they still have at their disposal, equipment-wise, personnel-wise. We'll see what the Belarusian army will do, but we get some insights that the chief of the general staff is refusing to comply with the orders and has resigned. We're very keen to believe it. We'll hope the Belarusian troops will not be provoked into attacking Ukraine, and the Belarusian people will also put pressure, and very likely people will mount resistance, and they will not be like the Russians. Mothers telling their sons, I'm not too much concerned about you, you're warm and well and fed. When people in Ukraine block the military equipment with their own bodies, they know what they're fighting for. Whilst in Russia, the rallies have been easy to disperse. The Russians are not rallying against war, they're protesting because they've become a bit more uncomfortable. The dollar rate has grown, and they lost some comforts. And they don't understand that this is happening because of Putin and the war. So this social shift hasn't happened yet. So they are just brainwashed with propaganda, and the level of international discourse is primitive. In the 10 days, the Russian opposition has only been able to produce some interviews. Akunin is an opposition leader who always blamed Putin. He says that I'm not a historian, I'm a writer, and he doesn't know what to do. So he's just seen as a novelist writing good novels set in historic times. So this is the best Russia has come up with. This is all they've been able to produce in the 11 days of war. And this seems to be it. So we have the information from Turkey that Erdogan had an hour-long conversation with Putin. Turkey is beginning to be more actively involved, as perhaps encouraged by Israel, and we waited for the note of Turkey about this conversation. I suspect they still have some deep fear of Putin. They're not decisive, and they're still sitting on the fence, and they are not seeing that the bear is wounded, and this is the best time to finish him off. We talked about the potential uprising of the Belarusian peoples against the Russian Federation, and we have the information from the independent human rights media project to do with media persecution in Russia. Some protests are igniting in Russia too. Surely they're not as massive or far-reaching as we would like them to see, but today 1,070 people have been detained across 31 cities. So we do have the statistics about the major cities where the rallies broke out is Novosibirsk, Ekaterinburg, Perm, Krasnoyarsk, Chelyabinsk, Ufa, even Moscow and Omsk. 29 people detained in Moscow and 264 detained in Novosibirsk. While the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia is not reporting any data about the number of the detained and still pursue the policy that nothing is happening, all is well. As we've been saying, our experts were saying that the Russian provinces are not going to be responsive, but they've taken the blow. They've seen that their manufacturing facilities that used to export heavily will now have to shut down, and they may be back to the grim reality of the 90s. We can appeal to them, quoting the words of our Secretary Danilov, saying that Russian mothers are going to receive the notes of death of their children, and this will be a best warning for them. We know how to fight, we'll fight you tooth and nail. We'll have no pity for the adversaries, apart from the prisoners of war that we will treat according to the Geneva Conventions, so that we would never be blamed for violating the international humanitarian law. But with the rest, we'll have no pity. We'll kill them on the battlefield. You'll never see them. Never pick a fight with the Ukrainians, because we'll come to you to regain all the debts you owe us, and you'll pay us for centuries to come. And Putin is afraid that the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian army will listen to some opinions and try to regain Kuban, a formerly Ukrainian region, and other regions. And they are making alleged statements about the NATO attack on Ukraine. And when some mothers are asking their children, have you seen the NATO bases, instead of asking if you're okay, this is simply something I fail to comprehend. So the Russian propaganda has a lot of information about the NATO forces, because we know that the Royal Mariners from the Ukraine have already arrived in Ukraine to stand with us. We know more people joining the foreign regions. These legionaries are joining us these days, and the Russian propaganda is going to say that it's the NATO troops fighting Ukraine. So there are no NATO troops in Ukraine, indeed, and we have a wonderful man from the social networks to demonstrate it. This is a pilot of the super state, 7 medals, 34 awards, and he's arrested by a farmer. So these are defenders who've grown on this land, who are going to defend it with all their might. And now I'd like to watch the hero of the Ukrainian women and men, Alexei Arestovich, who has another appeal to the Ukrainians. Dear friends, our traditional morning update, the military situation remains under control by the leadership of Ukraine under the command of the armed forces of Ukraine. During the night, the adversary made air strikes against Kyiv, Zhytomyr, Korostov, Starý Konstantinів, Чернігів, Kharkiv. The situation around Kyiv remains tense. Our troops are striking missile attacks against the adversary positions in the northern front. For humanitarian considerations, our troops have altered their positions in Bucha, in Hostomel, to protect our civilians from indiscriminate strikes of the adversary. Chernihiv is striking down the enemy plans, repelling the land attacks in Sumy. The adversary is trying to advance closer to the city. In Kharkiv, we launched a counter-offensive and defeated the adversary, and now beginning on the northern frontiers in Bryanki in the joint forces operation. We repelled a forceful attack of the enemy, and the enemy sustained heavy losses. Mariupol is holding out. The humanitarian situation is dire, but the government of Ukraine and the international organizations are trying to help out, but the armed forces are holding defense. In Kherson, the enemy retreated, trying to control through slight units. The public is resisting. They're trying to make advance towards Mykolaiv and Voznesensk, trying to create a threat to the South Ukrainian power plant, but the situation is under control of the Ukrainian armed forces. They are mounting a defense. Mykolaiv is holding out. It repelled a few attempts. It destroyed a helicopter and airborne troops. Odessa is holding defense from the sea and from the air, shooting down at least 2 helicopters. The adversary is concentrating their efforts to advance northwards of Mykolaiv, and yesterday an attempt was made to advance from Kharkiv towards Dnipro, and it was destroyed by the airborne units of Ukraine. Please follow our next updates. Ukraine will persevere. Glory to Ukraine.
Повертаємось у прямий ефір. Ми за якийсь час покажемо, як
We will show you now how does Arestovich influence the men. I don't know what about women. Yeah, today he made me feel calm. Today in the morning I keep on repeating about the communication of our state, of the government services. So when Arestovich is speaking and saying that Russian enemy is going to die, so yeah, when you're looking at Arestovich, you trust him, you believe him. So Arestovich, he was amongst the people that we used to dislike quite a lot. But now he's providing us with very professional information and giving it in his best way. So about the occupants, the website of the interference to the misinformation about the Russian Federation forces. So you can follow this website, you can go to this website, you can find the personal information there. There is the possibility for Russian to find their people on the website while using that website, and if you're talking to Russian acquaintances, you should recommend them to use the VPN or logging via contact to the website, so you can see also the geography of the prisoners, and you can see the spots and the numbers, how many people were detained, captured, and we have already quite amplified register, and there are names of the captives, but we assume that some occupants were not holding their documents, so we are unable to identify them. So sometimes it's quite difficult to identify the people. We have another piece of news which is not very pleasant, but what's pleasant around the wartime. And so we used to talk to the psychologist Volodymyr Sanchishin, so probably it will be helpful in order to be able to perceive, to understand the war, how to deal with these feelings. Also the Ukrainian railway, they said that they are sending the refrigerators to the Fastiv station in order to provide the possibility for the occupants to conserve, to preserve the bodies. And the head of this state enterprise, Kamashev, he said that they are taking back these refrigerators because the refrigerators spent 3 days on the station and nobody used them. So he said that probably it was stupid to expect the humane attitude of the Russian towards their own military. Ukrainian railway was ready to provide the refrigerators. They supplied the refrigerators, but they spent their 3 days unused, so they had to take them back. So they said if Russian are willing to take their bodies, they So they will still be able to do that. 11,000 people killed from the occupant side, so it's more than, if you talk about the, so it's more than 700 tons if you calculate, so probably we can imagine it was quite a huge train. According to the intelligence data, we have the information that Russians have the order to just burn the bodies, to destroy the bodies, to hide the bodies. We had the information about, and of course it's not the first time we hear that they have the devices to, and probably there is also an order to bury them here, not to take them back. So, yes, we know that we have this information that in Russia they deny and they cannot, they do not make any news about this, about the bodies, and so usually they just destroy their bodies here and they're lying to their own people. Or probably they're going to name them deserters, or in order not to pay them the compensation or whatever, they're going to find any possible means not to be honest. The Center of Strategical Communications, referring to this general staff, we have the information that another plane was down around Black Sea because the paratroopers have no possibility to land, and those who were trying were already defeated, so they cannot do that still. And the military administration says that in Lviv region you can see these numbers. Please pay attention to them. So if you have any other issues with the work of these numbers, you can call to the additional or reserve numbers. And so you can see that our services, the public services, they are in our city, they are dealing very good. They are organizing the parking slots. They are taking good care of the parking slots in order to provide the space for the parking slots for the professional, for the military transport, or for another the army needs. So there are lots of people who are helping to the refugees to cross the border, or to go to the border to Poland, or to deliver their humanitarian cargoes. So lots of the drivers are helping now. But we have to be careful about that. Some people who are trying to go to the Polish border, and some drivers sometimes violate the rules. But please take in consideration that now we have people are in a hurry trying to get to the border, but we also have the queue of their humanitarian cargoes and humanitarian vehicles. So please remember about that. And also somebody had decided that the pedestrian areas in Lviv could be used, but please, drivers, be careful. People, and about the pedestrian lines, because Lviv, the citizens of Lviv, yes, we know that you cannot park or you cannot use the pedestrian areas, and we are trying to stick to the rules, and we know that our parkings are paid, and you have to pay the fee. So we have elaborated some sort of the culture here in the city, but we know that newcomers that are not probably quite familiar with the rules, they can use the pedestrian areas, so please be careful about that. And as Churchill said, that we have to keep we have to keep our dignity and our honor, because if we lose that, we're going to lose to the enemy. And talking to the people who are living Ukraine right now and living to other countries, and our neighbors who are so kind as to receive them for free, to provide them food and homes, and we also have to preserve our culture there. We have to behave properly in order not to show the face which would be unpleasant for the foreigners to see. Please, we are working on keeping safe our children, and we have some information from the ONU Commissar on refugees. So according to the information, there are 1.5 million refugees from Ukraine who have crossed the border. It's the number even more than during the World War II. We don't know if these data include also the foreigners that escaped from here, but even if not taking into consideration the expats living here or foreigners who had to leave the territory of Ukraine, it's still a huge number. So, yes, of course, we would have to count separately Russian and Belarusian who are trying to leave their countries, and there are people now who live in their countries too, and they understand what's happening right now. And so about the Privatbank transfer, 15 billion to the state budget to stabilize the system, because of course we have the huge issue with state banks which are not willing to transfer the funds, but of course the banks has to have the funds they are working to, but some banks are helping. We have the video. We have the video of Денис Шмигаль at his address, where he's talking about the funds and about the people who lost jobs and are unable to provide themselves. So there is some. Let's listen to Денис Шмигаль about this plan to heroic people of Ukraine. We are at 11th day of war. We are proud of everyone who is fighting for Ukraine. We are proud of Ukrainian army, of Ukrainian rescuers, volunteers, doctors, the railroad employees, for those who make our state to work despite of presence of Russian occupants, for those who are going to the demonstration despite of the presence of the occupants in their cities. Russian occupants are suffering losses. Lots of international companies close their departments in Russian Federation. They stop working in Ukrainian territory, and we have to move to the economics, transfer to the economy of the military state. We have to mobilize our resources to create new logistics. I'm talking to the local governments of those regions who are now at the rear. You're doing well with allocation of the evacuated people, of the refugees. Now it's time to provide them with work. So we were talking for quite a while about the industrial parks. So these industrial parks should be fit for work for our victory. And I'm talking to the businesses, and I'm talking to those who now evacuated to different regions. So if you don't feel in danger right now, please restore your production, restore your work, try to keep working again. And it's a big shock for all of us. Lots of people lost their homes, their savings, but still, despite of that, they stayed here in Ukraine. Government will support you. On the command of the President of Ukraine, we have new program on the support. So each private entrepreneur will be able to get 6,000 hryvnias. It's going to work as similarly as the e-support card. The Ministry of Digital Transformation will provide you with the details. It's so far, but later on, each one of you has started to work in order for our common victory and for our economy. I'm grateful to those who are helping to our army, and I'm grateful to those who are helping to the people being in the difficult conditions right now. But now we have to restore our manufacture where on those territories where it's possible. First of all, the government is providing financial functioning of the state. We are talking to the different international organizations on providing us economical supply. European Investment Bank is going to direct to the state's budget of Ukraine 360 million euros. In our government, we already approved the respective documents. It was the first stage of state obligations. Now we are on the second stage, so everyone who is willing to, so you can buy those governmental financial instruments. Also, there are lots of reserve funds are created, so the government created a couple of funds to make them to the National Bank of Ukraine. There are 4 current accounts open where all the organization, physical, the individuals can transfer money to. It's a fund of restoration of the economy, to restore the infrastructure and to restore the premises. So this fund is going to involves this compensation too, and also the fund to cover the state's debts, and also the fund to compensate the necessities, day-by-day necessities. So we are now have this possibility to compensate our critical necessities. We are talking about food supplies, we're talking about fuel supply. So we have to provide Ukraine with everything necessary, and we are talking about the governmental already took a decision on limitation of certain supplies which are not on the first need, and is now the priority of the Ministry of Economy. So hands to work. Glory to Ukraine, dear Ukrainians. Glory to our heroic people. Going back to the studio of the first Western channel, and I want to tell you that you can listen to us on the 82 and 2, on the local stations, on the local radio stations, and about the address of the Shmyhal. Briefly, so if you lost your job because of work, everyone will be able to apply for 6,000 hryvnias of financial support, because government understands which conditions are we in. And when listening to Denis Shmyhal address, we discussed right now that lots of people in Russia will feel that too. And so lots of big companies are leaving the country, leaving the markets. So Sheikh and Revo are leaving the Russian market too. So, but if we talk about Bershka and Sara, they are leaving the market. So can you imagine how many Sara shops are there on the territory of Russian Federation? And can you imagine how many people will be unemployed, will remain unemployed without European help? And Ukraine can count on support of international partners, which will finance some sectors of economy, the infrastructure projects. And there in Russia, they will face the collapse because lots of the companies are leaving the market and the cards are blocked. You cannot fly anywhere.
І що ще?
По факту, тут треба
Also, you have to understand that if you don't have work, nothing is produced. Nobody pays the pensions. The social securities do not work. Even the educational platforms, the biggest educational platforms are leaving the Russian market because Russian citizens would be void from educational platforms. Also, the Russian medics that will be void from new finances, the grants to be able to finance their investigation. So now this country is turning into a pariah country, which is going to stay limited within its borders. And so they will remain inside their borders and boiling in their pots, in their own juice. So if you follow the Chinese politics, it's not the country that gives you credit and just say, oh, here you are, here's the present, and you just pay me 10%. No, it doesn't work like that. Why is it working like that with China? China can provide you credits, but they occupy the countries in that way via financial sector. So they usually invest into the roads, communication, connection. But for example, a part of Italian economy when they have faced the financial problems, Italians in that way they became dependent from China. So if Russia goes that way, there is a possibility that China is going to take have some influence over there. So lots of 140 billions of the financial instruments are in China, and China is not willing to hold them in any way. So also Putin, who's playing his game, he's probably waiting for some, so probably China is waiting for them to come and ask, can you help us? Yes, we can, but in order to you to provide us, to give us some part of your land. So Putin understands that, first of all, Russia without the territories, probably China understands that that's the right time to get some territories for some credits or some financial aid. We always make some comparison, and so it's when, for example, your computer doesn't work, and sometimes it feels like as if your computer starts working, but it's kind of, you don't know. Is China going online? Is it working or it doesn't work? So it's something like Chinese politics. It's kind of working, but it's not. And so MasterCard and Visa, they were leaving Russian Federation. The cards which were issued by Russian banks, you won't be able to use them. So the government's still saying, so there are recommendations. So the Russian government recommends to the people trying to flee, they should use the card called Mir, which is peace. But how do these cards work abroad? We don't know. So that was a small notification about MasterCard and Visa. And about the stores in Russian Federation and about the businesses leaving Russian Federation, also one of the sports brands, Pioneer, stopped its activity in Russia. We mentioned before about the confiscation of the property of Russian oligarchs and around all the countries, around all the European countries. Siemens applies its sanctions, but there are still companies who are still in Russian Federation, still operating in Russian Federation, and we will be skeptical about them in Ukraine. So it's Nestle, Unilever, Metro, Ashan, McDonald's. They are still working in Russia. I was talking about McDonald's yesterday because it's franchise or not the franchise doesn't matter, because the franchise foresees the purchase of the supplies abroad. For example, McDonald's buys the potato in Poland, so that's the most complicated part about this chains. And as we know, the occupants trying to work with ex-militaries in Donetsk and Luhansk region. So these are diversant groups, those who came from annexed Crimea, and they're supposed to work as the while detaining the occupants provided important information to Ukrainian forces. Also, there was one occupant detained who gave information about the location of military warehouses, and the infrastructure was destroyed, and it also provoked losses among the civilians. And so another occupant the spy was discovered, who was providing in Zakarpattia region the data on the attitude of Ukrainian people to Russia. Also, one spy was detained who had the plan of the eastern, the map of and the plans of the eastern part of armed forces of Ukraine. Also, one who was informing about the block posts in Kyiv. Two brothers were detained in Kyiv, and we have the information that they were closely collaborating with occupants. So the aim of the occupants is to unstabilize the situation in Ukraine. And going back to Mariupol at 12 o'clock, the corridor should have started. Yes, we were informing you that this humanitarian corridor should be provided. It was according to the agreements between Russian and Ukrainian sides, and we were informed that some provocations could have taken place. Azov informs that the second attempt to organize a second corridor for the civilians ended up with shootings from the occupant side, and in Azov you have to understand that because of the occupants shooting the civilians, killing civilians, it's very difficult to trust them with the possibility to open these corridors. And we have the information that yesterday's situation, similar situation to yesterday's took place, and they violate the regime of the silence. So we have another video of Azov. Glory to Ukraine. The situation in the city of Mariupol is difficult. They are shelling us. Today, the evacuation corridor was planned, and Russian armed forces, again didn't let it happen. And the battalion Azov and the police, they are saying saying to the informing to the civilians not to leave the bomb shelters, not to leave their places, because just staying outside the houses is very dangerous. I want to highlight that our guys are protecting the city. Today we started the counterattack and we kick their asses, and I'm talking to Ukrainian. We should stay united. Let's make Molotov's cocktails. We should get rid of these people. The armed forces of Ukraine are doing everything possible to stop the enemy, but as we see, the enemies, nothing can stop them. There are no gentleman agreements here, even towards civilians. About the humanitarian corridors. So we were trying to take the people from Mariupol, the civilians from Mariupol, but they were shelling these corridors, and today we were trying again to start the evacuation, but according to the information of Azov, they started to shoot the civilians, which are not guilty, which the only thing they wanted to do is just leave their homes to the safe place. Okay, we have the information from Vinnytsia, and the head of military administration informed that Havrishkivka was shelled, and the missile shoot the military airports in nearby Vinnytsia. We don't have any information on casualties. We don't have so far the information about the damages caused. We have another information from the web, from social media. We have this information that Vitaly Kim, the head of military administration of Mykolaiv, and he starts his address with the words, "Good morning, we're from Ukraine." And yesterday in Mykolaiv we had intense fights. Lots of vehicles, enemy's vehicles were destroyed. We have lots of trophies, and a lot of personnel, Russian personnel, was destroyed. So Russia is getting close to default. Its credit rate is falling down, and it's just after 1 week of sanctions. And we are informed that next week we'll have another sanctions, another package of sanctions. So the default of Russian Federation is getting closer and closer, and that was expected after what they have done here. Ministry of Health is saying that lots of people probably find this information useful. So the Ministry of Health allowed the purchase of almost all the medicine with a prescription. So you can find most of the medicine without the prescription. So you're entitled to buy them without the prescription. So the list you can find on the website, the ministry's website, which makes the work of the most of the pharmacies a bit complicated. And Leshko also announced the monitoring of the prices in the pharmacies, and he had the meeting with the biggest pharmacies chains, and he underlined that the prices should stay on the same level, as before the war.
Купуючи інший препарат просто для своєї родини, то не помітила зростання, але ми припускаємо, звичайно, що люди є різні і в аптеках не виняток, тому можливе зростання, особливо на тлі того шаленого попиту, який українці створили, купуючи ліки в аптеках як для потреб, так і для безпотреб, тому що дуже багато ліків зараз потребують.
upon, and more medications are needed in the front line, and often volunteers will not be able to buy medications for the front line because people have bought up all these stocks in the pharmacies because of the fear, which is quite understandable. We have noticed the prices increasing for just regular pain relievers, headache pills.
Я розумію, що, скоріш за все, не так бажання аптек заробити було, бо 10% не такі страшні суми виглядають на фоні цін цих ліків, але питання того, що логістика погіршилася, питання було знайти водіїв, пальне,
Lines have been disrupted. The fuel is short.
За спецтехнікою, і відповідно це десь вплинуло, але я не скажу, що це є масово. Ось це в окремих аптеках, в окремих мережах. Більше тих, які не мають такої розгалуженої великої мережі, не мають великих складів, а ті, що які просто менші, довозили десь далі, з дальніх складів.
May have difficulty, maybe experiencing some shortages with their supply lines. We are receiving a lot of medical aid, but it's always a matter of logistics. If some medications are entering the Lviv region, they will not be stopping there, but they will be going further to the front line and to the places where the humanitarian crisis is raging. So, people need to have the medications delivered to them, and we'll have to wait until we get medications from some other warehouses, until we get them in the pharmacies that we have run on because of panic and fear. And there were differences of 10 to 15% between different pharmacies. The Security Service of Ukraine is saying that while the entire country is coalesced and helping out the country, there are some people who wanted to smuggle counterfeit goods under the disguise of humanitarian assistance. But their goods have been seized. These are some chocolates and sweets and confectionaries. They are now being used for humanitarian aid anyways. It's lunchtime and we raised the topic of food. I don't know whether you had any breakfast, but let us watch another video about food. It must be timely. Our journalists following the situation in Ukraine at the railway station, at the border crossing points, they're monitoring the briefings in the Lviv military administration. We have the information about the people making vareniki, Ukrainian dumplings for the refugees, and let's watch for ourselves.
Вареники. Одну з
with
найсимволічніших
potatoes.
національних
These
страв для
are
тих, хто
the
на варті нашої
traditional
безпеки
dishes
готують працівники
of
центру
Ukraine,
профтехосвіти,
and they are
що на
cooked
вулиці Городоцькій
for
у
the
Львові.
defenders
Класичними
in
зі
Lviv.
шкварками.
They are
Сьогодні
classical
готуватимуть чергових на
recipes,
блокпостах,
and they
а
will
також
be delivered to
біженців.
those standing on the checkpoints and also offered to the refugees. First we boil them, then we dry them, and we have some
Ліпити пироги з
oil
картоплею
to
для
cover
вчителів та
them with.
працівників
The
закладу не
students and
новина. Вже
teachers
8
of the
років поспіль
culinary school
куховарять для
have been
військових.
cooking for
Відправляють
the
їжу на
defenders for
передову.
8 years
Долучилися нині,
already,
страви
sending
вивозять в
dishes to
спеціальний
the
штаб.
front.
Звідти
Now
волонтери
the food
передають
is
тим, хто
taken to the
потребує.
headquarters and then to those who need it. We are good at making vareniki. We have perfected our recipes and they
За
are
головного на кухні
truly
кремезний шеф
mouth-watering.
Анатолій.
There's
Готують швидко
Anatoly,
і
the
багато.
chef cook,
Вже і підноси немає куди
and
поставити. Але і
he's
це
saying that
певнить
we've
не
cooked
еталон
so
роботи.
many, but the quality is superb.
Крім вчителів історії української мови на кухні, ті,
teachers
хто
of
чи не
history
найбільше
in
знає,
Ukrainian
як
language,
важливо, щоб
there are those
військові
who
були
know
ситими
how
і
important
дужими.
it is for
Наталія
the
та Раїса з
defenders
Києва.
to be
Жінки живуть у
well-fed
гуртожитку
and
від
healthy.
училища, удень допомагають
The
на
women
кухні.
have been sheltered in the dormitory of the college, and during the daytime I'm helping out to make vareniki. We whatever we can to bring our common victory. As we make Vareniki a distraction for us, and psychologically it's important to be able to contribute. So we are very grateful to be able to help our soldiers. Those who found shelter here, and that's 170 people from all of Ukraine, can also have lunch there, served full meals. Now the family from Donettina is offered soup and vareniki and a salad. And vareniki are truly delicious. It's unspeakable, the care we've received. I'm deeply moved. The care of other people. It's heart-rendering, to say at least. I'm eternally grateful. I would write a poem or a novel that at these dire times of war, the star of Ukraine is shining bright. I'm so proud to be Ukrainian.
Ще 10 днів тому у цих місцях виступали артисти, відправляли літургії та влаштовували фотосесії. А сьогодні львівські театри, храми та сучасні фотостудії стали прихистком для тимчасових гостей. І замість листа на сцені театру Леся Курбаса можна тепер побачити матраци. Театральні декорації використовують як ліжка, а посередині партеру стіл, де можна поїсти. Актор театру, волонтер Андрій Володча розповідає, що приймають колег із гарячих точок, акторів Київського театру «Березіль» та Харківського «Постскриптум».
Насправді ми тил. Там герої, хлопці б'ються за Україну. Ми мусимо принаймні хоча б це робити, щоб приймати людей, які потребують допомоги тут.
Львів'яни активно приносять необхідні речі, готують обіди і вечері. Також є душ. Прихисток у стінах театру віднайшла і сім'я Микити. Разом із мамою та маленькою сестричкою рятувалися від ракетних обстрілів поблизу їхнього будинку у Києві. Зараз почуваються в безпеці.
From the shelling in a small city near Kyiv, we traveled into nowhere. We just traveled around Kyiv continuously, under fire, continuously hearing the missile strikes. And Mom decided to leave. We arrived yesterday. We spent our first day here at the theater. We were received so well. As soon as we arrived from the railway station, we were offered some hot drinks and food. The theater personnel created a raid shelter. These are our prompts and the bells that are used to give warning for the people. And should they be buried under the building, they would still be able to ring the bells and notify the rescuers that they're there.
Також вирішили у Львівському театрі імені Марії Зіньковецької, розповідає актор Андрій Петрук. Тут облаштували гуманітарний штаб для потреб військових та біженців.
This is also a humanitarian headquarters for the needs of the refugees and IDPs. We decided we would do whatever we can to help out. In an hour's time, after the announcement, this foyer was packed full of supplies and food. People brought what we asked for and much more. This is like a beehive, and the actors, personnel, medics, volunteers, students, all chipping in to help. They sort out the medications, they make camouflage tents. We made a few such camouflage tents. And everyone is bringing the food and supplies to go to the front. The churches have not ignored the dark days.
Приймають жінок з дітьми. Для них облаштували 3 спальні, їдальню та санвузол. Небайдужі мешканці міста приносять сюди харчі, а гарячі обіди для матерів з малечою забезпечують волонтери з ресторанів.
Це є наш репетиційний клас нашої хорової капели. Зараз тут, що ви бачите, ми на станках повністю помістили такі матраці і там зорганізували спальні місця для наших тимчасових гостей.
У храм по допомогу звернулась харків'янка Світлана з маленькою донечкою. На жаль, їхній дім під час обстрілів знищили.
To be given shelter as their home was destroyed by shelling. I wish the good health and strength to your volunteers. We did expect that would be met with such warmth and hospitality. We have met very kind people, and they are very responsive, and they embrace us if they see us crying, so they help us share and get over this pain. There are two area shelters located for the refugees. There's another venue which used to do video shoots. It doesn't have living conditions, but it's a good place to spend the night. We are happy to offer a bed to parents and children. Katya, a young girl from Kyiv, arrived here alone, seeking safety, seeking safe haven. There were two explosions quite close to my home, and I was very scared. I feel safe here. This is safe. They give us great food, and they treat us so well. Those who've been shelters are filling the rank of volunteers and trying to do their bit to help out. We are back in the studio of the ПЕРШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ TV channels, whilst our reporters are monitoring the situation in Lviv, looking at the refugees who have been given safe haven by the churches, theaters, homes, and how the entire city has coalesced to help out the people, the same way we see the world joining ranks and standing with Ukraine in Poland. A rally took place, and we are trying to find the footage to show you. The men have taken to the streets and prayed for peace. These are the organizers who've organized these rallies. There are dozens and dozens of men praying for peace in Ukraine. As the organizers have said that the Saint Joseph was a patron of the Holy Family, we should also protect our families, and we want to do it as men, as a community of believing men. By doing so, we become better men. So we hear from those taking part in the rally, and we hear support from the mother of Elon Musk, May Musk. She's become most popular once she published her book. Then they all learned that she is Canadian, South African model, formally, and on a number of occasions, May Musk has made public appearances wearing the clothes designed by Ukrainian designer, and then again she's wearing a traditional Ukrainian embroidered dress, making an address in support of Ukrainians, saying that the world is following. We are very upset, but we are amazed by your courage, and we'll keep standing with you because you are fighting for your freedom, you are courageous, you are indomitable, and we hope this always cease and will continue saying, stop the war, just stop the war. This is what she writes in her Instagram post, and she makes appeal to two individuals, her publisher in Ukraine, Halina Padolko, and the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, saying, we believe in your struggle for freedom. And Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday had a Skype conversation, or another messenger conversation. Anyways, he had an online conversation with Elon Musk, and they talked about supplying more equipment to Ukraine to enable Ukrainians to connect to satellite internet. And as Volodymyr Zelensky Zelensky has assured us. After the conversation was very productive as for the delivery of this equipment, and they also had a chance to discuss some space projects together with Elon Musk, but that is to be continued after victory. We have an urgent address of Volodymyr Zelensky to the Ukrainian people, to the partners. This is a summary of what happened in the Green Corridor near Mariupol, so we'd like to broadcast the President's address. I was just reported about missile strike on Vinnytsia. 8 missiles against our city, against the peaceful, peace-loving Vinnytsia that never threatened Russia in any way. This is a missile-style, cynical, aggressive, that has devastated the airport. They continue destroying our infrastructure, our life that we built, our parents built, our grandparents built, generations of Ukrainians had built. We keep repeating day by day, shelter our skies, shelter us from the Russian missiles, shelter us from the Russian warplanes, shelter us from the terrorists, give us a humanitarian air zone without rockets, without missiles, without bombs. We are people, and there is a humanitarian duty to protect the people, and you are capable. If you do not give us shelter, if you not provide us the place that we can defend ourselves, there's just one conclusion we can draw. You too want us to be killed one by one. The responsibility will rest on the politicians of the world, on the Western politicians, from today and forever.
Повертаємось у прямий ефір.
We are back on air,
не про Маріуполь, але
and
теж
this is
нагадування про
another
гуманітарні коридори, зелені
important
коридори,
information about the
тому що ворог є саме
humanitarian
по мирних
green
мешканців, поки не
corridor.
зготують відео цього
And
удару по
while we're
Вінниці,
waiting for the
хотів би
footage
зачитати
from the
порівняння
strike
мистецького
against
центру,
Vinnytsia, I'd
мистецький
like to hear
центр
an address from the
приймає
Arts
якраз
Center
людей,
in
які
Lviv,
тікають від
who
бойових дій, саме туди їх
provide
вночі
shelter for those
провозять
fleeing fighting.
централізовано з
They are
вокзалу,
brought
яких
there
потрібно в
from
центрі
the railway
почистити на
station.
арені Львів.
Overnight,
Багато
those
людей,
who need
які
to spend the
просто
night,
перечікують ніч і
many
їдуть
people
туди
spend
далі,
the
щоб
night and
залишатись на
keep
вокзалі.
traveling
Там
west.
можна обігрітись, попити
There's a
чаю,
good
кави.
place where people can
Також
sleep,
там
have
просять
something warm
залишатись
to
не більше
drink.
4 годин. Вона написала,
It's
я
just
так
an
розумію, за
overnight
підсумками цієї
center,
ночі
and she's
громадяни
saying
України,
that
які планують
this
посідати
night
на дно подалі від війни. Обирайте сусідні зі Львовом області для евакуації. Те, що вчора творилось на вокзалі, небезпечно для життя Тиснява, розпач через відсутність транспорту і житла, яке закінчилось у місті абсолютно не підготовлені до втечі 99% людей, які не готові до пошуку інформації, кросівок та мап міста. Поруч пустують прекрасні міста, з якими можна стартувати свою втечу в Європу. Сподіваємося, цей пост на найближчі кілька днів збереже комусь життя чи психічне здоров'я. Жителі України можуть звертатися з питань надання гуманітарної допомоги на гарячу лінію уряду України за номером телефону 1545. Тут всі області. Якщо ви перебуваєте на території Львівської області, у вас є номер 112 гаряча лінія, де вам або зразу нададуть допомогу, скажуть, куди звертатися, або вас заберуть. Це не говорить не перший день, те, що плануйте, дивіться банально на карти, на Google, не обов'язково залишатись у Львові, у вас є збоку міста, які готові вас прийняти, там Чижоко, Городок, Дрогобич, Східниця,
Городок, Східниця, many others. Yesterday we were saying that from Chernivtsi there's free passage to Romania, there are no lines, there are open checkpoints, there are trains going in that direction, so please consider it, because we had stampedes at the railway station. There are some men trying to reach the border, and then they take the trains back, and they just create more chaos and confusion. Our railway station isn't big enough to accommodate such flows of refugees going in different directions. And
поїзд, який рухався по території України. Вчора в Ірпіні обстріляли якраз евакуаційний поїзд, благо без людей, без жертв, і знищили залізницю, щоб не було можливості вивозити людей.
In another place, the railway tracks were destroyed to prevent evacuation of the civilians. We have already shown footage from the Ukrainian railway station. We'll show it later. There's also a psychological aid center, which is based on the second floor of the railway station. But before we broach this topic, before we tell you more about Vinnytsia in Mariupol, I'd like to tell you about the conversation we had with Stepan Kubida about the logistics and the reception of the people arriving in Lviv. There are volunteers in the railway station who act as communication links for the internally displaced people. There are some points where people are given shelter, food, tea at the railway station, so people can meet their at least some immediate needs. There's a parent and child facility where people can be taken care of, their diapers and other necessities for the babies. Afterwards, the parents who've already arranged their accommodation in Lviv or Lviv suburbs or traveling onwards can get to their destinations on their own. Sometimes they're met by family or friends or colleagues. Here we need to consider that if a train arrives at night, you will need a special certificate that you need to get from the Lviv military administration because of the curfew. If people are collecting their friends from the railway station, they'll be just checked for documents by the police, and people will not be required to provide the IDs. There are some buses going to the border, bringing displaced people there. Some people who have nowhere to go, then they are taken to the football stadium in Lviv, which has a distribution center. There are sleep places, there are catering facilities, and onwards from the stadium, people are taken by buses to the places where they are welcomed. That could be a school or a kindergarten or some other facility in Lviv or beyond. So this is the way this is arranged. There's another humanitarian headquarters at Kopernika Street 17, and people can go there if they need some warm clothes, medication, some special food, some tinned food, or snacks, and people can procure them themselves or go to the humanitarian center. And this humanitarian center also coordinates the effort of the different institutions welcoming refugees. The military administration organized the logistical flows through the headquarters, and it seems to be working seamlessly. Now the humanitarian headquarters is receiving humanitarian assistance from the residents of Lviv, who've been very generous in the first days of war, but now the trucks have begun arriving from other countries of Europe. Just yesterday, the director of the humanitarian sector, Yuri Visnik, said that they are not taking any more warm clothes as they have more than enough of them, and the medications, food, and snacks are organized by the center. And all these supplies are then given to the regions that are
Київщина і так далі, і на потреби наших біженців, які опинилися тут, у Львівській області. Тому можете звертатися туди, якщо у вас є така потреба.
We get a notification from the United States of America. Americans are standing with Ukraine and are helping in all the ways. There was some bastard who put an Z letter on his Jeep and he ended up with crushed windows and punched tires. Americans have been swift to show the Russians their place. So, Vinnytsia airport was completely devastated with 8 missiles from Russia, and the president of Ukraine is pleading to shelter our sky. Yesterday, I came home and I tried to read into the situation. With the plane, it's simple and difficult at the same time. On the one time, we were offered planes, and the countries are prepared to share them, but they're not prepared to expose their own air defenses, and they're waiting until they get some air defenses to replace the planes that will be going to Ukraine that are arriving from the United States. You would ask, why are Americans giving us their own fighter planes as they're superior to the Ukrainian planes? But there's a problem that the Ukrainian pilots don't have the time to learn how to handle an American fighter plane. It's important that they can get into the planes, fuel them, and be into the combat. It takes some time to learn how to pilot a different plane. Whilst the countries like the Polish and other parties will have time to learn how to fly some new planes. And also the American fighter plane are worth 2 Su planes, because the sanctions that are hitting America are equivalent of -1 GDP of the global production. So, as we wait another guest in our studio, we need to try to lighten the situation. We hear that today the matter was raised with the State Secretary Antony Blinken of the United States and Zbigniew Rau from Poland about the planes given to Ukraine, and this is a difficult process, but progress is being made. Ukrainian party is pushing. We cannot disclose more specific information about the planes, but our partners are aware that we need fighter planes desperately to stop the barbarian assassination of our people from the sky.
Шевченко, який, до речі, учасник Ліги сміху, команда так собі, але його теперішні скетчі, чи це вайни називається, він робить в інстаграмі, тіктоку, дуже добре відображають ситуацію з точки зору гумору, яка відбувається в Україні та в світі.
Володимир Олександрович, в цілях безпеки пройдіть крізь металошукач. Це нормально, це моє. Це яблуко. Ні, це банан. Та очі, відкрий, це яблуко. По телевізору сказали, що це банан.
They say on TV it's a banana. Go ahead, bite it. It's a banana, all right.
Зараз звертаюсь в першу чергу до своїх земляків, до вінничан, до липівчан і загалом до всієї України. Хочу попросити вас про допомогу. Наш друг дитинства, з яким ми грали в футбол, зараз на передовій зі своїми побратимами, але, на жаль, їм не вистачає теплого одягу. Список ось цього одягу ви зараз бачите на екрані. Також ви бачите, яка зараз погода, холод знову прийшов в Україну, і хлопцям зовсім не солодко. І без того, і тим більше без теплого одягу. Тому я дуже прошу вас допомогти, скинути кошти на ось цей номер карти, це Рома, мій друг дитинства і теперішній друг, який бере на себе спільну організацію нашої спільної допомоги. Ми будемо перед вами звітувати повністю за всі куповані речі. Ви це будете бачити у себе в сторіс. І я дуже дякую всім вам за те, що не лишаєтесь осторонь і допомагаєте. Давайте триматися разом, і ми переможемо. Слава Україні!
Отлично. Долар вже по 300. А є якийсь поряд тракторист?
Я позвонив попередити. Візьмись за щось і крепко тримайся.
Зачем? Зараз ваш цар по телеку виступає, ти знов падати почне. А можна ваш автограф, пожалуйста?
Can I have your autograph, please?
Я просто очень давно за вами
I've been
слежу, вы
following
мне
you
очень
for a long
нравитесь.
time,
Честно, я
honestly. I'm a
вообще
big
ваш
fan
фанат.
of you.
Перестаньте уже, тоже
Oh,
не
come
надо.
on,
А
cut it
можно
out.
еще моему другу
Can you
автограф?
give an
Можете?
autograph for my friend too?
Блин,
No
спасибо
problem.
большое.
Thank you so
Виктор
much.
усится от радости.
Toddler will pee himself for joy
Навіть якщо завтра ЗЕС прийде воювати з Україною,
if
ЗСУ йому блискавки в сраку поставляє і частинами відправить новою поштою на Олімп. Так що
even
все
the
буде
Zeus
кайф,
comes to
козацький
find
драйв.
the armed forces of Ukraine, he'll have to retreat quickly to his Olymp mountain.
Повертаємося до студії телеканалу
We are
«Перший
back
Західний».
in the
Також ви нас
studio.
можете чути на радіо
Перший
«Перше».
Західний. You can
Доєдналася до
follow
нас
us
гостя,
on
депутатка
the radio
Львівської
too.
обласної ради,
We have a
медіаексперт,
Lviv councillor
журналістка,
joining us, media
викладачка
expert, teacher, Paraska Dvoryanin. Glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes. We've been eagerly looking forward to your arrival. As we know you have a lot of information, the Lviv Regional Council has made an important decision recently. You're also in touch with your students and foreigners. So recently we hear the information about the Volodymyr Zelensky address as the Russians have destroyed an airport in Vinnytsia, inflicting 8 missile strikes, and they've also stricken the military camp. The Lviv Oblast Council has made a special address. More have followed from other regional councils. So why is Ukraine pleading for help? Is this a legal instrument of any sort? I've seen many local and regional councils have already made the steps. Just yesterday I came across the decision of the Council of Golomir, where the session was convened expressly for the purpose. We have also approved the decision. Before coming here, I was there at the Lviv Council and signed my part. I don't think it will bear any legal consequences, but for sure it will help sway the situation. I appreciate the words of President who was saying how many lives do we need to lose before this decision is made. This is Ukrainian, this is humanitarian rally. When I watch the video footage, I'm prepared to travel to the NATO meeting to try to persuade the leaders to make this decision, no matter how difficult it might seem, because it's us today and they tomorrow. It's an element of the information warfare. The more information is heard from Ukraine from the different communities, like the councillors who represent even greater territorial communities, it might reach the ears of the decision makers. We talk to you about the communication, information, and media a lot, and we have talked here about the opportune or inopportune information policy of the Ukrainian government. Are we effectively countering the Russian propaganda? It's a new challenge for us, and we've never found ourselves in such a context before. The government is doing quite well, and it's also for the Ukrainians to know the times they're living in. A lot of people call me and say, is it true or not? But the first thing I would ask them, give us the source. And if they give us some shady domains, or if I'm told that some teacher sent something to someone, or, you know, some other hearsay information, I tell them this is not a reliable source of information. We should go to the president page, we should go to the web page of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, to the regional governor's page, or the mayor's page, or the media source, and my little nephew knows that martial's law or not. There are many fakes, so look at the titles, look at the sources, look at those commenting, and verify the information on the more reliable sources. You have a lot of students working with you. We have IT army or IT companies, and after the victory, I will publish a T-shirt with Mikhailo Fedorov, who is the head of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, because they do amazing things. For 11 days, we'll be trying to keep ourselves cheered. So going back to the students and IT community has invigorated themselves, and they launched an application where kids press some buttons and bomb Russian sites. The students are very creative and they work across many fronts. I know that you're engaging with the journalists, media experts, and others. Have they come up with anything inventive or creative? I'm impressed by their drive. In the 11 days, they've been continuously working hard. We're in touch with the students from the Lviv, Ivan Franko University, and Lviv Polytechnics University. At night, they patrol their dormitories and whereabouts. They receive refugees during the daytime. They make videos, they block Russian sites, they post the right comments, they try to communicate with the people in Russia and try to get accurate information to them. They phone the numbers that were downloaded by the anonymous and security services, telling them, get out of here, never go back. They archive and collect all the videos, which will then be used as evidence at The Hague. So we have amazing students, amazing IT community. I'm ever grateful to them. And
Ми обговорюємо вже 11. Не буду лукавити, не 11,
I should be
напевно,
honest
9,
with you. So for the 9 days, we weren't able to understand what's happening, to find out all the details. But for the ninth day, we are talking about the psychology about the perception. So when some people, for example, in Lviv region, when we have a lot of people who flee here from eastern regions, and we for sure have we have different mentality in a way, and we even asked people just even to the representatives of the government to talk to the newcomers who probably do not understand what's happening here. And so, for example, we have the communication, the information today that the cars were evacuated from nearby the train station. So what do you think, in your opinion, how important is that to communicate between us, or how should we build the communication between the mentally different people, not to start fighting or arguing, because we have a bit of a different world here, Eastern and Western. So what's happening here now is that 5 years I was studying the psychoanalysis, and I'm the citizen of this country, and as a mother, as a wife, I'm worried about what's happening here. So emotions aside, and if we try to analyze it with a cool-headed, when a person feels worried, the person tries to do something, and lots of people, when panicking, they started doing something the first day. So in this case, you should remember to stay subordinated. So if you have a person who is in charge of something, please don't do it chaotically. Just find a person who's in charge and try to stay subordinated. So Self-organization, remember about self-organization and self-discipline. In the first day I had a lot of inquiries, like go here, go there. And I sent these people to Lviv region military administration and to the allocation centers. With the train stations, we had a lot of issues because these are the people who suffered the post-traumatic syndrome. The people didn't want to leave the train station. They wanted to move they wanted to take the next train and to go to another country. And I know that there were 300 volunteers who were under subordination of the Lviv City Council. And I see that situation now is getting more or less stable is now, but please don't start the witch hunting. Please don't say that the people stay at home are not doing anything, or the people who are posting online are doing something. Please don't say that. All of us, we are doing what we can do. Of course, the people staying in the rear, we have a bit easier situation here, and the people who are staying in the front line, they're of course in a difficult position. But all of us, we are keeping our heroical resistance here, our heroical defense. So all of us, we are working as one. But meanwhile, you have to do the systematic work. You have to understand, I cannot do something by myself. So there are people in charge on each direction. I can help them, but not to interfere with them. I know that before Lviv, lots of people, and even on Facebook, we have had a lot of NGOs, but we know about Lviv here in our local studio much more. So these are, we know that we have the coordination center on Arena Lviv. There is, we know where is what. So how do these people, where do they go later on? I communicate to Yavoriv community, and it's very big. And you know that Yavoriv community has some particularities. We have the very important objects, Zolochiv community, also Stry, Kamenka-Buzka community. In the smaller communities, the situation is easier because people know each other. So if they patrol their territories, they know who is the local and who is a newcomer and might be suspicious. So you know, for example, it happened in Biberka. In Biberka, lots of the people were able to identify the enemy, and so there are people who bring the humanitarian help. So they have to understand where you should go to sleep, where these people can take medicine, where these people can where they can get the things. So we were looking for the underwear, the thermal underwear to the people. So I was calling to Poland. We were looking for people. And at the end, we found out that in Drohobych, we have a factory who makes this underwear. So the small communities, they are very disciplined. They receive the refugees in the dormitories. Mostly the people staying there. And Morshin was ready to receive a lot of people, and we had information from people from one family that if there are orphans, they are ready to take them to their places, and nobody can fight us. And the next information from Kherson, lots of people went with a demonstration to the streets. We didn't feel that identity before.
коли люди на місцях зрозуміли, що відповідальність на них.
So when people understood on places that they are responsible, so nobody will be able to do anything for you. You have to be responsible for your land, for what you're doing here. And now we see that people are willing to go on the streets to defend themselves. I know that's lots of pathos, but I think it's genetically determined. I think that it comes from our ancestors. We are different people, and decentralization actually it's an instrument who allowed people to govern themselves. And I think that that people now see who comes to their land. When I've seen this video from Kherson yesterday, this picture, I even shared them on Facebook. But that's the example of dignified person who's unwilling to live as a slave. And I think it's in our genes. And I think what's in genes of Lvivians, these were the pictures which impressed us a lot. It's when our employees or the restoration department are trying to save our sculptures. They are taking the sculptures and everything priceless we have in our historical buildings, and they're trying to preserve them. We will look at this video later on, but also I wanted to ask you something. You were leaving house, and my mom, who's staying at home right now and listening to all the possible news, and also you have to read the Facebook. So she says, one woman says correctly, please take all these billboards from around the city with all of these swearing words. We were talking to the psychologist, one of the best in Lviv, on this lexics, which we can, or on this vocabulary which is appropriate or inappropriate to use these days. With all these mottos we hear online. So what do you think? What about these billboards with the swearing words we can see around the city right now? What do you think about that? Me, in my personal life, I'm not swearing. Sometimes maybe nobody sees me, and if I hit my finger, for example, so yes, sometimes I can't use them. But on the first day when I've seen these billboards, these posters around the city, actually it made me feel happy. Me, I'm more into using Ukrainian swearing words, but I would write, "What the heck are you doing here?" or something like that, what sounds more Ukrainian. So we have lots of Ukrainian versions of the swearing words that might probably sound not that harsh to us, but I cannot judge because we have these billboards, because we have the posters around the city, because it's a wave. It's a wave we have right now all around our country. The only thing I'm worried about is how we will teach our children not to use the swearing words later on, but we will think about that later. So now we have just to be focused on the victory, on our victory, and we will think about other details later on. But now we have to defeat our enemy, and now we will change the billboards. Thank you very much for coming and and finding time to join us. Paraska Dvoryanin, the deputy of Lviv City Council, the teacher, and we are going to talk about how in Lviv we trying to save our historical monuments.
Заховані пам'ятки мистецтва у Львові
our
укріплять
historical
структури та вітражі
monuments
неможливого
covered
під час війни.
in order to protect them from the destruction.
Одні скульптури
Some of them
обмотують
are
вогнепальні тканини,
covered
яка
with
пом'якшила
tissue,
падіння.
the fire to protect them from the fire. We were having the consultations with the specialists from Poland, and also we took in account the experience of the previous wars. Of course, we cannot use like one single recipe. Each case is unique, but first of all, we are taking in account the heat, the wave, the heat wave. First, so we have the information, we have an order of the chief in command of Valery Zaluzhny, and we want to talk about that right now. It's very important information for bloggers and for mass media, for those who are taking pictures. So what we critically, if we cannot do that, what you cannot do? You cannot take picture of our military formation, of their placement, the quantity of the military equipment and the vehicles and other military equipment, the defense systems, the defense system of the military bases. Please do not take pictures of any involvement of the territorial defense, the military bases, the tactics, the unique operations, and the means of applying these operations. Also, the military vessels, the aircrafts, also the propaganda and the information which is happening now all around Ukraine. Please, you have to be careful about that. Also, today in the morning we were talking about analytics and us following the activities of our armed forces, but yes, according to the information we're given today in the morning, it's impossible to have any data on the location or something like that of the armed forces. Also, the communique of negotiations between Erdogan and Putin, we still don't have the details of these negotiations, but in the Kremlin website we found the official information on the result of these negotiations. So Putin had negotiations with Erdogan, who had to give him the words of Vladimir Zelensky on our readiness to meet Vladimir Putin. So as Zelensky said, be a man, talk to me. If you want to be a man, talk to me personally, don't be afraid. So what did Erdogan said? He said they made sure that they are ready for dialogue with Ukrainian foreign partners to settle the conflict, but they are not willing to stop the war until Ukraine accomplish all of the demands of Russian Federation. And we remember which are those demands. It's for us to surrender. But speaking literally, the readiness of the Russian side for negotiations, yes, we think it's the attempts to postpone these negotiations, we just take as a possibility to Russian armed forces to reform, to regroup, and as they say that our side postpones the negotiation in order to Ukrainian armed forces to change their dislocation. But we are saying that Russians say that they should end this operation only in case we satisfy their their demands. So Putin said that his operation, his military operation, Putin claims is going according to the plan, and that he's bombing only military infrastructure. Yes, what we see after today, even after today, after bombing Vinnytsia, the operation of United Forces informs that in the Mariupol direction were lots of tanks and number of armed vehicles destroyed. Also, we informed you about the Azov, and we have the information about shelling the civilians, and our Ukrainian armed forces are defending, and they are also in Kharkiv region. There was an explosion. The bridge was exploded. In Dvoricha village in Kharkiv region, there were block posts there of the occupants, and we can see the same tactics as in Kiev. So our armed forces, they stop the occupants from moving forward. So we have a great picture from Kiev. On the first picture, we see this column of Russian occupants. On number 2, we can see what's left from this column, from this line, after our artillery took good care of them. Irina Benediktova also informed that the process started against Ilya Kyivy, because Kyivy, he always tries to adopt. Today he started to say something against Putin, because he kind of understands that he had chosen the wrong side. Also, we had some information on prosecutor that there was the information received on state treason. They made a communication, they communicated to the Kyiv's office. So it's quite possible that it could be even himself personally. Dmytro Kuleba today gave an address about, so we heard about MasterCard and Visa. Yes, they had left the Russian market, but still there are some gaps possible for Russian citizens, and our Ministry of International Affairs will keep on pushing them to avoid the Russian people from using these two bank cards. But as we say that, as we can see that the level of sanctions applied against Russia is getting bigger and bigger, and probably 113 giant international companies have already left Russian market or stopped collaboration with Russian partners in a way. So it's kind of a symbol for a huge company who is still staying in Russian market to build up their negative reputation. And we have the information that that is getting impossible to stay in Russia. So we have this joke that Northern Korea is now like even more liberal place compared to Russia right now, and they start threatening their own people. But it's difficult to call people. But even if you want to say some true over there, you are condemned to 15 years in prison.
Правда, сподівається, наш
So our Minister of Foreign Affairs hopes that these people who were able to get to the demonstrations in Russian and this inner pressure that's now happening in Russian Federation due to its citizens, maybe it will be effective. And but we think that nothing can influence Putin, especially his own citizens. But you know that here we have the liberty and we can do whatever we want. We can speak freely and nobody will put us in jail.
Це те, що вас чекає найближчі тижні. Тому що Донецьк, особливо Донецьк, до війни це було місто, якому все було, але зараз немає абсолютно нічого. І також згадується одного ютуб-блогера з Росії, який знімав відео про перейди, він показував корейських олігархів. Щоб ви так розуміли, корейські олігархи можуть собі дозволити те, що не дозволить будь-який пересічний українець.
The same is true for North Korea, and their oligarchs can afford the luxuries of buying Coca-Cola and chips that we can as just regular people. The National Bank of Ukraine reports that 6 billion hryvnia were transferred to the special accounts of the armed forces of Ukraine, and in Donetsk, the head of the military administration is saying that the main gas pipeline was damaged, leaving all the cities, villages and towns will be without gas. To prevent major explosions of gas, the major tap was turned and they only have 3 or 4 hours worth supply of gas. I'm asking our editors to bring up a picture. It's about Ukrainian artillery working effectively. If I could have the picture posted now on the left, we can see the Russian machinery intact, and on the second picture we see it destroyed. But the funniest thing is the subscription. Excellent result. No pay, no gain. And this is indicative of effective communication of the armed forces, boosting the trust in our armed forces and the effective communication. More information from Donetsk. Pavlo Kyrylenko, the head of the military administration, is saying that these 2 people are died and many wounded as a result of shelling of multi-storied building in Kramatorsk. A number of multi-story blocks on Kramatorsky Street were most badly damaged. This is yet another evidence that they exclusively and indiscriminately target civilian buildings. Our journalists have video footage for you from the Lviv railway station, but before that I will read another update from the Security Service of Ukraine from Kharkiv. The Russian terrorist forces are making strikes against the nuclear objects of Ukraine. Today they used multiple rocket launch systems to attack Kharkiv Physical R&D Institute, and it has a research neutron particle installation, including some nuclear elements. This could have resulted in massive environmental catastrophe. The attack has been well documented and it's being prepared as evidence for The Hague. And now watching the footage from the Lviv railway station.
Допомога
assistance to those who's been queuing for hours at the railway station, those who've lost their homes or their loved ones. The medical psychological headquarters is working hard to help the volunteers, and the crisis service is ready to help all who panicked after seeing the atrocities of war or waiting in line for hours on end. The situation is critical because people come here to meet the most basic needs. They've lost their home, they've lost their loved ones. Not all will ask for help even when they need help. People often cannot fully apprehend the state they're in, and the counseling is offered to those who need it most. This is not surely a complete counseling course, but it can help people at least bring back to their senses. We work 2 shifts, 12 hours each, and we handle at least 100 people. We do 1-hour sessions. We reach out to all people queuing. Sometimes they have to queue for 6 or 8 or more hours to help the people. They're doctors on the ground too, and they can do a medical examination or deliver medical aid. This center is operating on the 2nd floor of the railway station and open to everyone. Let's continue with our direct air. Ukrainians support each other in all ways. But this is the information about a friend from Kyiv. He was fighting at the tournament, Arnold Classic, in the United States. Before the war broke out, he traveled to Poland and onwards to the United States, and he said he would donate his prize to the armed forces. He lacked spirit to fight because he could not be left unmoved by what's happening in Ukraine, as his parents and siblings are here. But he won $80,000 minus taxes, and all the money will be, apart from the ticket back to Ukraine, surely will be donated for the needs of the Ukrainian army. He's assisting. Actually, his brother is buying the essentials, so the winner of the tournament, Max Lisis, after the tournament, photographed himself with the strong written on his t-shirt and Ukrainian flag in the background. I'll check my favorite sport and I'll tell you more updates about the Russian participation in the tournament. We've heard about Americans almost destroying a vehicle marked with Z. Now that we brought up the topic of sport, I'll tell you that following the first 2 days at the Paralympic Games, Ukraine has taken up the 2nd place following the Chinese host. We have already won 7 medals, 3 golden, 3 silver and 1 bronze medals, while 16 medals were won by the Chinese. This is a very good result. Let's talk about education. The Commissioner for Education is saying that all the payrolls to the teachers will be made as planned. So if your principals ask you to take an unpaid leave or ask to receive a lower pay, this is not the right. The 95 Mechanized Brigade, Holodny Yar, have uploaded the machinery they destroyed near Ochtyrka in Sumy region. We can see the remains of the Russian armament, of the weaponry, little use of this. Perhaps this could still be used for for scrap metal.
Ілюструє вчорашні перехоплення від росіян, які казали, від одного вистрілу мало що залишається, в тому числі
Conversations intercepted by the Russians yesterday saying that one explosion is detrimental, they can't even find the personnel. The same goes for the fuel tanks, which trigger domino explosions. The Ministry of Social Policy is saying that there is a baby package. So when a child is born, there is some funding made available for the parents, for the new parents, to cover their basic expenses, like some food, perambulator, a cot, etc. But now the Ministry of Social Policy decided that the families having born a child can use the child fund for any expenses at their discretion. Same was done with the electronic dotation, which was earlier limited in its use when only books and some sport club subscriptions and cultural events could be bought, but now it can be used universally. Same here, the baby support can be used by the families for any needs like food or transport. So these limitations have been lifted for the martial's law plus 1 month after the termination of the martial's law. And this requirement is the requirement that the money is used up within 12 months is also lifted. There is the Zelensky 1,000 benefit. There's a good joke. There are 11 days of war and 11,000 casualties from the Russian occupiers. So that makes 1,000 a day, and this is our best 1,000. But there's another good joke that the mighty army of the world could have turned the United States into nuclear ashes, but they were too busy being trampled in a tiny village near Sumy. Sure, we need to keep smiling and we need to keep joking. Some might find our humor untasteful, but we've just talked to a strategic communication expert, and we did raise this matter with her. We talked to the counselors and psychologists. Please follow our conversations online. We now make a break and we'll be back with more updates for you. We'll have more information about the region and beyond as we follow the events unraveling in Mariupol and Vinnytsia, which came under heavy shelling of the missiles and military objects were hit and the airport was destroyed. We will also be following Kyiv, Kherson, Kharkiv and other cities, and we are also keeping an eye on the international front, on the negotiations developing and what the Turkish party will say about the conversation between Erdogan and Putin. We'll see what the Turkish party publicizes. So we break for the commercial and we'll be back with more news for you. Привіт.
Всіх особисто не знаю, тут всі саме перезнайомилися.
Ну.
Це ж коли вже на вівторок, вівторок, напевно, повний день. А коли ви вас поставите вівторок, бо ми завтра тоді, чи ви йдете завтра?
Я йду завтра, я Олю заміняю раненько.
Каша мала, що голова.
Це буде 8-9. Я ще чекаю. Це 9. Ви маєте на увазі зранку. Я ще там обіцялася 8 чи 9 березня якусь зробити прес-конференцію, просто ще не знаю часу. Я зголошуся. Це зараз всіх таке. Треба, але коли невідомо. Так. Нічого. Якось будемо одне одного виручати. Ніж роботи є. Таке є. Я ще за містом тут такі трошки. У мене там 4 маршрутки на день.
А де саме? Я Суанця.
Я з іншого краю, Полі Гумолецька. У нас там ті 4 маршрутки і ще молодший, що вона приїхала.
У мене таке було, що люди просто самі підвозили. Державно, так стоїш, чекаєш, не знаєш, не приїде, не приїде.
Раніше ми викликали собі там Uber чи що-небудь, не тепер нічого не їздили.
Це?
Значка, в принципі, можете йти, в мене лишилося 15 хвилин.
Та я зараз я тут координую, тобто тут інтернет є, я поселяю людей, там таке, посужу.
Ну, і так що я собі вже ті 15 хвилин доперекрию, так що можете собі робити свою справу. Розкопують пізерні проходи по-львову.
Які?
Ну, всякі австро-угорські, знаєте, ці для того, щоб можна було використовувати бомбосховище. Передачу дивлюсь.
Чула, що за то?
Я перший також тільки побачила.
Там, якщо хочете поїсти, на кухні є.
Дякую, дякую. Мені на чайчик пакети хочеш?
О, ні, дякую. А ви знаєте, де кухня? Показали, що каву там.
Я ще брала тепленьку водичку, бо ще кашель душить, а я собі зробила такий напій гарячий. ще давно до війни писали, там, а як може там у вас нерухомість, купити, що так довго ракети не долетять, чи таке. Придністров'я визволили і Білорусь. Все нашої ціною. Я кожен день, як їду з маршрутки, йду по Замаштинівській, бо там до форуму їду. Кожен раз проходжу, знаєте, цей меморіал мирним жителям, які згинули комуністичного терору. І дивлюся на ці всі стели з дільними іменами. Тому потрібно боротися, бо інакше нас просто будуть розстрілювати і катувати, як це було всіх років. Краще зараз боротися до кінця, ніж потім в тих тюрмах. Ми знаємо, що тут було. Ми в курсі, ми все пам'ятаємо. 37-й рік і всі ці репресії, голодомор, це все, вони ж робили. Ті самі люди. Маємо зараз скластися, як тільки можемо. Це ядерна установка і джерело нейтронів. вам кажу, що вони тепер, як шарахнуть, ніхто і ніде у світі не буде в безпеці.
То правда.
Треба всім казати.
А в яких в перших дверях чи в других? Внутрішні двері ти тільки захлопуєш, ти нічого там не закриваєш. Тільки захлопуєш, він верхній замок сам відкриється. Ага, і перші двері коричневі ті. Ті двері там на нижній замок, коли заходиш. Їх треба так попою притиснути, тоді вони закриваються, ключ нормально повертається. Що? А, чуєш, мені треба, напевно, під наші додатки додому там справді знати, що ти не засилує. Вона теж там недалеко живе, як тут здалека. А, ну точно. Ну все, давай. Алло, привіт, це Оксана Казанівська. А скажи, будь ласка, як тебе звати, бо я не бачу. А, Діма. Привіт. Слухай, ти англійською говориш, бо то американець один ексклад? Ага. Ну, типу, розумієш, типу, куди, where to go, куди ключі взяти, таке от. Він в самому центрі Львова, я зараз організую, у нього просто двоспальне ліжко велике, він сказав, що може ще кауч ставити цей. От, бо ми би туди ще просто поспіцілили, ну, я тебе тоді заселяю до нього, а далі там вже розберемося. Зараз я запитаюся, чи він має do you use Telegram? Я тобі зараз підпишу, але попередньо окей, адресу тобі перекину, зараз координується. Да. Ага. Ага. Я зараз координую вас. Ага, будь ласка.
Блискучу штуку Байрактар.
Ну?
Класна штука. Я читала, що перед війною в нас налагодили, чи почали налагоджувати виробництво спільне з ними.
Ой, під Києвом.
Я вже не пам'ятаю.
Ну так, але мало будувати.
Нафігачити їх.
Вінниця вже, Вінниця.
Військову базу обстріляли, що там за аеродромом.
Чортові ублюдки.
Вже хлопців там не було в день. Хоча якраз день вони відсипаються. Бойові дії то вночі переважно. Ні, взагалі ні про що. Взагалі з москалями ніколи і ні про що не можна було домовлятися. Коли в історії москалі витримали своє слово? Коли? Підлістю і зрадою закінчується будь-яка взаємодія з москалями. Напевно, це буде neutron generator. Це от я все думаю, це Харківський фізичний інститут, це джерело нейронів. Це, напевно, neuron generator, джерело.
Я забула диверсант.
СБТ.
Господи, точно.
Взагалі хоч щось пам'ятаєш, що це добре. Більше, що недостатньо. Я трошки працювала з військовою технікою всі роки. Ну так, не системно. Але все одно так все не розгадаєш. Та зараз вже всі ми підтягнули ті основні терміни. Привіт, Оксаночка, привіт.
Як ви тут?
Не знаю, ну я думаю, що вони не пускають це в ефір. А потім забуду включити.
Як ви
Я
тут?
тримаюсь, бо я хвора.
Тоді,
Ти вважаєш, що я тебе вб'ю.
Я знаю. Що ви, як ви? Що відбувається?
Ми сидимо. Я ще трошки допрацюю.
До якої?
І Оксана ще попрацьовує. Я вже 15 хвилин. Ти віддихайся. Чайчик собі зроби. Маєш чайчик?
Ні, все
Я
зроблю.
тобі дам.
Ти
У мене є такі хороші.
не знаю, ти завжди все хороше, дуже дякую. Душевне чування. Ні, ще зараз ladies підрум.
Догнала?
А?
Вже пригнала?
Ні, то щось по сходах піднімалася. Я навпаки, я так нормально, спокійно підійшла, але по сходах так треба трошки походити.
Частіше до мене в гості ходить.
Частіше до себе додому підніматися, воно 8 поверх.
Користуєшся ж ліфтом?
Ну, поки нема, так, користуюся.
Я вже можу.
Ну,
У мене, правда, 4-й.
Ну, коли нема тої, то то користуюся. Вниз, в принципі, ні, а наверх треба походити, бо я так відчуваю, що схудла. Але сходи от відчуваю, що ні.
Ну, то ви з сил вибилася.
Ти знаєш,
Може, ти і
мабуть,
схудла,
на
але
нервовому
вибилася з сил
лемі
просто
ще.
вже.
У мене ще особиста війна. Може, там родичі?
Що вона казала?
Я просто відрізала мою родину.
Бачиш, стіна? От можна стіною говорити, тільки стіна тобі нічого не скаже. А там же скаже.
Я вже з моїми, ну мої, правда, не в Росії, я просто їх ще до війни просто відрізала. Я нема з ким говорити.
Ну, я вже не говорю, але я думаю, я теж думала про те, але думаю, ні. Я б все-таки хотіла подивитися, що воно буде далі. І воно вже йде.
Якийсь є сув?
Є, ну, як сув. Принаймні, з'явилося слово «війна» в риториці. До того було «ні-ні-ні, війни нема, спецоперації». А з'явився сув в економічному плані, санкції діють. Сьогодні сестра...
Жопу кльонув, жарений...
От дуже, ти знаєш, троюрідна сестра, коли я написала, типу, а що взагалі кажуть? Вона каже, по-різному ставляться. Я кажу, як до війни можна ставитися по-різному, де б вона не була, це війна. І так далі, і так далі. І написала,
дві русські війни.
і написала, ти, може, теж вважаєш мене жертвою нацизму? Вона написала, тебе особисто ні. А війна – це питання риторичне. Ну окей, добре.
Сьогодні пост виставляє. Що це відбувається? Серветки, які були 450, 1050. Памперс, який був 950, став 1800.
Ай-яй-яй, як нам шкода.
Ти знаєш,
Ми просто обридалися.
я просто не відмовила собі в задоволенні сказати: Наташ, ти закупайся, бо треба, бо далі буде ще гірше. Вона каже: ну, мабуть, буду заміняти на щось інше. Я кажу: заміняємо, і теж буде зростати.
Згадай марлічку.
Що?
Згадай марлічки.
Так. І кажу: ти ж розумієш, кажу, якщо такі ціни ще за старі запаси, які були на складах і які прийшли по старих цінах, то, кажу, можу собі тільки уявити, якими вони будуть, коли до вас приїдуть через треті країни. Так що, кажу,
Ще
ти
то, що доїде.
Та що доїде, правильно. Та що, кажу, я би на твоєму місці підкупила. Потім вона пише: але я свої ціни не опускаю. Вона займається риторикою, дикцією, правильність мовлення і так далі. Але я свої ціни не піднімаю. Я думаю, я так написала: правильно, не піднімай. Бо люди, які вже побачили потрійне зростання цін, не зможуть заплатити навіть твої 1500 за урок. Так що, кажу, навіть не думай. І кажу, і от, знаєш, в цьому, ну, це моє маленьке задоволення. Я думаю, я тобі нічого не буду говорити, я тобі просто буду тролити. Не знаю, правда, чи дійде, ну, але ціни дійдуть. От у них і так було скрутно з грошима. Ну.
Мені здається, що вже все, розумієш, це просто нація ціла втрачена.
Блогери, ті фані, ці їхні російські. Ну, ясно, що нам і показують те, що треба нам бачити. Але в нас стоїть така: у мене аж, вона десь сказала, що банкомат, аж сердечко розривається. У наших мамів як сердечко розривається.
Сердечко розривається. Знаєш, заслуговують в Кримінальному кодексі ті, хто сприяє і допомагає вчинити злочин, часто в деяких країнах навіть і більш винні, ніж сам злочинець. Всі вони, як нація, є aiders and abettors. І вони ще більше винні, ніж сам Путін. Не треба їх жаліти. І ті, хто приперлися сюди, вони намагалися їх вбити. Тільки тому, що їм не вдалося, тому вони тепер такі всі бідні, обісрані, обіцяні і нещасні. Не треба мати до них ні краплі жалю. Тому що вона вернеться, озброїться і знову вернеться. Це треба пам'ятати. І не жаліти ні на хвилину, ні мам, ні дітей їхніх.
Ну, правда, є адекватні, кажу, є адекватні, є, що в трансі, в шоці. Але є такі випадки, що діти з батьками, тобто, ну як?
Мама дзвонить мамі, а мама не вірить.
Так, в мене однокласниця така.
У мене двоюрідний брат. Щось таке почав виписувати: Путін молодець. Я просто його закрила і не стала з ним вести якісь розмови. Повний неадекватний.
Ну, але, наприклад, ладно, ті ще старі батьки, ну, тобто, однокласниця моя мого віку, відповідно, батькам вже поза 65. Ну, добре, вони ще з того радянського покоління. Окей, десь якась там ностальгія, добре. Але сказала мені вже от Леся, колега, що в неї з Франківська, вони тут прожили, провчилися, поїхали, попали в Крим ще до всіх тих подій, ще, може, рік якийсь там 8-й, коли він ще був нашим. Ну, коли те все сталося в 14-му, не повернулися, і потім переїхали в Петербург. Ну, нехай їм добре, нехай Леся мене молодша, а вони ще її молодші. Ну, нехай їм зараз 30-ник. Ну, вони, наприклад, якщо вони поїхали навіть в той самий Крим, значить їм було 22. Якщо вони тут вивчилися, вони або в Франківську, або у Львові вивчилися. 22. Ну, значить, тобто ти вже свідомий і сформована особистість. І вони повторюють те: ой, а що ж там на Донбасі відбувалося, а що ж тоді ніхто не втручався. Ну, єдине, що про нацизм не повторюють, тобто про нацизм мовчать.
А не бачили, як останнє інтерв'ю було на Дожді?
Бачила. Так.
Ми там були, і в Криму,
Так.
Саме меморіал закрили перед війною акуратненько, щоб не звітувати про втрати. І ніхто навіть їх не згадає.
правильно хтось сказав, що правильно, чого вони не говорять про страти, чому гроби не йдуть. Ну, тому що як вони підуть тисячами, ну, можливо, трошечки там схаменеться народ наш. Але тому вони туди і не йдуть. Тому ж пишуть, що в Симферополі, тобто всі в Криму, все завалено, всі поліклініки, лікарні пораненими.
І потім їх під збройним, ті, що не важкі, під збройним конвоєм назад кидають.
Якщо не ідіоти, нехай здаються.
Ніколи Росія людей не шанувала, ніколи. І Росія ніколи не шанувала своїх людей. Якщо у нас правильно, кожен загиблий повідомляє, звідки, кожну особисту фотографію вшановують. Так воно має бути.
Там же в них закон є про братські могили, що в них тепер дозволено хоронити загиблих у військових подіях у братських могилах. Там чи до 500 людей, чи ще щось таке. Це для чого робиться?
Щоб не ідентифікувати, а і ще там з 500 закопати ще 1500.
Абсолютно. Так, ну ладно, надіслано, я все-таки піду.
Давай, йди.
Так, а де стаканчики брати, слухайте, на чайочок? Там є? А до якої години перерва?
Не знаю. Давай вже до 15 хвилин працювати. Він в мене невиконаний обов'язок. Знаєш, як їш в канапку і десь лишиш, і тобі хтось її з'їсть. Цілий день хочеш, тобі в канапки тобі бракує.
Щось тому є, до речі.
Ну, правда. Чи там яблучко. Так хто не любить, чи останній сорт кави, то взагалі. Так, це таке. Ну, я пив так собі, ну, каву. Так, і що? Я могла б поміняти підбірку, що вона сама патріотичний кліп. Ти сама круті знову і знову, чесне слово.
Привіт. Алло, привіт. Як ти? Нормально? Давай, кидай вже всім робимо. Кидай. Добре. То не я, то дівчата мої роблять, ті, що по селам сидять, бо все зробимо, кидай. А коли ти будеш? Фу, господи, то я не тобі вибачу. Як ти? Те саме. Ні, все, поселення, переклади, телебачення, ЗМІ, їда, броніки, близькі, ну, коротше. Все, що можна. Я броніків ніде не можу дістати. Чорт його знає, то вже після комендантської години, напевно, десь 10-11.
Хеленчик, як ти зараз добираєшся?
На зв'язку.
У мене ще має бути маршрутка. Має бути маршрутка о 6-й.
Ага. Довго тобі їхати?
Ну, та не довго, але, знаєш, на в'їзд зранку там черга величезна. Але маршрутка це круто, бо маршрутка має право обіжати, знаєш, бо я б машину не знаю, скільки добиралася. Тепер тільки, надіюсь, буде моя маршрутка в 6-й. Бо інакше це трохи сумно.
Ти підеш на хату.
У мене якраз сьогодні виселяється. Кияни в мене були, і харків'яни. Сьогодні виселяються. завтра піду поприбираю, там, напевно, я приїхала, там такий срач був. Вже писати не можу.
Якось так не зовсім гарно, як для гостей, так би мовити.
Ну, побачив, як вони лишили хату. Ну, тільки приїхала, знаєш, ладно. Я
багато може.
від мене.
Ох, а що там розмаївці?
Вадим писав, Вадим мені вчора писав, живий.
Де він є? В Києві?
Під Києвом. Там в нього ще в Соблях під Києвом. Десь там.
Ну, я знала, що він десь під Києвом.
Вчора живий наразі. Лілію не знаю, я з нею списувалася.
Хто?
Лілію списувалася перші дні, вона пакувалася.
Вона казала так.
Вона десь виїхала, напевно. Куди, не знаю. Пропонувала їй допомогу, вона не просила допомогу. Все, that's all I know.
Ні, там кровила головка і зубчик,
Хто там ще є?
спилений, як спилена половинка.
Анна Іванченко в Київ, здається. А бесіді
на Львові, я з ним працювала. Ну, недалеко, так, у Брюховичах, знаєш.
Так. А вони не закриваються зсередини, там все дуже погано.
Я не
Треба
бачу.
було тобі показати.
Дивишся в Фейсбуці, знаєш, горить зелений вогник. Супер.
Закриваються зони.
Який живий.
Там така штучка цікава, так.
Що?
Так.
Ну, то я собі щось бавилася, знаєш.
Сама робила? То молодець.
Всі хотіла, знаєш, попробувати сама таке. Бо я робила такі готові штуки, що ти, знаєш, купуєш, просто збираєш. То я подумала, ну що я сама не зроблю? Що собі сиділа і сказала.
Та є, але ну як ми то будемо зараз міняти? А ти їх можеш закрити, коли будеш виходити? Закриєш. Добре, то я прийду, потім розберемося.
Може, про Вінницю знаєте? Про Вінницю знаєте?
Та щось розберемося. А Шан, до речі, більше не виходить.
Є інфа по військовій базі.
Вони не виходять з атмосферського ринку.
Це те, що останнє я виходила з хати, я просто чую.
Сільпо. Та йди в Ашан. Добре, коротше, кінь закрив дверей, головне, щоб не закрилось, коли ти вийдеш.
Кажу, дуже хочу подивитися, як там все буде.
Якщо?
Як там все буде
Ти
опускатися
ще встигнеш, я ще
на дно.
годину буду тут крутитися.
Буде.
Ну, добре. Я тут шукала, знаєш, на супереч журналіста, я ходила до неї на зустріч. Ну, потім виявилося, що їй потрібно більше не стільки перекладач, як більше фіксер. Find something interesting, make connections і так далі. От я на ту роль, ну, я не підходжу зовсім.
А що, знайшла ти там якось зі студії відправила?
Ні, я ще про знайому свою згадала. Вона якраз така, вона по Фейсбуку вона всюди. От я так дивлюсь, думаю, боже, тут вона вже в театрі, а тут вона десь там вже щось, а тут вона когось супроводжує, а тут вона вже там щось з типографією.
Супер.
Я думаю, от ідеальна кандидатура, вона якраз була.
Всіх знає.
Так, підійде. І та журналістка, вона жила, от коли там в Іраку були події, вона після того 1,5 роки жила в Іраку. У 2008-му, коли було в Грузії події, вона жила після того в Грузії. Вона не новинна журналістика в неї, а stories, personal stories, feature stories і так далі. І вона каже, що воно от конкретно починає відчуватися місяця через 2. Коли народ з'їсть свої запаси, коли вичерпається... Ні, ну, скажімо так, от такі події, знаєш, такі от бурхливі, економічні у всіх. Ну, але в тій країні, на яку покладені санкції, накладені, то найбільше. Ну, то, тому що до нас прийде допомога, ми переможемо, будуть допомагати, і вже, тобто відбудується воно, все стане і так далі. А до них то не буде допомоги. От. Ну і типу, що от через 2 місяці, коли народ з'їв свої запаси, витягнув кубишку, витратив її.
Кубишку приїв.
Я ж кажу, витратив її.
А ціни ростуть день від дня.
Ціни ростуть,
а робота
втрачається.
Тому що всі компанії вийшли.
Так, я ж кажу, що каже, вони то відчують, от, поки ще така
що робиться, ага, а от конкретно воно каже, в межах 2 місяців прийде. А воно каже, що воно піде просто такими хвилями. Ті, хто були вище середнього класу, стануть бідними. Ті, хто були бідними, вони стануть жебраками просто.
Beyond poverty line.
Yeah. And the TV station below finishing here in a while and can be like 5-10 minutes. That's how it's going on?
Ну, ти йди, тож моя знову почалася.
Ти знаєш, як хотіла 15 хвилин допрацювати, але невідомо, що скільки то буде.
Більше, що в тебе тільки наступне 6 чи ще якась раніше?
Ні, це остання.
Ні, а попередня.
А попередня я не встигла.
Зараз буде трошки полегше, тому що вчора буде один невихідний. Ну, якщо ми так поб'ємося, то дві... Ну, так буде добре, якщо ми так розіб'ємося. Дві, і так через день.
Повертаємося до студії телеканалу «Перший Західний». Також нагадуємо вам, що можете слухати наших колег на Радіо Перше, 88,2 FM, 89,2 FM у Львові. Там працюють наші колеги вже 11-ту добу без перерви, цілодобово, тому стежте, будь ласка, у них все найсвіжіше, найактуальніша інформація. Обіцяли вам перед перервою простежити за новинами, які
we would give you the news updates, the breaking news. So we have a piece of news that Vinnytsia airport has been hit with missile strikes from the Transnistria. This information is reported by journalists and is being updated as we speak. We are
деяких засобів масової інформації, тому що
very
посилання ні на жодне офіційне джерело, ні на ЗСУ, ні на
at the lack of accuracy of sources of information, because no reference is made to the armed forces of Ukraine, nor to the presidential office, nor to the security service, nor any other reliable official source of information. But this information is spread around the networks like wildfire. Even the journalist's name is not being quoted, who allegedly asserts that Vinnytsia airport has been shelled from Transnistria. We urge you insistently, please follow the official sources of information only. Please follow the website of Lviv military administration. Please go to their Facebook page and you will find references and links to all the official sources of information that are credible and accurate, whose sources we can trust. The strike could have been launched from Belarus as well. We have a video showing the missile flying, and it could be perhaps identified as flying from Transnistria. And Russian vessels do have capacity to launch missile strikes, so that is also a possibility, because the direct line from Vinnytsia to the Black Sea, it makes 700,000 kilometers. So the strike could have been launched from a Russian warship and not Transnistria. And we remember that there is a Russian army stationed in Transnistria who haven't been properly supplied, and it was supplied until 2015, and some rotations were made. So there is an additional informational load of this information to stir up more concerns in some more neighboring regions located on the border with Moldova, like Chernivtsi, which is now receiving refugees on a grand scale. This information hasn't been verified, so those hunting
скільки людей вже подивилися цю новину, тому що за 13 хвилин це 3,5 тисячі переглядів тільки тут, але враховуючи, що ми побачили цю інформацію раніше в телеграм-каналах, там вже тисячі. Хоча я скажу, що є вже джерело, це Андрій Цаплієнко, журналіст,
I'm checking the information with Chaplienko. He's a seasoned journalist covering war in different regions. He's no expert. He is a military expert. But it's about the delivery of information. If the journalists have received the information from Andriy Chaplienko that the missile was launched from Transnistria, then according to the verification standard, we should have double-checked with Andriy Chaplienko and consulted at least 2 other military experts or waited for the armed forces to reply, and not just give a one-sentence catchy headline that's going to attract a lot of views, and this heading is going to spread like wildfire through mass media and people, creating panic, creating concern amongst the people. We'll start dispersing forces and we'll spend more energy. We'll expect an attack to be launched from Transnistria and our forces being spread too thin. But I would say that he, the journalist, told that there's preliminary information and there's information from the interlocutor of Українська Правда in Вінниця, territorial defense, and they allege, so allegation is not accurate or verifiable information. We know that the headline will get 100,000 views, and that will spread further. And that will also go to Telegram channels. So please abstain from spreading inaccurate information. So please stop spreading inaccurate information, and we are urging people to use only reliable source of information. Use the updates of the armed forces, the aviation forces, the presidential office, and all the other verifiable accurate sources of information. This is going, if this could be true around Transnistria, that would make the matters only worse for Russia. But we'll see how the events unfold and how Europe takes it. So far we haven't got the information, so let's not spread fake news. Meanwhile, we have information from the city of mayor of the city of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, saying that over 3,000 children and people with disability and orphan children have been evacuated abroad. So 1,000 children with disability have been evacuated to Poland. The city continues evacuating those most vulnerable groups of children. Recently, there was evacuation train to Poland, including 200 children with disability, and 32 of them need wheelchair to get around. The municipality organized it with the fund Rescue Ukraine, and 3,000 children reached Europe. And this was the data for yesterday. There's a piece of news from Starobisko that people took to the street with a rally, getting rid of the so-called flag of the self-proclaimed republic, putting in the flag
втягуватися в ці затяжні бої не було сенсу, хоча там є дві лінії блокпостів, але це би принесло більше шкоди містам. Росіяни би їх знищили, на даний етап їх пропустили, але навіть дії, там, де йде зі сторони Біловодська, все що до Новоолександрівки, Новоолексіївки, там ворога зачищають повністю, виходячи на рубежі Нового Айдару, також зверху, ще вчора повідомлялося, що йде контрнаступ, і теж їх затискають, і такі мітинги людей просто показують росіянам, що їм не буде де сховатися, ніхто не сховається в будинках,
that they
і
have
безпеки
nowhere to
українці
hide,
будуть робити.
and
Тепер українці будуть
the
робити позначки для
Ukrainians will
спецпризначенців,
make
де і як
marks
їх
for the
захищати,
special
і в
forces
мене
of
не
how
заперечує
they
те,
can
що
be
росіяни не
identified
мають
and
зв'язкової зони, але
liquidated.
складається враження, що деяких
Some
підрозділів є
units
прозріння,
seem
вони
to
розуміють, що їм
have
простіше
lost
вийти і вернутися
connection,
на
and
попередні
some
позиції, ніж залишатися там, де вони
seeing some sense
залишаються.
and know
І
that they'd
продовження
be
Донецька
better
теж
off leaving
евакуацію
and
повідомляє
taking up
Павло
their
Кириленко,
previous
що
position.
в Донецькій
And
області
we
з
hearing in
евакуаційна
Donetsk
колона з місцевим
that
населенням так і
evacuation
не змогла
convoy
сьогодні
with the
виїхати за
local
межі
people have
Маріуполя.
not
Росіяни
been able
почали
to leave Mariupol.
перегрупування своїх
The
сил
Russians
та
have started
потужні обстріли
regrouping
міста,
their forces
вивозити
and
людей за
shelling
таких
the
умов
city
вкрай
heavily,
небезпечно.
and the
Колона з
evacuation
гуманітарним
could be
вантажем,
very
що виїхала
hazardous.
сьогодні з Запоріжжя в
And the
бік Маріуполя,
convoy
поки
with the
що пункту
humanitarian
призначення
cargo
не
has
дісталося,
not
на даний
reached
час знаходиться
Zaporizhia,
в
is
дорозі.
now on the
Так,
way.
запитували ви у нас, що
We've been
робиться на
asked what's
антивоєнних
going
акціях у
on
Російській Федерації.
at the anti-war
Нічого
rallies in the
особливого
Russian
не
Federation.
можна було чекати іншого.
We
Поліція
could
жорстоко б'є
expect
людей.
little
За
else.
даними
The police are
«Медузи», у
brutally
містах Росії
killing
відбуваються
and
антивоєнні акції,
beating
на яких
up
вже більше
people.
2000
Over
осіб
2,000
затримано.
people have
Такі
already
акції
been
станом на
detained in
сьогоднішній ранок ми
Russia.
про 31 місто
Today
говорили,
we've
але за
spoken
даними
about 31
ЗМІ вже
cities
таких
across
міст
Russia,
44,
but
найбільше
now
затриманих
they are
вже
reporting
станом на зараз, бо
44.
вранці було менше у
Such
столиці Російської
cities.
Федерації, в Москві, йдеться про
Most
5000
people
осіб,
were
в
detained
Новосибірську
in
майже 300, в
Moscow,
Санкт-Петербурзі
Novosibirsk,
267,
St.
в
Petersburg,
Екатеринбурзі
Yekaterinburg.
206. Ми маємо відео
We
зі
have video
столиці
footage
Російської
from the
Федерації. Якщо воно
capital
готове,
of
то
the Russian
можемо його
Federation, and we
показати,
are
щоб ви
ready to
бачили,
show
як
it for you to
поводиться
see firsthand the
поліція
treatment of the
Російської
law
Федерації
enforcers
зі
of the
своїми
Russian
громадянами, які просто мають сміливість
the
вийти
Federation
на
of
вулиці
their
міста
own
за
people who've
мир і
summoned the
підтримку України.
courage to take to the streets in support of Ukraine.
Відбуваються антивоєнні
We see anti-war rallies in Russia, and we see the way the police of the Russian Federation behaves towards the people who are brave enough to go to these rallies. More than 2,000 people have already been detained. We also have a video from Ukraine, from the capital. We have informed you that Vitaly Klitschko reported on the people who were taken away from Kyiv. Alexei Orestovich stated that Kyiv is one of the strategic directions which is in the focus of our attention, and the situation is there intense, and the cultural figures support us. We have a video from Marichka Burmaka. We already have the video where the boy is playing trumpet, so we have a video from Maria Burmaka. Let's watch it. The Anthem of Ukraine.
Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці, запануєм і ми, браття,
Glory to Ukraine.
Марія Бурмака залишається у
Maria
своєму помешканні в
Burmaka is in
Києві
her
і робить
flat
гімн
in
України
Kyiv,
одним
and
із
she
найгучніших і
is
найвідоміших
making the
у
Anthem
всьому
of
світі,
Ukraine one of the
бо саме він обмітає
most
зараз
known
усі
all
платформи,
over the world,
все можливі і
because it
неможливі
is
з
at every
фото з нашої
platform
країни, як російський
now,
агресор
and we
намагається
see different
зруйнувати
types of
інфраструктуру,
photos, how the
зруйнувати
Russian
наші відчуття,
aggression is
наші
trying
цінності,
to
але
destroy our
гідно
infrastructure,
дають
our
відсіч не
feelings,
лише
our
Збройні
values,
Сили України, а й
but
культурні діячі, які
it is
сміливо залишаються в
there is
небезпечних
opposition
місцях, таких
to
як
the
Марія
enemy,
Бурмака в Києві,
both on the part of the
і
army and on the
якби не
part of
полишає
our
свого
singers
помешкання
and artists.
і
For
показує всім,
example,
наскільки
we
сильним
have
треба
Maria
бути і
Burmaka,
встояти,
who is
просто
in her
встояти поки
residence,
що, поки наші
who is
Збройні Сили
strong
виглядають
and who
перемогу.
is withstanding the aggression. So we have students' anthem of Ukraine, which is known all over the world, so probably the Ukrainian anthem will become the anthem of freedom. We also have a video from Nova Kakhovka where people went on a rally against the Russian aggression, and one of the residents actually climbed the Russian tank with the Ukrainian flag. So let's see what was going in Nova Kakhovka. Go home, go home, go home. Go home.
Не на таку зустріч сподівалися російські
It was
окупанти.
not
Думали,
the
прийматимуть їх
welcome
квітами. Тут вийшли
the
мешканці України з
occupiers
прапорами, з
expected, because we
гімном,
see
з
the residents of
поклонами,
Ukraine
з
who
проганяннями,
have
щоб вони
Ukrainian
ступили з
flags,
цієї
who
землі.
are chanting
Але з того відео,
Ukrainian
знаєш, найстрашніше, коли
mottos
злі
and
мирні
who
мешканці тобі
try
кажуть,
to
іди
drive them
звідти, а
away
вони
from the
починають в них
Ukrainian
стріляти.
land. And
І
we
нічого
see
їх
that the
не
occupiers
зупиняє
are
в
actually
тому
shooting
процесі. А люди стоять
at
на своєму, і
people,
навіть коли
and
ворог стріляє,
people still
люди нікуди не
stand. And
розходяться. Вони
even when
стоять,
we hear
співають або гімн,
shooting,
або кричать
people
їм іди
still
звідси,
are
і
there. They are
наступають з землі.
singing the Ukrainian anthem. And my colleague from Kherson actually said that during that rally in Kherson, the occupiers were also shooting in the air. And when people left the square, there was the Russian guard that came to the square, who knows how to actually disperse the rally. But Ukrainians know how to keep the rally, because we have experience of 2013-2015, and the Russians definitely didn't expect the situation that they would not be welcomed. The Russians have always been calling Starobilsk as their city, and actually they are not welcome there. People there speak Ukrainian. In Starobilsk there are very few people who speak Russian, and again they speak. I was in one of the hotels after war. You switch on TV and it is the Russian TV, and probably the fact that they were 4 years during in this information space, we have such a situation, and we still have people who go to the other regions, and we are quite negative about it, but there is a plus side of it. Those people who came to Poland, to Romania, probably will come back because they understand what is Ukraine. Ukraine is Europe, and they will understand what is Lviv, what is Uzhhorod, what is Chernivtsi. These are not cities from the picture. Putin, who actually was against Ukraine joining the EU, made everything possible for it to happen. And it is not a secret that the residents of eastern Ukraine have seldom left their own region, and they even didn't leave the eastern Ukraine
Ukraine, they were seldom in central Ukraine, and actually Putin made everything possible for those people to go abroad, to visit foreign countries, and I agree with Stanislav that they will see a different world, and I also agree that the majority of them will come back to Ukraine with totally different values and approaches, and this is definitely a positive side. Talking about manipulations, I'm just reading about his negotiations of him with different heads of states, and we have already told you that the Kremlin has published their own variant of negotiations with Erdogan, and Putin stated that there were no shootings on civilian infrastructure and on civilians, and generally Putin said that the operation will be over when Ukraine will capitulate and withdraw its troops. But there are some other messages about the talk with the French president, and in that talk Putin states that he is going to meet a Ukrainian delegation, but only in International Atomic Nuclear Energy Agency, and only in this format with the representatives of Ukrainian and Russian side. And now this agency has opened the center that monitors the situation 24/7. So Putin is ready to have negotiation with MAGATA representatives, actually a video conference, or in any third country. There is the theory of Putin's actually twins. Probably there was some misinformation, but definitely the Russians don't know what to do. They didn't have any plans. Well, they had a plan actually, but they did not expect that their plan will fail. So probably it was even before, and yesterday we mentioned the point that as a picture around that everything is good, that people in Ukraine are waiting for the Russian troops, etc., etc. And yesterday I read a lot of analytical information, both Russian analysts and foreign analysts, just to understand what's going on, and everybody says that this picture is still created for him. And I am not saying that Putin is good. He is definitely the impersonification of evil. But probably at some stages the losses are downgraded. And when we state that, for example, the Russian troops are on the edge, around Kherson, he is said that they are already in Kherson. So nobody is telling him that the city is not under their control, that the city is just sieged, that there were, for example, no battles, that the Kherson region is not controlled. And the same is about Mykolaiv, Nova Kakhovka, Ochtyrka, Sumy, or the very Kyiv. We may talk a lot whether Bucha is Kyiv or not, but the very fact that you are in Bucha means that you are not in Kyiv. Well, everything is blocked, so they do not have physical forces to do everything. And Putin probably was said that, well, they were our saboteurs in Obolon, and probably he said that, well, Kyiv is under control. And therefore, it is impossible to predict their next actions because they have their own understanding and their own vision. And there may be some negative consequences for them, because their negative decisions influence them in a negative way. We have support, but if Belarus, for example, has
great problems for 50 years. Russia will have the same problems for even longer period. And Putin is actually pushing Ukraine to the EU, to joining NATO. And the more troops he is sending here, the more violent and brutal the war becomes. On his part, the more support Ukraine gets from its international partners, the more funds probably will get in order to restore the infrastructure that was ruined or lost. We already have some data about airstrike on Vinnytsia airport. We're talking about airdrome in Havrishivtsi, close to Vinnytsia. 4 people were evacuated from the wreckage. Administrative building has collapsed, and unfortunately 1 person died there. This is the information from State Emergency Service of Ukraine, and you have just seen the photo of this administrative building that has collapsed. Also, there was a fire at the fuel and oil warehouse. The fire has been extinguished, and the wreckage has been now tackled. We are talking about the airdrome in Havrishivtsi, close to Vinnytsia, where there was an airstrike by Russians. Good news. For 11 days of war, there were more than 4,000 people born. There were more than 3,000 marriages conducted. So, if the marriages were in Lviv and if there were laborers in perinatal center, then definitely there will be even more people. Regarding bad news, the State Border Guard Service informs that the Kremlin is planning some provocations with the help of the forced mobilized staff from Donetsk and Luhansk, the so-called republics. These people were actually taken from their houses, from their working places. They are brought to the fields. They were given some military clothes. They were given some guns, and they are actually cannon fodder. Also, in the Crimea, there was a special train that came there from one military unit that is mobilized from Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and the Kremlin is going to use these people for provocations in some regions of Ukraine. And though these units have very low motivation because these people are forced to go there, it is not ruled out that they will be used as cannon fodder, or they may be used as, for example, local residents for some propaganda images or videos. And there are also planned provocations with the help of these people, and these provocations may take place in eastern regions of Ukraine. According to the Ministry of Defense, there are lots of people fighting there who, for example, in case they are wounded, still are brought to the military lines to fight, and again they are used as cannon fodder. To prove this information, I would like to say the following. We are not advertising TikTok, but what is the idea behind it? So if you watch a couple of seconds any video, it will come again and again. And for example, for some 2 weeks, I was watching some videos about displacement of vehicles, and during the first 3 days I had only videos from there, and during the recent 3 days I did not have any videos. No heroic posts, I see only victims, I see only wreckage, the destroyed positions, and what is reported by propaganda is not present there. During the first days there were journalists from Moscow, and they were just pretending their positions of 2014 as if they were Ukrainian of 2022. So now there is nothing like that. Another
that piece of news, particularly for local residents. There were 2 Russian missiles Tornado S in the Donetsk region. Every missile, every rocket has 646 cluster mines that can explode at any moment. And in Pokrovsk, such mines actually were in residential sector, and 3 people were wounded. So these rockets have cluster mines, cumulative ones, 646 mines, and 2 such rockets were fired at Pokrovsk. And we were very lucky that there were only 3 persons who died. Cluster mines, cluster bombs are forbidden. They act both against infantry and against vehicles. You see the result, it explodes, that's it. For example, in one of the theaters it did not explode and people were, for example, taking photos. And that may be the case due to bad maintenance. Cluster bombs are even worse. When they are falling down, just imagine 446 small bombs, small mines, they cover big territory, everything explodes, everything is destroyed, so the coverage area is definitely larger, and if they are used against civilians, they may even operate and explode later. So do not take them, do not touch them, because it can still work later, and in case it does not explode the moment it lands, it can explode later. Such cluster bombs were used in Kharkiv. So if you were watching some videos or photos, you could have seen actually those small holes, and it turned out, it looked as if there were 4 or 5 rockets. No, these were these cluster bombs. The same was in the center of Kharkiv. You saw this awful video that the whole street has exploded. Actually, it was the case when there were lots of cluster bombs exploding there. So as a result, we have very big destructions. Something hopeful. The European Investment Bank will give to the state budget of Ukraine 639 million euros from other projects. This has been reported by the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal. He stated that the Ukrainian state is holding negotiations with all other countries about financial assistance to Ukraine, and this 639 million euros will be given to the state budget of Ukraine. There are special schemes and mechanisms how it will happen. Denis Shmyhal said that the profile ministries are already authorized to open 4 accounts, and these 4 accounts will take money from both the people, physical entities and legal entities from Ukraine and abroad. Denis Shmyhal says that we are talking about Economy Restoration and Transformation Fund, Small Business Restoration Enterprise, Property Restoration Fund, and what kind of funds we are talking about? We are talking about funds that will be used to restore the property of people who were affected. So this will be some compensations, and the fund will also be used to pay off the state debt. And the Prime Minister said that the military condition economy presupposes performing and fulfilling certain necessities, and we are talking about state orders necessary during the military condition. And we are talking not only about weaponry, but also about food, medications, fuel, etc. And the Prime Minister has already stated that we do not export, we limited export of some socially important
foods, and control over food supply is one of the priorities of the Ministry of Economy.
Локальний рівень,
Talking
то
about the
тут
local
і
level,
постачання
we
продуктів в
are
магазинах,
talking
і
about
обмеження
food supply
цін на
to the
деякі
shops,
товари, бо так як дехто собі дозволяє в умовах війни підіймати ціни і спекулювати, то за цим всім мало би контролювати Міністерство економіки і карати за такі дії.
Я два моменти повідомлю. Перше, ми з дружиною переписуємося. Хтось з вас вже бачив цю переписку. Вона мені скинула, що сьогодні валюту можна і продати, і купити. І я вам скажу, що вона стільки сильно впала. Тобто мінус цей тиждень, якщо долар брати, це мінус 9 гривень. Це менше гривня в день. Тобто Кабмін, видно, що контролює ситуацію. Нацбанк контролює. Вся ця допомога, яка йде, вона зрозуміло, куди які напрямки, що економіка працює, немає катастрофи. Не варто все скуповувати масово. Не варто вже кричати, що все розвалилося. Треба врахувати, що частина країни, де багато заводів не працюють, і це логічно, це очікувано, але ситуація під контролем. Друге, паралельно домовлено, що ми сьогодні читали пост Яни Мицько про ситуацію на вокзалі і те, що відбувається з людьми, які сюди приїжджають, домовились. Яна Мицько прийде до нас протягом наступних 2 години в ефір, щоб ми дізналися, як і центр працює, тому що, бачите, культура поєдналася, працює в інші моменти. Львівський муніципальний мистецький центр замість виставок, замість обговорень, важливих і складних тем зараз допомагає людям. І також дізнаємося, що ж було вночі на вокзалі. Ми знаємо, що нас дивляться, можливо, і рекомендації, які будуть говорити волонтери, будуть враховані. А зараз ми маємо для вас важливий матеріал, особливо можете поширити там, де бойові дії. Всі хочуть знати, як коктейль смузі готувати. Наголошую тільки на тому, що це смузі пити не можна. Це смузі варто тільки кидати в сторону російської техніки. Але пам'ятайте про термін давності обов'язково. Як готувати термін давності, це життя відповідальності.
Термін придатності йдеться про коктейль Молотова, або, як ми вже його назвали, бандерівське смузі. Варять його останнім часом багато і на Львівщині. Маємо матеріал наших журналістів, як це роблять, і за яким рецептом.
Це одне із багатьох у Львові приміщень, де допомагають виготовляти для наших військових зброю. Тут багато різноманітних пляшок, бензину, автомобільного мастила, клейкої стрічки та бавовняної тканини. Якщо це все правильно скласти докупи, вийде небезпечна вибухова суміш, яка здатна зупиняти навіть танки та бронетранспортери. Рецепт найпростішого бандерівського смузі такий.
Ми додаємо 1/3 масла і 2/3 заповнюємо бензином. With petrol, but not till not the full bottle. There should be some air in the bottle. Then you should use some scotch around the neck of the bottle. And in this condition, it can be kept for several weeks. If you do not make it hermetic, it will be
Процес застосування такої зброї не складніший, ніж процес її виготовлення.
The process of manufacture is not very complicated. When you would like to use it, you just open it, you burn it, and you throw it. And believe me, it burns pretty well. There are different types of recipes, and as ingredients you may use some metal scraps, acetone, and all the other issues. So, but for example, you have some substance, penoplastic elements, it will dissolve there, and this substance will allow for it to be burning for a longer period of time, and therefore it will be good for tanks and for armored vehicles. In order to destroy this type of vehicle, you need about 5 Molotov cocktails. The most vulnerable places are ventilation, the wheels, etc. The most important is to hit the optic parts and the crates at the back.
Для виготовлення бандерівських смузі лише у Львові розгорнули понад півсотні підпільних точок. Місця розташування тримають в таємниці. На такому об'єкті одна людина може виготовляти до 100 порцій легкозаймистої суміші за день.
В кожному районі, що загалом у нас зберігається зараз близько 15 тисяч бандерівської смузі.
bottles, and logically 7,000 have already been sent to the front, and this is something that is known to us and is coordinated by us. But definitely there are people who are doing it themselves, who also assist the territorial defense and the policemen. It is important to throw the bottle in a proper way. It should be done with your hand being aside. It's necessary to hit the target directly.
На підмогу тим, хто зараз займається
виготовленням бандерівського смузі, прибули ще наші люди з-за кордону.
Some people from abroad have come to support them as well. The border guards informed that since the beginning of the full-fledged attack, more than 140,000 Ukrainians have got back home to Ukraine. So the border was crossed, not the border, but the western part of the state border over these 11 days has been crossed by 1,050,000 people. So the UN provides a different figure, 1.5 million, but according to the information provided by the border guard service, the figure is different over the last 11 days. And for departure, there were more than 900,000 people. You can see the statistics which we were speaking about. So according to the information of the State Border Guard Service, over 10 days, 900,000 people have left, of which about 700 are Ukrainian citizens and almost 134,000 are foreigners. And therefore, we still have 143,000 who have come back to Ukraine. And you remember the video with the guys crossing the western border of Ukraine, coming back to Ukraine. And when a journalist asks them why are they getting back, the answer was that they have come to defend their country, since they can't do this any other way. And also the State Border Guard Service reports on the humanitarian convoys brought to Ukraine. They claim that almost 2,500 vehicles and trucks with humanitarian aid have crossed the border, because our colleagues keep going on a daily basis. These are the colleagues from the territorial defense or some other volunteers. They go to the state border to pick the humanitarian aid, and really a lot of vehicles come up to our border, and you can see the testimony to this. And yesterday, you remember, we had the head of the humanitarian headquarters in Kopernika 17, Yuri Wisnik, and he has mentioned that there are much more vehicles coming, in particular from Poland, from the Czech Republic and other countries as well. Here you can see the label, what the humanitarian aid of Lviv Regional Military Administration looks like. If you can see the sign, this means that this is a registered truck with its own registration number, and there is a person responsible for every truck, and there will be also the description where and to whom this is brought. So please, we would ask the people staying on arbitrary block posts to let them go. And whenever I ask people who leave Lviv and go to the region, and when I ask them how many block posts they had to pass, they normally use some vulgar words, because that is really too much. In particular, there are a lot of people, there is a crowd around the block post. So we have only 25 registered block posts. They've been registered by the military administration, because a block post in the wartime is the fire position. This is the military unit and not just an arbitrary block post, because you need to know how to defend, how to protect against the machinery, the vehicles, or the weapons of the enemy. Telegram, you know, it's an interesting thing, so let me read a piece of news from Telegram, though I don't like it that much. That is the message of one of the heads of Much TV from Russia, a propaganda actor whom we have seen on Russian channels, and this is Tina Kondelaki, and she writes that no videos and no pictures from any cities could be trusted. Please trust only the channels which have never posted fakes. So is it the hint that you shouldn't be listening to the Russian channels at all, or what? Well, you know that there are a lot of Ukrainian actors and Ukrainian cultural figures addressing Tina Kandelaki and other Russians. She knows perfectly well what is happening in Ukraine. She knows Ukraine perfectly well because she has got information leakage from here. But when you work on the Russian propaganda channels and get about 8 million euros, right? So everything is clear. You want to trust your propaganda and not the truth. Here is some good piece of news from the Deputy Minister of Defense, Hanna Mahler. She always has good news. I like her page, right? Because when she faces people, that's always a good piece of news, kind of a positive, optimistic bombshell. She claims that 100,000 Ukrainians have got registered to the territorial defense forces, though the planned number would be supposed to be from 130 to 150,000 people in the wartime. And since we still have queues and lines at the commissariat, so we understand that on the 15th day of war, which will not come for Russians, we will already have 150,000 people. And this is not a temporary event. We have a law on national resistance, national opposition, but it's clear that after the war we'll somehow regulate it better and prescribe all the rules of the game and all the duties, and everybody will clearly know what he or she has to do, because now the territorial defense of Lviv are already serving in service, but some of them are still being trained. These are the people who have never been at war or haven't had any military actions, because you cannot leave people, untrained people, go to the military positions. And a person who has never held any weapons. Yeah, we have our Skype guest, Victor Bishchuk, a journalist, our colleague, the broadcast and interview correspondent in Перший Західний. Of course, it's on the Skype connection, but anyway, Victor, hello, glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. I'm happy to welcome the audience of Перший Західний. And Radio 1 as well. And let us check. So what is the frequency at which you could be listening to us in Lviv and in Brode? In Lviv it is 78.2. Great. That's true. So getting back to our topic, you know, we've just discussed with Stanislaw how people are trained. I mean, the people who have never had weapons in their hands and who have become members of the territorial defense. We are not asking you where you are now, but when we told some people that you have joined the territorial defense and you're ready to defend the state, everyone started asking us whether you have anything, all the essentials that you need. Probably you need some socks or anything else. Please let us know what is your experience, what is necessary from ordinary residents of our region. Do you have all the essentials, or do you need any additional help? Well, so far we've got everything we need. Yeah, I was listening to your interview and to your talk, and you mentioned that territorial defense guys are now being trained, which means that they are not being sent to the front. So what we need now is the things that have been provided to us, and my great thanks go to the volunteers and to the businessmen of Lviv and Lviv region who really provide us with food, with clothes, and you know, the food is really tasty. Let's hope that Olena, your wife, is not listening to you, right? Because of course only she can cook food in a very good way. If my husband says anything like that, I would never cook anything more for him. Of course it's a joke, but to be serious, as for now, for the stage at which we are now, I mean me and my fellows, we have everything we need. The clothes, the uniform, the ammunition, and I'm really grateful to the people who have provided all these things to us. There has been a lot of information about territorial defense, so are these the guys, I mean, is it enough or no? Please, if you could repeat, because I haven't heard you. I mean, whether we have enough volunteers getting registered in the territorial defense forces. You know, I still get a lot of calls with people being envy of my getting registered on the very first days of the war to the territorial defense forces. There are a lot of people willing to get registered in the territorial defense forces, and I know that both yesterday and today people still complain that their contact data is being taken and they are sent home because there is no vacancy, so to say. And some people even ask me whom do they have to bribe to be taken to the territorial defense. So please tell, why have you been taken? Why have you been registered? We are now staying without you, which is not easy. You know, guys tell that you need to have some military experience, you have to know how to handle weapons, you must have some good connections or what? Well, I just came in advance. I mean, I got registered during my first visit to the center. It was 3 weeks before the large-scale attack, so I had all the documents ready, so I guess that this is the reason for that. But I know that the people who are addressing the center now are just being taken their contact data, but when there is a need for that, they will also be summoned. What are you doing now? Just exercising? Yeah. Accelerated tactic medicine, firing exercises. And I heard Stanislav saying that recruiters will not be sent to the front line, and that's what we have been said. And really, nobody is taken right away to the front line. We are having some exercises, and only after that, probably, if there is a need for that, we will be ready to start performing our duties in the combat areas. Well, I can only tell you that, or rather wish you good luck. Of course, we are very much concerned about your fate, but please don't think that you have just skipped your job and we are doing this instead of you. And you know, tomorrow you could get into contact with our producer to tell what interview you're going to record on Friday. You know, I've got acquainted with a lot of interesting people here, and I've already got a short list of the people I'm going to invite after our victory, which I hope is going to happen soon. Thank you, Irina. Thank you, Stas. Sorry for the fact that you have to perform my duties because I was supposed to be in the studio. And thank you, dear Lviv residents, for your support. Viktor Bishchuk, a journalist, broadcast interview correspondent in PERШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ, who got registered in the territorial defense forces. He has enough food. He has all the necessary clothes, so everything is all right. And he's ready to perform his duties. We are also passing their greetings to Olena, his wife. And you know, Olena, definitely the fact that we mentioned about the food, that was uncontrolled emotion. Don't trust this. Don't take this into account. So, see you. That was the last mistake that he made in his marital life. So, 2 videos. One from Mikhailivka, Zaporizhzhia region, where we can see that people have also gone into the streets to stand face to face with the Russian soldiers, saying where they should go with Ukrainian flags. And even on the 11th day, I must say that availability of the Ukrainian flag is a clear identification of yourself as a Ukrainian, and not what we saw in 2014 when people said that I'm from Donetsk, I'm from Luhansk, I'm from the Crimea. So people identify themselves with Ukraine, which is a much, much deeper thing. And they, even when they go do this, they go beyond their inhabited settlements. I know that there was a firing at this village, and on the first days the people were staying in their basements, but now they understand how important it is to go to the streets. And there is another video, since we often speak about the reaction of Russians, and here is the law enforcement officer who is ready to fight for Ukraine now. We had such people in 2014, and we have such people now. The security service will definitely check everything, verify what the situation is, but the man claims that he is staying here because his would-be wife here. And I also had Misha, an acquaintance of mine who was older than me, who said that I'm a Russian, but I will die for Ukraine. I'm Polishchuk Dmitry Petrovich, the captain of police of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia, retired. I served the state of Russia for 15 years, but now I'm staying in the territory of Ukraine, and I cannot be watching those atrocities which are happening due to the military men of the Russian army. I cannot see how they're using heavy weapons to fire and shell hospitals, kindergarten, schools, residential quarters, and I'm really ashamed of having anything to do with the military men of Russia. Putin giving such orders is a terrorist, and he must be brought to international tribunal. I don't want to have anything that links me to the law enforcement agencies of the Russian Federation. This is my retirement certificate of the representative of employee of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia. This is my passport of the citizen of the Russian Federation, my passport. And also here is my military card. You can see my surname there. And now I will start defending the Ukrainian people, and I will enter the territorial defense forces. Let's get back to the studio of Перший Західний, and let's discuss something that we have started discussing. The Lviv military administration has started actively working on the international level, but already not protecting, but so to say attacking the international community. Since you know there are a lot of foreign representatives in Lviv now, we have some information from the military administration. Maxim Kozitsky, the chairman of the administration, has had a meeting with the delegation from Lithuania, headed by their ambassador, extraordinary plenipotentiary Valdemar Sarapilov, and they discussed the issue of Russian war, Ukrainian defense, and the Lithuanian side has stressed that Ukraine is its closest partner and they do support our country. They said that they are proud of our state, and on our behalf, we as the military administration of Lviv have expressed our gratitude to the Lithuanians for permanent support, in particular in the wartime, and for their humanitarian aid. Also, Maxim Kozitsky had a meeting with the representative of Italy, to be more specific, with the ambassador, extraordinary plenipotentiary of Italy in Ukraine, Piero Francesco Zazzo, and the talk was even more effective since Italy has decided that it would be ready to accept some categories of children from Ukraine for temporary residence, and that was the subject of their talk. And we speak about children with orphan diseases, as well as children orphans and children with oncologies.
таких діток приймає Польща.
These children already hosted by children, and during this meeting, Maksim Kozycki stressed that there is an urgent need for providing the residents of the region and displaced persons with insulin, because in the peaceful times, the state was applying the territorial principle for free of charge provision of insulin in drugstores, but the reserves, the stock that we have in our drugstores are the drugs for some 1 or 2 weeks, and that's why the Italian representative was asked to somehow settle this problem. And the latest meeting was the meeting with the head of the committee of the Chamber for International Affairs, Gregory Mix, and Maksim Kozycki discussed with him the issue of having a no-fly zone about Ukraine, and he added that the international petition to NATO has been signed by more than 1 million people. We have been mentioning hospitals, HCPs, and in Okhmedits they keep having surgeries, though it's very difficult because today in Kyiv, about the children's hospital Okhmedit, a cruise missile was fired at, and the doors were broken, the window was broken, so they are trying to evacuate children, but doctors keep doing surgery, and this is another piece of evidence for Hague that Russians are firing at civilians. The Ukrainian railway station is also trying to arrange the process. They have launched the service, logistics service, Humanitarian aid, and the figures are 583,000 in passenger carriages and about 500,000 in cargo carriages. That is the data for yesterday. Please sign their Telegram channel. And here is their comment of a lady who lived for a week in the subway. These are also some of the acquaintances that have come to Lviv. We wouldn't show their faces because people are still under stress, still in shock. They don't know what to do next. And generally, to be objective, we must say that we tried to ask many displaced persons to give interviews, but we should be on their side and understand that people have really gone through hell, through complicated mental, physical situation, and they had to stay for about 4 or 5 days in trains under fire. That's why we are asking people to at least tell us about the situation by the phone. This is important not only because we want to try to give some exclusive stories, but we want to have a lot of records. And if you have been staying in the combat area, please take a phone and record the information and emotions on your dictaphone, because a month or 2 later, the overall situation will already affect your evidence. But this evidence is going to be of interest not only for you and your children and grandchildren, but for Hague as well. So let's listen to this. So on the first day of war, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how serious that was going to be, how complicated it would be. I had I was staying in the corridor over the first night, staying with my cat, with my suitcase, and some food. But it was not understandable what was to be done, and I was afraid of going to the basement of the building, because definitely there was too little air there, and if the building was destroyed, I would die. So we decided to cooperate with my colleague and to go to the subway. By the way, the blog Готовий до всього, ready for everything, had helped us. This is the Telegram bot. So on the second night, we went to the subway where all the people were staying with their cats and dogs, and I would say that 90% of of these people had their pets with them, and we somehow managed to find places for us. It's really important, you know, to take warm clothes, all the drugs. It's really important to follow the rules, because if the curfew becomes longer or there is a heart attack of a person, well, you need to somehow react. You're looking for any drugs to help this person. We stayed there for a week. On the first days, I was generally not understanding what was happening, what was supposed to be done there. You don't see the sunlight. You don't know what day it is, what time of the day it is, and the lights were put off for us to sleep in the night time, and it was very difficult. The problem was that it's really difficult to charge phones because there's only one charging device, and it's important to have some food and some water, because it's not clear for how long you're going to stay there and whether there will come any food help or water help. So on staying there during a week, we understood that the only advantage was that we were safe. No more advantages in this situation, because that was really great discomfort in all areas. Restricted and limited mobile connection, it was very cold, it was very inconvenient, a lot of people, it was loud, noisy, and it was difficult from the psychological point of view, since we felt some guilt. We were safe, and we were not helping with anything, and in order to be useful, we decided to leave the subway and to go to the group shelter. Then we were evacuated from Kyiv to stay safe and to start helping people. Let's get back to the studio. You had a chance to listen to the audio record from a Kyiv lady who moved to Lviv after she had been staying in the subway for almost a week. You know that the subway is now used as a shelter from bombs. There are a lot of stories like this, and each of us, even in PERШИЙ ЗАХІДНИЙ, knows people who try to help displaced persons from other regions for them to get some accommodation in Lviv region, or in some other regions, or even abroad. Each of us doing something to help. Each of us is a volunteer who has already provided shelter or found shelter for a certain family, a certain people. And we are monitoring the situation, and we know that such stories will later be considered by the Hague Tribunal, because each of this story will make a fragment for the condemnation, for convicting the Russian Federation for the crimes against the Ukrainian people and even against the whole humanity, doing the genocide of the Ukrainian people. So we will have the break, since we are waiting for our guests, a representative of the military administration, Vitaly Zahaidny, and the representative of the center, which has been mentioned by Stanislav, and we'll get back after the break together with our guests.
Ще 10 днів тому у цих місцях виступали артисти, відправляли літургії та влаштовували фотосесії. А сьогодні львівські театри, храми та сучасні фотостудії стали прихистком для тимчасових гостей. Замість вистав на сцені театру Леся Курбаса можна тепер побачити матраци. Театральні декорації використовують як ліжка, а посередині партеру – стіл, де можна поїсти. Актор театру, волонтер Андрій Водичев розповідає, що приймають колег із гарячих точок – акторів Київського театру «Березіль» та Харківського «Постскриптум».
Насправді ми тил. Там герої, хлопці б'ються за Україну. Ми мусимо принаймні хоча б це робити, щоб приймати людей, які потребують допомоги тут.
Львів'яни активно приносять необхідні речі, готують обіди й вечері. Також є душ. Прихисток у стінах театру віднайшла і сім'я Микити. Разом із мамою та маленькою сестричкою рятувалися від ракетних обстрілів поблизу їхнього будинку у Києві. Зараз почуваються у безпеці.
Честно говоря, ехали прямо в никуда. Вот, просто вокруг Киева слышны обстрелы.
падения этих ракет, и было принято решение мамой сразу ехать в Львов. Вчера приехали, это первая ночь тут в театре. Приняли очень хорошо. Вот сразу, как только вышли с вокзала, там есть пункты, где бесплатно кормят.
У випадку авіаційної тривоги працівники театру організували в підвалі спеціально обладнане бомбосховище.
Ці дзвіночки, які працюють в виставі «Благодарної еродії», тепер використовуємо для того, щоб якщо раптом щось, не дай Бог, станеться, то люди будуть в ці дзвіночки повідомляти, що тут хтось є. Засоби, які треба просто сказати про те, що ми тут є, наприклад. Ну, не дай Бог, цього не буде. Я вірю в це.
Підтримати ініціативу «Прихистити біженців» також вирішили і у Львівському театрі імені Марії Заньковецької, розповідає актор Андрій Петрук. Тут облаштували гуманітарний штаб для потреб військових та біженців.
Зібралися, думали спочатку своїми силами це все організовувати, якісь плести сітки, будь-що своїми силами, дали клич в інтернет, і за годину тут був повне фоє продуктів. Люди приносили все, що ми в списках просили і не просили.
На першому поверсі театру, наче у вулику, до процесу долучилися актори, працівники з цехів, медики, волонтери та студенти-інтерни. Вже сьомисують ліки та інші необхідні речі у коробки, плетуть сітки.
Перед тим вже було пару таких сіток, ми зробили. Хлопці теж, ви бачите, привозять і матеріали, і їжу, і все, що треба для воїнів. Бачите, приходять допомагати зовсім малечі.
Осторонь спільної біди не залишились і в храмі Святого Лазаря. Тут облаштували невеличкий прихисток хористи з капели «Додаток». Приймають жінок з дітьми. Для них облаштували 3 спальні, їдальню та санвузол. Небайдужі мешканці міста приносять сюди харчі, а гарячі обіди для матерів з малечою забезпечують волонтери з ресторанів.
Це є наш репетиційний клас нашої хорової капели. Зараз тут, що ви бачите, ми на станках помістили такі матраци і організували спальні місця для наших тимчасових гостей.
У храм по допомогу звернулась харків'янка Світлана з маленькою донечкою. На жаль, їхній дім під час обстрілів знищили.
Дай Бог, Господи, здравия и здоровья вашим волонтерам. Почему? Потому что такого теплого отношения я не встречала нигде и никогда. У нас здесь полный онклюзив. А на самом деле очень-очень теплые, добродушные люди. И даже если где-то видят какую-то слезинку материнскую или детскую, сразу же подходят, сразу же обнимают и пытаются с чайком, с мяткой, пытаются нашу боль пережить вместе с нами.
Для матерів із дітьми також облаштували 2 бомбосховища, які розташовані одразу за вівтарем. Прийняти гостей готові і в сучасній студії «Драбина», де раніше відбувалися масштабні фотосесії. Тут немає умов для довготермінового проживання та душу, але є все необхідне для ночівлі в теплі.
Сьогодні ночувало всередині десь там 35 людей, тому що деколи на одне місце 2 лягають. Просто як рахувати, там мама приїжджає з дитиною, ми їм даємо по суті одне місце, але сплять 2 людини.
Одна із прибулих гостей ще зовсім юна киянка Катя. Налякана дівчина приїхала сюди сама у пошуках безпечнішого місця.
Недалеко від нашого місця проживання сталися 2 вибухи, які мене досить налякали. Я почуваю себе в безпеці, тут дуже добре, тут дуже смачно годують і тут дуже добре відносяться до людей.
Ті, кого прихистили, вже й допомагають, стають волонтерами. Діана Мосора, Антон Лакіза, програма «Очі».
Вареники.
З картоплею.
Одну з найсимволічніших національних страв для тих, хто на варті нашої безпеки, готують працівники Центру профтехосвіти, що на вулиці Городоцькій у Львові. Класичними зі шкварками сьогодні готуватимуть чергових на блокпостах, а також біженців.
Варимо вареники, тоді на підноси остивають ці, і відра в нас є, і заливаємо навіть смальцем, і маємо на деякий період.
Ліпити пироги з картоплею для вчителів та техпрацівників закладу не новина. Вже 8 років поспіль куховарять для військових. Відправляють їжу на передову. Долучились і нині, страви відвозять в спеціальний штаб Звідти волонтери передають тим, хто потребує.
Вже дуже давно вареники ліпимо, навчилися їх ліпити, навіть тут вдосконалилися, і вони дуже виходять смачні.
За головного на кухні кремезний шеф Анатолій. Готують швидко і багато. Вже і підноси немає куди поставити. Але і це певнить не еталон роботи.
Я їх чую, що по нормах має бути 27 вареників зроблено за хвилину. Вони ще до того не доходять.
Крім вчителів історії української мови, на кухні і ті, хто чи не найбільше знає, як важливо, щоб військові були ситими і дужими. Наталія та Раїса з Києва. Жінки живуть у гуртожитку від училища, удень допомагають на кухні.
Нас тут приютили, ми тут проживаємо, з дочкою я приїхала. Ну і долучилася допомагати, вареники робити. Щось треба робити, не нудьгувати. Що можемо, то і допомагаємо так само.
В цей час ми не думаємо про те, що там іде. Для нас це психологічно теж дуже важливо. Тому дякуємо, що нас долучили. Аби люди поїли і було що їсти, звичайно, військовим в першу чергу.
Ті, хто знайшов тут прихисток, а це понад 170 осіб з різних регіонів України, можуть також і поїсти на кухні. Для них повноцінні прийоми їжі. Сьогодні ж на обід для родини з Донеччини суп, макарони, салат та найсмачніша страва, певнять.
Вареник вчорашній, дуже смачні були. Дуже смачні. З картоплею.
Це не передати. Турбота. Це турбота про інших людей. Це слово зворушливе не підходить. Дуже вдячний. Дуже. Якби був письменник, я б це написав поему чи роман, що в такі важкі часи зірка нації, зірка України, вона сіяє ярко. Я пишаю, що я українець.
Єлизавета Парубцова, Юрій Маковецький. Програма «Очі».
Заховані пам'ятки мистецтва. У Львові укріплюють скульптури та вітражі від можливого руйнування під час війни. Почали з найкрихкішого. Композиції зі скла захищають ДСП. Одні скульптури обмотують вогнетривкою тканиною та мінватою, яка пом'якшила падіння.
Інші скульптури ми часом захищаємо коробами. Ми проконсультувалися з фахівцями також з Польщі, яким чином таке робити. Вивчили досвід попередніх війн і, власне, виконуємо такі роботи. Не можу сказати якийсь один рецепт, бо на кожному об'єкті це є по-різному. Передовсім це є такий захист від удару.
Переповнені людьми, які тягнуть валізи вулиці, порожні класи шкіл та садки. Вже 10-й день Львів живе в режимі воєнного стану. У школах тривають двотижневі канікули. Нині у навчальні заклади поселяють вимушено переселених мешканців міст, які обстрілює ворог. Припинили освітній процес також у львівських дитсадках. По-іншому в особливий період працюють міські медзаклади. По консультацію до сімейного лікаря медики радять звертатися телефоном. Відвідати лікарський кабінет можна за попереднім записом. У поліклінічних пунктах вакцинації приймають у звичному режимі, однак із незвичним переліком щеплень.
Планова госпіталізація та планова консультація відмінені. Однак, якщо пацієнт має хронічне захворювання і це може призвести до погіршення стану, то, звичайно, що такі пацієнти консультуються, вони госпіталізуються і їм надається медична допомога. Ми тільки залишили вакцинацію від ковід, решту вакцинації планові ми призупинили.
Призупинили роботу або ж перепрофілювались і заклади харчування. Чи не на кожних дверях у центрі міста оголошення «Нагодуємо, прихистимо». Львів більше не пахне кавою. Чимало кав'ярень зачинені. Більшість ресторанів не приймає відвідувачів. Мовляв, кухарі готують їжу для біженців та тероборонівців.
Ми зараз не працюємо на відкритті для обслуговування клієнтів тільки по тій причині, що працюємо для потреб волонтерів, потреб війська. Варимо, в казані їсти більше, ніж для 100 чоловік. От вчора варили чинахи їм, перечора бограч. Надіємо, що запрацюємо, звичайно, коли переможемо. А перемога за нами.
Магазини, банки клієнтів приймають, однак приходьте заздалегідь, бо час роботи скорочений. В місті оголошена комендантська година. Скоротили і кількість громадського транспорту. Відтак, на маршруті, до прикладу, 6А замість 8-9 транспортних засобів сьогодні курсує 4. Решта автобусів задіяна в перевезенні дітей. Тетяна Діях, Юрій Кісь, програма «Очі».
Допомога для тих, хто годинами стоїть у черзі на Львівському залізничному вокзалі, хто більше не має житла або ж втратив найближчих. У будівлі працює медико-психологічний штаб. Лікарі разом з волонтерами, також працівниками кризової служби Львова готові рятувати кожного, хто панікує опісля жахливих кадрів війни або простоювання у багатотисячних чергах.
Чесно кажучи, тут є дуже критична ситуація, тому що насправді приїжджають люди, які шукають задоволення своїх базових потреб. Так? Вони не мають мешкання, вони мають такі великі переживання втрати дому, втрати близьких. Не всі будуть звертатися, навіть коли, на думку фахівців, вони потребуватимуть допомоги. Так? Тому що люди часто не розуміють особливості свого психічного стану.
Позмінно психологи разом з небайдужими містянами працюють у парі, шукають тих, хто потенційно потребує підтримки. Розмова, хоч і неповноцінний курс терапії, та все ж може допомогти повернутись із апатичного стану та нагадати про потребу задоволення базових потреб.
Протягом доби, а ми працюємо круглодобово, працюємо 2 зміни, 12 по 12, ми маємо не менше, ніж 100 людей. Пара входить до години часу. Основна задача, ми розбиваємо їх по квадратах, розподіляємо по парах. Вони підходять до всіх людей, які стоять в черзі. Часом стоять 6 годин, часом стоять 8 годин, часом стоять більше, для того, щоб людині допомогти.
Працюють на місці лікарі, які мають змогу провести огляд або ж надати першу домедичну допомогу. Медико-психологічний штаб працює на 2-му поверсі Львівського залізничного вокзалу і готовий прийняти усіх охочих.
Це одне із багатьох у Львові приміщень, де допомагають виготовляти для наших військових зброю. Тут багато різноманітних пляшок, бензину, автомобільного мастила, клейкої стрічки та бавовняної тканини. Якщо це все правильно скласти докупи, вийде небезпечна вибухова суміш, яка здатна зупиняти навіть танки та бронетранспортери. Рецепт найпростішого бандерівського смузі такий.
Максимум ось це є 3/3. Ми додаємо 1/3 масла і 2/3 заповнюємо бензином. Але не до кінця, не по саме горлышку, щоб мала сама пляшка і ціла консистенція суміш мала люфт.
Після цього горловину пляшки слід герметично обмотати клейкою стрічкою, аби суміш не випаровувалася. В такому вигляді вона може зберігатися навіть декілька тижнів. Якщо ж тару не герметизувати, властивості коктейлю зберігатимуться лише 2-3 дні.
У нас є готова бандерівська смузинка, як ми її називаємо з хлопцями.
Процес застосування такої зброї не складніший, ніж процес її виготовлення.
Ми витягуємо фітіль, беремо будь-який гострий предмет, пробиваємо, намочуємо фітіль, підпалюємо, кидаємо ворожу техніку. Буде прекрасно горіти. Буде в Кремлі видно, як їхня техніка горить.
Рецептів для виготовлення запального смузі дуже багато. Як інгредієнти можна використовувати металеву стружку, сріблянку, ацетон із пінопластом. Кожна речовина по-своєму небезпечна і розрахована на різні завдання.
Коли закидуєте безпосередньо пінопласт і заливаєте ацетоном, весь пінопласт він розчиняється. І, власне, оця суміш пінопласт плюс ацетон дозволяє, власне, бандерівському смузі горіти ще сильніше і ще довше. Тому такі смузі, вони йдуть більше на таку техніку, як БТРи та танки, які треба дуже довго, щоб вони погоріли.
До слова, аби знищити бронетранспортер, потрібно застосувати орієнтовно 5 коктейлів Молотова. Найвразливіші місця цієї машини – вентиляція, вікна, люки, гумові колеса і башта. На танк піде трохи більше пляшок – 10. Головне – потрапити вибуховою сумішчю в оптичні прилади чи вентиляційні решітки позаду башти. Для виготовлення бандерівських смузі лише у Львові розгорнули понад 50 підпільних точок. Місця розташування тримають в таємниці. На такому об'єкті одна людина може виготовляти до 100 порцій легкозаймистої суміші за день.
В кожному районі, якщо загалом, це у нас зберігається зараз близько 15 тисяч бандерівських смузі. Відповідно, 7 тисяч ми вже відправили на гарячі точки. Це якраз суто ті, про які знаємо ми, які ми координуємо. Звичайно, що є люди, є мешканці міста Львова, які самовільно це роблять, які також допомагають і теробороні, і поліції, і військовим.
Також важливо правильно кинути пляшку. Це потрібно робити сильно і не над головою, а витягнутою в бік рукою. Таким чином можна не поранитися і потрапити прямісінько в ціль.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір. ТРК «Перший Західний». Говоримо про те, що відбувається на фронті в Україні, в різних регіонах, зокрема на Львівщині. У нас є гостя в студії.
We are back on air. We have our guest in the studio. We were reading her post about a couple of hours ago. This is Яна Віцько, who is the head of the Municipal Arts Center. No, it's definitely not the Art Center. This is Municipal Communal Room. So what do you do? But we thought that the war would be more of ideological character. We thought we would probably have some rooms for artists to rehabilitate, to network with local people. But when the morning came, we changed. We started running about the house. We were thinking how we would host people in our gallery. I understood we had to do it. And during the first week, we were sort of a shelter. We did not have any shower. Therefore, we cannot provide long-term accommodation. So this is the temporary place, and then they leave. So we transformed our art center into the place of psychological support, where you can stay for several hours. There are lots of people who come here, and they understand that their houses in eastern Ukraine have already been destroyed. Their friends are abroad, or their friends have been killed. So now this is the psychological front we are present at. So what we try to do now is to preserve psychological comfort of people who arrive. We provide them with information. And there is one more initiative of ours I'm very much excited about. There are about 12 or 15 cars that can actually give a lift to people from the railway station to any other places. Yes, this is something I have been through today. What has happened today, it was very emotional. So what happened during this night? We understood that we do not have any place to put people in. Usually we give a lift to people, to their friends, and some people just ask for any shelter, and we brought them to local administrations or to the stadium around Lviv. And yesterday we were said, okay, do not bring people to us, there is no place, there is no space for them, and we didn't know what to do. And by making several calls in the morning, I understood, well, that's it. There is no space in Lviv to welcome so many people who arrived yesterday. I understand that lots of them will leave Ukraine, but still lots of them will settle here. And we have to understand how we are going to advertise our region in future. This is the point when we understand that tourism will be on top in Lviv. And Drohobych, Zhovkva, Zolochiv definitely have to make their contribution. Did we have so many trains, or it was just one big train from Kharkiv? Probably it was just the time coincidence that the trains, logistic trains that were approaching Lviv came at once, and there were huge crowds of people that night. And again, people tried to scare us, saying this is just the beginning. The logistic of trains has been changed, and Lviv probably will not be the final point. Well, for some trains, definitely Lviv is a transit point. These trains go to Poland, to Warsaw, and people ask, what should they do in Poland? Probably they are dreaming of living in Poland, but when they arrive there, they are at a loss. Definitely it's necessary to give them some shelter and some means. Well, in the evening I go back home when it is already dark, and in the morning I use the ways where there are some industrial facilities and the newly built houses. And I suspected that the capacities of Arena Lviv are not immense. sense, definitely there will be a point where we shall face this accommodation issue, lack of space. But we have lots of industrial facilities that may be easily probably requalify and transform the way you did to your art center. So this is actually the issue for the military and civil administration, how quick it can be done. There are capacities, there are opportunities here, but it's necessary to put there some beds, some restrooms. You have mentioned psychological support. Where do you take psychologists? Because actually these people should be good experts, good professionals. Every story is unique and there are some huge issues. For example, some people have lost their beloved ones and they come here and they don't know what to do. The most important thing is to have people who are ready to listen, who will give you a glass of water, who will probably try to hug you, but also we have the psychic support. For example, we already had people with post-traumatic syndrome. We had a man who had some suicidal attitudes, and well, we do have medical support and mental support, and that's really good. And those people who wanted to become psychotherapists and who wanted to attend some mental courses now will probably find lots of jobs. We are talking about real-life problems. We are talking about that case that happened between Russia and Ukraine. Who are those people in those areas? So this is the real situation, not the made one. We have this issue. We have people who call themselves psychologists, and they have to take on the front and to protect the mental abilities of those people who come here. So this psychological support is really important. How to counteract the panic attack, how communicate to people who arrived from the combat zone. So we should know all these points. You have just one person there? No, we have lots of professionals and they work in shifts, 2 or 3 people in a shift. Our center is functioning 24/7. At night we have call center, our IT staff and legal people drive these 12 or 15 cars I was talking about. So, well, when I heard what can be done and that it is possible to take special driving permits for the cars, because probably we would need to go during the curfew hour, and we registered 12 cars, and it was the day when the permits were not given anymore, and there were lots of complaints of people who said how could they leave the railway stations, and there were calls, for example, of people who were at the railway station being ill, being pregnant, and the taxi drivers were demanding very high prices, and we as volunteers understood that we could help these people, and therefore we organized this activity. We took these phone calls throughout a week, and we were trying to save those who needed a drive from the railway station. And then our number was given to all the different centers, and it turned out that we were almost just one organization that was evacuating people, giving a drive to people from the railway station. Well, I had to actually take my relative from the railway station, and I asked her to stay, to wait for me, and she said, no, there are some offers. Well, this is very interesting communication who actually compiled these directories. They are not interested whose numbers are these. This is the center of call center, but this is the phone number of call center, but also, for example, the phone number of our staff, of our person was given, and now her telephone is at any flyers, any directories. Okay, how many people do you manage to work with? More than 1,000 calls. And there are some calls saying, okay, I need to go to the border. We try to say that we deliver people to Lviv, to the checkpoints. For example, tonight we gave a drive to more than 200 people, to the 200 families. We saved those kids and moms who actually were thrown out of the car at 5 o'clock in the morning, and they were walking on foot to Lviv. So this is the curfew hour, and you know, these are checkpoints. This is the second story I already hear. The same story was said by one of my relatives. He is also bringing people to the border, and also he is delivering humanitarian aid to our centers here. It was the same story. The drivers, they were actually about 4 or 6 persons, and the driver didn't want to go to the very border 5 or 6 kilometers and actually asked them to leave the car. And when my relative stopped and said, I'll give you a lift, they say, well, it's very close here. And he said, no, it's not close. It's about 5 kilometers. Just imagine, 4 a.m. night, a 2-year-old child who is walking to the border. So it means that you should think very carefully about your efforts, whether you can do it or not. There are lots of people who came to us and were assisting us during the first days free of charge, and then they start asking money, 4,000 hryvnias. And people pay because they do not have any other way out. So this conmen, these very people who would like to make profits at any case. Well, who are your drivers? Our drivers are our people, IT people, the cook chefs, the artists who work in our centers, the lawyers. Well, the drivers do not want to take any money, even for fuel, for petrol. They actually share all the resources. You know how it's done in Ukraine when it's necessary. We have food, we have some humanitarian aid, what we need, probably some toothbrush or something of the kind. Well, what we need probably are some cookies. Probably you really voice what you need. I'm from the night shift and I cannot tell right now what we need. Okay, just think what you need, write to me, and then I will announce it here in our program. What we need, the permits. So it's okay if we can be given the permits. So the regional council didn't give us the permits we needed, but later they gave, and we managed to employ even more drivers. So probably the drivers is something you need. Well, everybody can be a driver in this city. So there are 2 ways, either to get a permit in Lviv City Council or Lviv City and Military Administration. No, not only civil and military administration. But so far, if you have the permit already, and if you are a driver and you have the possibility to give people a lift, there are contacts we can give you. So I have a dream, actually. I got acquainted with the head of evacuation point at the railway station. His name is Denis. Denis, hello to you. I asked them to organize probably a couple of buses going regular routes all over the city, because, well, some people just have to go to their relatives, and it will be a bit easier, because as a result, our drivers just walk around the railway station. People are disoriented, people do not understand what's going on, so our drivers take these people to their cars and bring them where people need to go. Some drivers even take these people to their own houses, to their own flats, and this is really sad. Well, here probably we need to use the resources of local communities. So if you say that everything is packed in Lviv, schools, kindergartens, the municipal institutions, then probably we can find some space, some flats nearby, in nearby villages, in nearby towns, in nearby local communities. Well, the final destination is Lviv. Lviv is dealing with this load. People in Lviv are really engaged, while local rural communities are a bit detached. Well, it is really probable that this policy will be good for Russia, because their primary goal now is to create humanitarian crisis in big towns and cities. If Lviv does not tackle this number of people, it will really maybe transformed into humanitarian crisis. Well, really, we can prolong our zone to Stryj or Truskavets, maybe as hub, and we may deliver people to Uzhhorod, to the border, by, for example, rural trains to Mukachevo, and then we can agree or make some agreements with the European countries. Yesterday we had some statistics at the border, and there are no queues at Slovakia, Hungarian border, so they may tackle with it. So today we have the program where we actually put down the tasks for military and civil administration. And I also have another issue to discuss. There are people who here are working 100%. So, for example, the drivers who not only take people from the railway station, but, for example, even take these people to their own flats. There are people who make profits on it. Well, that's the case. We are honest about it. And there are also people who still have life as usual. What do you think? How many such people do we have? Well, there is lots of information, therefore it is very difficult to be detached and not to be engaged, particularly in Lviv. There are lots of stories about people having some barbecues and some celebrations. Well, I think that such people will not be comfortable here. They will leave our country anyway. And those people who do not want to get any information probably are not interested in state formation, nation shaping, and I doubt that they will feel comfortable in our state. And I think sooner or later they will leave the country. Well, at least we are happy if we communicate with all those people who are working at our TV channel and all our acquaintances, then we are living in the environment when we do not have a single person like that. There are no people who are just staying at home or watching TV and who do not host the refugees and displaced people. And that's really good that we have such people as you who are working at night, who are working during the day, definitely have your own working commitments, for example, to support your center, to plan any activities for the future. Thank you very much, Lana, for working here, for doing whatever you are doing. Thank you for coming here. This is really the complicated period, but we give all the tasks to military and civil administration. And now we have the address of Irina Vereshchuk about humanitarian crisis and green corridors, which unfortunately have not been opened today for the population in combat zone, particularly in Mariupol and Volnovakha.
Шановні українці,
Dear people of Ukraine, as you probably know, we've been trying to open humanitarian green corridor, and it had to be Mariupol today. The Russians betrayed us again, so they didn't make it possible to open this humanitarian corridor. Last night, we made arrangements so that the corridor had to be open and people had to leave combat zone between 11 and 12. 9:20, they started shelling the region again. Humanitarian corridor has never been opened. We organized humanitarian convoy that delivered humanitarian aid from Zaporizhzhia to Mariupol. There were 8 trucks with medication and food, 30 buses that had to take women, children and seniors from Mariupol to safe haven. Unfortunately, it never happened because Russians cynically opened the fire and they didn't allow humanitarian convoy to pass. I have to state that today we failed to open humanitarian corridor because of the shelling and fire from the Russian side. I'd like to talk about the problem of foreign students. These are hundreds of people from India, China, Turkey, Pakistan and other countries. More than 2,000 students from overseas who suffer from hunger, severe weather conditions, and together with Ukrainian students, women, children, seniors, they are not able to leave the combat region and they suffer from the aggressive position of Russia. My question is to their embassies and the representatives of the government of Turkey, China, India. We've been in touch with you all night, and we were talking about the possible evacuation plan for your citizens. Today we had a talk, Mr. Erdogan had a talk with Putin. Does Mr. Erdogan know that 70 people from Turkey couldn't leave combat zone together with thousands of people from Mariupol, so they couldn't leave this zone. They are hiding there. They are in despair and they couldn't leave and they couldn't survive. Do the decision makers know that they have to do something so that Putin does not show the atrocities on the civil population? The whole world has to answer the question, what's happening? We've been trying to help Chinese students. I'm in constant negotiation process with the ambassador of China to Ukraine. We were trying to arrange a humanitarian corridor for Chinese students from Sumy. They have been scared and they are distressed. Now, my appeal is to the government of China. What should we do so that together we understand that there are no people of China, no people of Turkey, no people of Ukraine. So nationality doesn't matter these days. So these people have to be given help. We have to help everybody the way we can and as much as we can, because we care for the life of each and every person, no matter what country they represent. You, the leaders of modern civilized world, you see how your citizens suffer in other countries, how they're being killed. You can't do anything. You can't unite your efforts and tell Putin that it's not the way the world is organized. You have to explain to the mothers of those students that are waiting for them at home, and they don't understand why their countries, who claim to be powerful and big and strong, can't save their own citizens. We passed information to the Russian Federation saying that the convoy that had to head from Mariupol to Zaporizhia, there were foreign citizens. We sent the note to the Turkish ambassador. We exchanged all formal documents necessary in order to help save lives of your people. Mr. Erdogan, Mr. Xi Jinping and others, what shall we do together? We are going to appeal to the rest of the civilized world, and we want them to say a clear no to Putin's aggression that's killing you and your citizens. Dear citizens of the free world, we have to say yes to humanitarian corridor because it's important to save lives of your people. Let's unite our efforts. Let's do something so that tomorrow, starting from tomorrow, the humanitarian corridor is open not only in Mariupol, not only because you want to save the lives of your students. Our people suffer too. We all suffer. My appeal goes again to the leaders of free world, leaders that believe that their countries are strong and powerful and they are reputable politicians. So let's unite our efforts. Let's do everything to stop Putin. Only together we can stop the evil. If you understand this, I believe that we have the chance to stop this war. We do what we need to do. Glory to Ukraine.
Повертаємося у прямий ефір, розказуємо про те,
We
що
are
відбувається
back
у Львові, на Львівщині,
on air.
на фронті та в Україні і за кордоном.
We are filling you in on the latest details, latest news.
Каву до них, Стефаника 11, підносити для того, щоб люди, які туди приїжджають вночі на 3-4 години.
There is a humanitarian center operating 24/7, and if you have a chance to help, you are welcome to join the volunteers. Irpin, the gas supply was cut off for the whole city because the gas pipe was damaged by the missile. We are still trying to figure out the direction of the missile that hit Vinnytsia airdrome. Yuri Ignat said that chances are that it flew from Moldova. To be more precise, it's Transnistrian region. The Ministry of Defense of Moldova disclaimed this information. They say that they don't have cruise missiles in Transnistria. They only have Grad, and the distance it can hit is 20 kilometers. Moldova says that most likely it was from Black Sea territorial waters, and it was done by the Russian Federation Navy. We had a guest in our studio. She represented Lviv Municipal Arts Center. She said that there are a lot of logistic needs in the railway station. We still need to help deliver people from the railway station to apartments. And we also have information from Lviv Military Civilian Administration. There is a great need of goods of all sorts in humanitarian centers, humanitarian aid centers.
Щодо потреб військових, то це зовсім інша історія, нею займаються.
Military needs are provided by humanitarian centers organized by armed forces of Ukraine. Humanitarian center in Kopernika Street, they need medication, tourniquets, hemostatic bandages.
Передову військовим. Ще дуже потрібні керемати, каски,
mats,
спальнички,
helmets, sleeping bags, body armor and underwear. Food is in constant need. So food is necessary for the shelters with refugees. Do not bring any more female clothes because there is plenty of it. There are also the humanitarian center, the headquarters of humanitarian center is in Kopernika Street, but there are also district humanitarian centers, and if you are interested, you can find the information about each humanitarian center and its location in the website, on the website of Military Civilian Administration. Media encourage you not to panic. They urge you not to panic. And even if you read some distressful information, try to keep calm and try to analyze information, try to verify information. There is appeal to that's fake information, appeal to management and employees of military facilities of Ukraine that you have to leave those facilities immediately. So this is information in order to spread panic. Rubizhne railway tracks were damaged, one truck is on fire. A few people were injured. Russians are trying to spread disinformation, but we have to be prudent. Russia is trying to blackmail Ukraine, saying that the employees of military facilities should leave the facility immediately, otherwise they will suffer losses. But the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine have the information. They say that most likely Russia is going to shell and open fire in their own territories that are close to Ukrainian border. The question why they do this, it's just to excuse the aggression or maybe to explain the aggression of Russian Federation to Ukraine. They would destroy their own cities and then they would shift the blame on Ukrainians. The press service of the security National Bureau of Defense says that this was done deliberately. It is done deliberately so that the blame should be shifted to Ukrainians. Denis Shmyhal, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, made an announcement that he signed an official appeal to Great Britain, Canada, United States, Germany, France, Italy, Japan, asking to stop the membership, to terminate the membership of Russia and Belarus in International Monetary Fund because they violated their commitments and they started the policy of war. He appeals to those countries and he expects, we all hope, that that will be another damaging effect on the economy of Russia and Belarus. Should they ever claim any assistance, it will not be possible. And I believe that they will not get this assistance if they choose to continue their aggression. The Ministry of Defense of Ukraine say that that was premeditated war, so they were here to kill Ukrainians. They had no mercy to our people. And they say that they came to protect Luhansk and Donetsk, but we have a lot of seized documents and a lot of IDs proving the opposite. There is a lot of evidence proving the policy of Russia. We have collected a lot of evidence, including personal IDs, so that we can later identify the people who came to kill Ukrainians. Because once they die, they are just people without names. In Novokakhovka, there were protests, and Russians opened fire against peaceful protesters. We have a video footage, people protesting in Novokakhovka, and Russians opened fire against peaceful protesters. They thought that those people would meet them with flowers, but they met them with defiance and resistance.
Повертаємося до студії. Каховка протистоїть російським окупантам. Тим часом в
Novokakhovka is trying to resist the aggression of the occupiers. We have new statistics. According to the United Nations organization, more than 360 people died, civilians died, and more than 700 people were badly injured. The reason for death and injury was explosive devices, shelling, and open fire against peaceful population. This data has been verified and confirmed. 74 men, 64 women, 8 boys, and 6 girls died recently. 759 people were injured. According to United Nations data, 3 more children died today and another 5 were wounded. We have statistics by regions. Ukraine asks the Security Council of Ukraine to provide security to the hard infrastructure facilities, because Russia started destroying industrial facilities. This information we received from the deputy head of the presidential office, Andriy Sybiha. He said that chemical industry facilities and other economic sectors are in danger, and we need to provide protection and security to those facilities. Volodymyr Zelensky signed a decree today saying that there will be a legal group task force created, and they gather evidence that they can later provide in International Criminal Court in order to press charges against Russia and prove the crimes of genocide. We have a video that another helicopter was downed by Ukrainian anti-aircraft forces, and we also have video from Vinnytsia military airdrome. Most likely 90% of the, I'm 90% confident, and actually facts have it that it wasn't shelled from the side of Transnistria. They say that it was done from the southern part of Ukraine, from the territorial waters of the Black Sea. It was done by the rocket carrier Tu-160. There were 6 rockets that were launched, and they can be launched 5,000 kilometers at a 5,000 kilometers distance. The runway of this airdrome was under reconstruction. There were no military airplanes. The number of victims among civilian and military population is unknown. This information still needs confirmation. Preliminary information has it that 4 people were wounded. Please read only trustworthy and reputable resources. Even if you believe that the information is provided by an expert who is reputable, still please verify this information. We know that Russian Federation didn't make any updates in Transnistria region, so they didn't deliver any cutting-edge equipment. So all equipment that is there is terribly outdated. Most likely it wasn't ready for use. Therefore, please do not spread panic. Do not put additional pressure on Ukrainians, and do not involve, in theory, countries or republics or territories into the war by spreading false news. There was another initiative, let's raise funds in order to send Putin to Jupiter. We say you'd better raise funds in order to support armed forces of Ukraine and help restore damaged infrastructure, ruined infrastructure. $9 million have been raised in order to send Putin to Jupiter, Putin as the main terrorist on the planet. They say that there is information about the bunker where Putin is hiding, and people say that let's raise funds in order to buy concrete, reinforced concrete, in order to destroy the bunker where Putin is hiding. We were trying to do opinion poll among citizens of Lviv, asking them a question: what are you going to do after the war is over? They say, when Russians capitulate, we will unite our efforts, we will rebuild our countries. And people say that, yeah, I'd like to go and see the castle, I want to go to see the ballet in Odessa Opera House, or I'll visit the movie theater.
ми з'їздимо в Харків.
or I'll go to Kharkiv.
Підтримує і Міністерство культурної і інформаційної політики.
This initiative has been supported by the Ministry of Culture and Digital Transformation because it helps keep the spirits high. I am not a guest. I am one of the TV reporters, news reporters of this channel. The war is horrible, but there is good news because a few servicemen got married. A lot of children were born, even in bomb shelters.
Буде у вас кожного дня. Тут каже, кілька днів його не бачили. Де дівся Жукровський, що ви з ним зробили? Що робить Ярослав Жукровський останні дні?
Do you know what Yaroslav Zhukovsky is doing these days? Yaroslav Zhukovsky is our lawyer. And as you probably know, he has been involved in cooperation with Lviv State Administration. Soon we are going to have a guest in our studio. I'm doing what I can in order to help our army. Our previous guest was much humbler than our current guest. He at least asked, he waited for the questions to be asked. But you do not wait for the questions to be asked, but you offer the answers. Good news is that our servicemen get married and they share pictures in social networks. Babies are born. It means that the country keeps living life and we believe in peace. The documentation formalities in order to register marriage or birth of a child is simplified these days, so it doesn't take long to complete all the formalities. For example, if you want to get married, but you are from Kharkiv, you are in Lviv, and you have a baby that was born, and you want to register the documents of that baby, so you can go to the civil administration. You need your ID, you need your tax ID, you fill in the application form, and it takes 15 minutes, and then they can do the ceremony of marriage, or they can register your child. Can you do it in administration centers? You can apply to administration centers, service administration providers, but it should be done by state administration. The procedure has been simplified as much as possible. So you can get married in one day. I read some information on the Ministry of Justice website. And unfortunately, this website is not working. So, I mean, they do not provide such service these days because they are busy doing other things. What I'm trying to say is that if you want to get married, so you don't even have to pay for any fee that people usually have to pay. So now this service is free of charge. Once the war is over, we will all be happy. Maybe you can get married through DIA application that was developed by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. To be honest, a lot of services are now working on and off. But if you want to get married or if you want to register your child, these services work on and on. on. What sort of papers do you have to provide? You just provide the papers that the baby was born, and this paper is issued by the maternity hospital. So you have to have your ID, father's ID, and you can get your child registered. I believe that these days this registration has been simplified as much as possible. The Minister of Healthcare, Mr. Ляшко, tried to explain that there are a lot of procedures that have been simplified, even if previously you had to buy certain medication that was sold only upon showing the prescription, doctor's prescription. Now you can buy it over the counter. If you need to see a family physician, the procedure has also been simplified. I think this is good news, and we might get used to such simplified procedures even in peaceful time after the war is over, because no one likes formalities, no one likes bureaucracy. The question is about the weapon stores. They say that they're closed now, but a lot of people are waiting outside. Do you know what they are waiting for? Now, because of martial law, due to martial law, you can get simplified permit that would allow you to own, carry and use firearms. You have to provide doctor's statement, let's say that you are healthy and you are able to use firearms. Second, you need to take firearms training, and you need to provide a certificate of completing such training. The third, you need to get the permit to own, possess and carry firearms. And also you need to have a permit to keep the firearms in a safe place in your apartment. So you get all these permits, you take the training, you pay the duty, administrative duty. So 5 steps basically, and if you feel you need firearms, then get the papers ready, so all the permits ready, the permit of owning and carrying firearms, keeping firearms in a secure place, training, and also medical doctor's statement saying that you are healthy and capable of using firearms. According to me, all people have the right to protect themselves, their families, and their lives. And I believe that this firearms allows you to protect yourself. Yaroslav seems to be skeptical. I am against this simplified procedure that would allow you to possess and carry firearms. I think that we have National Guard, we have a civil defense unit, we have law enforcement agencies, so they are allowed to carry and use firearms. I understand you are against, but this is your subjective opinion. If this procedure has been accepted, if it is simplified, and if people now can get firearms using this simplified procedure, then we have to be law-obedient citizens and we have to follow all the procedures that have been approved. Recently we had a guest in our studio, and she is helping evacuate people from the railway station to different locations where people are offered shelter. There is a rule. At night time, you cannot go out. Only those who have special permits can use their private vehicles and they can give a ride to the shelters. Unfortunately, very few people have this permit, allowing you to drive your vehicle during the curfew hours. We understand that military civil administration cannot provide such permit to each and every citizen who needs to pick up their family or friends from the railway station. On the other side, we understand that people who arrived at night and they have young children, they can't wait until early morning before they are picked up and taken to a safe location. What should we do in such case? Curfew has been introduced for a reason, and everybody has to oblige and everybody has to follow the rules. If there is a possibility to get a special permit that would allow you to go out during the curfew hours, please do so. If there is no need, don't do that. So, because not everybody has to have this permit. I believe that it's not a big deal to wait until the curfew is over, because we cannot violate martial law rules. I understand you are now providing legal assistance and you work with the civil defense unit. I understand that according to mobilization rules and laws, young boys, let's say young men, aging 18, so they have to check in at the military office and they have to leave their credentials so that when, if need be, they can be conscripted and mobilized. Everybody who arrives in Lviv from other cities, so they have to be registered in military offices in accordance with the mobilization rules. So they have to do it within 24 hours. If they fail to do that, they violate legislation. People who arrive in Lviv, they change their location. During martial law, it's their direct duty. Should they fail to do that, so if they do not go to the military office and do not register, then they can be criminally liable. Men who can be mobilized, and who avoid this, who avoid checking in military offices, so they will be liable, criminally liable. Because this is the martial law, and these are the rules of martial law, and punishment will be severe for breaking the rules of martial law. If people are trying to misuse this situation, they will be punished. And people who arrived in Lviv, I want to emphasize again, male who arrived in Lviv and they age between 18 and 60, so they have to get registered in military offices, military registration offices. Also, it's important that everybody lives according to the rules that have been established at checkpoints. We also know that there were instances, for example, last night a few cars were evacuated from the railway station because people just leave their cars, they park their cars in no parking areas. Law enforcement has to keep doing their job because we understand that it's war, but it doesn't allow you, it doesn't give you the right to violate administrative rules.
Як зараз воєнний час?
What about utility bills? Do we have to pay them timely or can we wait? A lot of people keep asking the same question. What do we do with utility bills? They have to be paid timely and in full amount. Martial law does not give you the privilege not to pay utility bills. If you fail to pay utility bills, then your debts mount and it might affect the delivery of utility services, municipal services.
Простіше виживати в умовах, коли щодо них порушені виконавчі провадження, наприклад, минулого тижня
Last week,
запроваджено
a new rule was introduced that if you have debts, for example, debt 100,000 hryvnias, so this debt has been frozen and it will not be imposed on you immediately. But my theory and my belief is that you have to pay utilities timely and do not create yourself additional troubles and do not create troubles to other institutions and your country in general. Because if you have certain commitments, if you have certain debts, so of course there are some mitigations introduced, but you have to be sensible. Child support. You have to keep paying child support, even if you never paid it, if you evaded this. Because I'm absolutely sure that executive services are going to knock on your door sooner or later, and they will be merciless to you if you fail to pay child support. And if you are male, aging from 18 to 60, you cannot cross the border, international border of Ukraine.
Але, безумовно, в умовах воєнного стану ця процедура не може жодним чином піддавати сумніву, не може жодним чином обговорюватися.
This is the law, and it cannot be questioned. It has to be followed. You know that there were instances on Ukrainian-Polish border. Some male were trying to sneak across the border, and they were detained by ordinary people, and they were handed over to the law enforcement or border guard officers. You're absolutely right. So everybody is obliged to be law obedient and follow the rules. We've been talking about children, about families, about commitments, and I'd like to show you one video from maternity hospital, how babies are born during the wartime.
Якийсь такий стимул більше до життя.
Є заради кого жити,
Так.
Промінчики сонця поміж темряви, новонароджені дітки.
Child was born, and that gives me hope for the future.
4311 немовлят.
4,311 babies were born during the wartime. In Lviv, 42 boys and 33 girls. One of the young mothers is Ruslana. She's got a baby boy. She doesn't know how she's going to call her boy. That's her third child. The boy is quiet. He loves sleeping. He takes after his father. Irina, another young mother, she's got a baby boy whose name is Timur. He was quite big, almost
Мешканка Херсона з чоловіком жили у Києві. Там і хотіла народжувати Тимурка, утім вирішила не ризикувати.
The woman is from Kyiv, so she was planning to deliver this baby in Kyiv in one of maternity hospitals. But then she decided that it's not safe. There were some complications, and they say that I might need cesarean section, but I decided that it's too risky to do it in Kyiv in a bomb shelter, so I decided to go to a safer place in Lviv, and my baby was born and is healthy. There are a lot of women who arrived in Lviv from all over Ukraine, especially from the combat zone, and these women are healthy, their babies are healthy, but they need a lot of psychological support. We try to do what we can. We try to offer our love, care, and affection.
Єлизавета Парубцова, Юрій Кісь. Програма «Очі».
Повертаємося у прямий ефір. ТРК «Перший
We are
Західний»
back in our studio.
України. Поліція Київщини встановлює обставини обстрілу.
Law enforcement of Kyiv region are trying to investigate the case, what happened in Fastiv on the 5th of March, because civilians from the village Yasnohorodka were attacked. 5 people died and many more were injured. So someone opened fire and the shooting took place. We emphasize again and again that all civil defense units have to be well equipped and they are protected by well-trained servicemen. Please be cognizant and be aware that they have certain rules of operation and please do not deter their operations. Information about the appeal to the Russian servicemen who arrive in Ukraine, and please be aware that you come here to seek your inevitable death. Here is the list of all those who were killed in Ukraine. Some were taken as war prisoners, taken captives. We have updated information from Humanitarian Aid Center. They have a separate Telegram channel where they are sharing updated information about the need for medication, food, clothes, essentials, so you can join their Telegram chat. That's the chat credentials. It's called Lviv Humanitarian Aid. In order to join this chat, you have to download the Telegram application, and if you need any assistance or if you are providing assistance to those who were relocated to Lviv, we would like to remind you that this Humanitarian Aid Center can provide you with medication, food, clothes, towels, etc. They say that they have plenty of clothes for women and warm clothes. What's missing is medication, painkillers, tourniquets. That's their urgent need that they need to dispatch to the front line, to the servicemen and the hot zone, because people are hiding in bomb shelters or they are in semi-damaged buildings. information for those male who arrived in Lviv and they want to get registered, so they have to proceed to the military registration office in Veteranів Street, and there they should check in and they should receive all further information. We have a map of grocery stores that are open and operate in the territory of Ukraine. You can check, for example, if you are traveling, you can check which store is open, and there are even opening hours. Of course, opening hours might vary because it depends on the curfew. In Lviv and Lviv region, the curfew is from 10 to 6. In Kyiv, from 8 to 7. Each region and each city has its own curfew hours. And we received the updated information from the headquarters of the armed forces of Ukraine. This is 11th day of resistance, heroic resistance of Ukrainian people against Russian military invasion. Russians keep shelling civilian and transport infrastructure. They keep killing peaceful population. In Liptsi place, the occupiers were confiscating people's cell phones. They forced them to put on white or yellow, white or red stripes on their sleeves. Mariupol is being shelled, Irpin is being shelled, and other villages and small towns. Occupiers are trying to mobilize people in Krasnoyarsky region because they are running out of human resources. Armed forces of Ukraine made counter-attack in Mariupol. They destroyed 30 occupiers, took 2 captives, destroyed military equipment, vehicles, and armored vehicles. We were recently talking about marriages and the registration of babies. Also, we were talking about utility bills. The decision, recent decision that was made, that you have to pay utility bills timely. If you fail to do it timely and you have to pay the fines are not to be paid during the martial law time. So you can sleep peacefully even if you don't have spare cash to pay your utility bills now, so you can do it later and you will not be punished for that. But if you have a chance, if you have a possibility to pay now, please do so, because it means that you will support utility and municipal infrastructure, because it's important to provide services timely and in full scope. So I will reiterate again that if you have a possibility to pay utility bills on time, please do so, because that will be your support to municipal services, because now they are working in extremely complicated situations, and they also need financial resources to provide ongoing services, continuous services. One of the streets was renamed, the street where the Russian embassy was located was renamed, and now it's the Freedom Street.
зазначається, що постанову прийнято, зокрема, для недопущення погіршення санітарно-епідеміологічної
Also,
ситуації
we need to remember that sanitary and hygienic situation is really bad in Ukraine. In some places, there are a lot of dead bodies of Russian soldiers, and no one buries them. In some locations, so the dead bodies are run over by tanks, and this is basically guts and minced meat. So we have to organize the collection of their remnants, the dead bodies, and we have to bury them properly, or we had to get rid of those dead bodies in order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases, etc. For this, we involve non-governmental organizations, religious organizations, so that we can dispose of those bodies properly. It might lead to environmental damages. We understand that it's a serious problem. On the other hand, you know, they invaded our country. They died here, and now we have to take care of their corpses. Their country doesn't even bother to bury them properly, because some have been taken to the morgue, some have been taken to crematoriums, but many more bodies are just scattered all over Ukraine, and this creates a serious environmental issue. I remember that before the war, they said that there were 195,000 troops that were deployed at the border of Ukraine. In 11 days, 11,000 died. Maybe many more were wounded. So I believe that so far we have killed 30% of Russian troops, and they keep making advances and they keep dying here. So I guess that it will take a lot of time to collect all dead bodies that are now scattered in fields, woods, elsewhere, ditches. I believe that this is another proof of a schizophrenic attitude that Putin has to its people, because he doesn't care about his citizens, whether they are dead or wounded. His people are his last interest, probably. Enough about dead bodies, enough about corpses. We have updated information about utility bills, and we have official information from Oleksiy Chernyshov. Dear Ukrainian people, dear Ukrainian community, this is 11th day of the war. We are holding up and we are working in martial law conditions. The government responds to all challenges and takes decisions given the circumstances. Today there was the meeting of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and they addressed a few important issues, including the issues that are under the competence of the Ministry of Regions. These issues that were addressed today have to be regulated given the martial law circumstances. The government has taken the decision that if people do not pay their utility bills timely, they will not pay fines, or they will not be punished for that. If citizens fail to pay utility bills fully, or they fail to pay it this month, this current month, utility services will be provided even next month. But if you have a possibility to pay it timely, please do so, because our municipal services need resources and they keep providing you effective services. So please be reasonable, please be considerate and pay utility bills timely if you have a possibility to do so. So just to reiterate, if you can't pay them completely in full, or you can't pay them at all because you don't have resources, you will not be fined for that, so there won't be any penalty. But if you have a chance to do so, please pay them timely and in full.
Посилених умовах. Маємо також звернення голови українського парламенту.
We also have information from Ruslan Stefanchuk, who appealed to the government of Georgia.
Всіх європейських країн, а також країн-членів НАТО щодо
He appealed also to European countries and NATO countries, asking to introduce no-fly zone in order to protect Ukraine against the biggest tyrant in the world. Let's listen to what Ruslan Stefanchuk said. This is the appeal to my Georgian friends in the parliament. I was absolutely shocked finding out that Georgia decided to continue the trade with Russia. I am speechless that official Tbilisi does not want to support Ukraine. You did not impose sanctions on some Russian enterprises, Russian companies. The people of Georgia join the rally and they support Ukraine. They are against your arrangements with Russia. You probably forgot what Shota Rustaveli said, that you cannot support the enemy, because Georgia, these are brave and powerful people who will never be silenced when their friends are in need. You are part of the civilized world. Please stand up and do something. Stop the trade with Russia. Ukrainian government is trying to disapprove the actions of those countries who keep economic relationship with Russia, trade with Russia. Many more people join rallies and many more people protest against Russian Federation. At least 4.5 million people, 1,000 people were arrested today, those people who were protesting against war in Russia.
Правда, джерела, які стверджують про кількість затриманих осіб, кажуть, що їх може бути набагато більше.
They say that the number of people who were arrested could be much bigger, so this information hasn't been verified. I mean 4,500 people.
Який займається політичними переслідуваннями в Росії.
There is a special agency that publishes the names of the people who were arrested during the protests or during the rally. People in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Novosibirsk, Tyumen, Perm were protesting and they were arrested. This is Ukrainian safari. They say these are Ukrainian hunters who are trying to hunt Ukrainian occupiers. They are being captured and arrested and they are dealt with appropriately. There are different memes, different humoristic pictures. This cat is trying to figure out whether he can operate Bayraktar using DIA application. Speaking of rallies and speaking of protests in Russia, a lot of communication channels have been terminated in Russia. That's why Russian people cannot communicate. Remember that our revolution was done thanks to Facebook and Twitter. Those conscientious Russian people who understand what's happening, so they have to join the protests. If you do not understand how harmful the war is, just protest against a violation of your rights, human rights, because you have no access to imported goods. You cannot travel anymore. You cannot do financial transactions. Try to at least protest against being deprived of basic human rights. We have another video footage, how to help your children keep their mental state, how to help a child who is hiding in the bomb shelter. So there are some recommendations from mental health providers.
Поки наші редактори шукають, зазначимо лише, що є ідея у нас запрошувати до студії психологів, з якими розмовляти на різну тематику.
We also have the idea to invite mental health providers to our studio because we understand that this is going to be one of the pressing issues. We had one guest in our studio and she said that lots of people these days, they need help, mental help. Some people who were internally displaced, refugees, they know that they have no home to go back to. They lost their family, they lost their friends, acquaintances. There are people who are mentally traumatized. So we will try to invite mental health providers to our studio. We will be talking how to help people, how to help children, and how to live with the war trauma. We have video footage how you should talk to your child when you are in a bomb shelter. You have to be honest and very concise and laconic when answering questions of your children. You have to explain that we have a war in our country, but we have to trust our army, our armed forces. You have to explain what the air raid siren is. If you hear the siren, it means that our army detected the danger and they just warn us to go to a safe place. Try to reassure your child that you are in a safe place and I am with you, and I am going to protect you. We have a plan. I know what we can do. Look at all these people. They are with us, and our army is protecting us. If a child wants to cry, let them. Do not suppress any emotions. Try to use some words of encouragement. You are my hero. You are doing great, baby. Allow to take them a toy or other things that they want to the shelter. They can do some stretches, they can do some exercises, they can hammer against the wall with their fists, they can jump, they can do the squattings. Teenagers might be distanced, they can be glued to social networks, TikTok, etc. Try Try to keep them busy. Try to delegate something to them. Try to sing together. If children love drawing, making different sculptures from plasticine, so let them do so. If your child is pale, does not respond, try to give them some hot black tea and chocolate. Sing a song, talk to them, reassure them that you are nearby. They can play darts, they can play some games that would help develop their spatial skills. Make sure you keep saying that we will do that. We will be safe and everything will be all right. Yesterday, Dmytro Kuleba had a meeting with Blinken, and they were discussing the possibility of supplying military airplanes to Ukraine. There are some countries who have in their reserves military airplanes, and they are ready to provide them to Ukraine. That will actually be a win-win situation, because these airplanes have been sitting in air bases for a while, and if they are dispatched to Ukraine, NATO will provide new airplanes to NATO countries that donated those airplanes. In Kharkiv, there was another shelling, and the TV tower was damaged. We understand that Russian occupiers are trying to cut off people of Kharkiv from media sources. Volodymyr Zelensky had a meeting with Boris Johnson, and they discussed nuclear terrorism of the Russian Federation. He tweeted that he had a talk with Johnson, and he informed that Russia attacked our power plants, nuclear power plants, and they are blackmailing the whole world that they will create a nuclear disaster. They also discussed additional sanctions against Russia, and they agreed the follow-up steps. We are waiting for another guest in our studio, but we would like to show you the video from one of the shopping malls of Moscow. There are a lot of designer stores there, Zara, Massimo Dutti. Those brands were pretty popular in shopping malls, and you can see that these stores are now empty, so Russians can't buy imported goods anymore. So we take a break, and after the break we are expecting another guest in our studio.
Ще 10 днів тому у цих місцях виступали артисти, відправляли літургії та влаштовували фотосесії. А сьогодні львівські театри, храми та сучасні фотостудії стали прихистком для тимчасових гостей. Замість вистав на сцені театру Леся Курбаса можна тепер побачити матраци. Театральні декорації використовують як ліжка, а посередині партеру – стіл, де можна поїсти. Актор театру, волонтер Андрій Водичев розповідає, що приймають колег із гарячих точок – акторів Київського театру «Березіль» та Харківського «Постскриптум».
Насправді ми тил. Там герої, хлопці б'ються за Україну. Ми мусимо принаймні хоча б це робити, щоб приймати людей, які потребують допомоги тут.
Львів'яни активно приносять необхідні речі, готують обіди і вечері. Також є душ. Прихисток у стінах театру віднайшла і сім'я Микити. Разом із мамою та маленькою сестричкою рятувалися від ракетних обстрілів поблизу їхнього будинку у Києві. Зараз почуваються у безпеці.
Честно говоря, ехали прямо в никуда. Вот, просто вокруг Киева слышны обстрелы, падение этих ракет. И было принято решение мамой сразу ехать в Львов. Вчера приехали, это первая ночь тут в театре. Приняли их очень хорошо. Вот сразу, как только вышли с вокзала, там есть пункты, где бесплатно кормят.
У випадку авіаційної тривоги працівники театру організували в підвалі спеціально обладнане бомбосховище.
І оці дзвіночки, які працюють в виставі «Благодарної еродії», тепер використовуємо для того, щоб якщо раптом щось, не дай Бог, станеться, то люди будуть в ці дзвіночки повідомляти, що тут хтось є. Засоби, які треба просто сказати про те, що ми тут є, наприклад. Ну, не дай Бог, цього не буде. Я вірю в це.
Підтримати ініціативу «Прихистити біженців» також вирішили і у Львівському театрі імені Марії Заньковецької, розповідає актор Андрій Петрук. Тут облаштували гуманітарний штаб для потреб військових та біженців.
Зібралися, думали спочатку своїми силами це все організовувати, якісь плести сітки, будь-що своїми силами, дали клич в інтернет і за годину тут був повне фоє продуктів. Люди приносили все, що ми в списках просили і не просили.
На першому поверсі театру, наче у вулику, до процесу долучилися актори, працівники з цехів, медики, волонтери та студенти-інтерни. Вже 7-й день поспіль вони фасують ліки та інші необхідні речі у коробки, плетуть сітки.
Перед тим вже було пару таких сіток, ми зробили. Хлопці теж, ви бачите, привозять і матеріали, і їжу, і все, що треба для воїнів. Бачите, приходять, допомагають, зовсім малечі.
Осторонь спільної біди не залишились і в храмі Святого Лазаря. Тут облаштували невеличкий прихисток хористи з капели «Додаток». Приймають жінок з дітьми. Для них облаштували 3 спальні, їдальню та санвузол. Небайдужі мешканці міста приносять сюди харчі, а гарячі обіди для матерів з малечою забезпечують волонтери з ресторанів.
Це є наш репетиційний клас нашої хорової капели. Зараз тут, що ви бачите, ми на станках помістили такі матраци і організували спальні місця для наших тимчасових гостей.
У храм по допомогу звернулась харків'янка Світлана з маленькою донечкою. На жаль, їхній дім під час обстрілів знищили.
Дай Бог, Господи, здравия и здоровья вашим волонтерам. Почему? Потому что такого теплого отношения я не встречала нигде и никогда. У нас здесь полный он-клюзив. А на самом деле очень-очень теплые, добродушные люди. И даже если где-то видят какую-то слезинку материнскую или детскую, сразу же подходят, сразу же обнимают и пытаются с чайком, с мяткой, пытаются нашу боль пережить вместе с нами.
Для матерів із дітьми також облаштували 2 бомбосховища, які розташовані одразу за вівтарем. Прийняти гостей готові і в сучасній студії «Драбина», де раніше відбувалися масштабні фотосесії. Тут немає умов для довготермінового проживання та душу, але є все необхідне для ночівлі в теплі.
Сьогодні ночувало всередині десь там 35 людей, тому що деколи на одне місце 2 лягають. Просто як рахувати, там мама приїжджає з дитиною, ми їм даємо по суті одне місце, але сплять 2 людини.
Одна із прибулих гостей ще зовсім юна киянка Катя. Налякана дівчина приїхала сюди сама у пошуках безпечнішого місця.
Недалеко від нашого місця проживання сталися 2 вибухи, які мене досить налякали. Я почуваю себе в безпеці, тут дуже добре, тут дуже смачно годують і тут дуже добре відносяться до людей.
Ті, кого прихистили, вже й допомагають, стають волонтерами. Діана Мосора, Антон Лакіза, програма «Очі».
Вареники.
З картоплею.
Одну з найсимволічніших національних страв для тих, хто на варті нашої безпеки, готують працівники Центру профтехосвіти, що на вулиці Городоцькій у Львові. Класичними зі шкварками сьогодні готуватимуть чергових на блокпостах, а також біженців.
Варимо вареники, тоді на підноси остивають ці, і відра в нас є, і заливаємо навіть смальцем, і маємо на деякий період.
Ліпити пироги з картоплею для вчителів та техпрацівників закладу не новина. Вже 8 років поспіль куховарять для військових. Відправляють їжу на передову. Долучились і нині, страви відвозять в спеціальний штаб Звідти волонтери передають тим, хто потребує.
Вже дуже давно вареники ліпимо, навчилися їх ліпити, навіть тут вдосконалилися, і вони дуже виходять смачні.
За головного на кухні кремезний шеф Анатолій. Готують швидко і багато. Вже і підноси немає куди поставити. Але і це, певнить, не еталон роботи.
Я їх чую, що по нормах має бути 27 вареників зроблено за хвилину. Вони ще до того не доходять.
Крім вчителів історії української мови, на кухні і ті, хто чи не найбільше знає, як важливо, щоб військові були ситими і дужими. Наталія та Раїса з Києва. Жінки живуть у гуртожитку від училища, удень допомагають на кухні.
Нас тут приютили, ми тут проживаємо, з дочкою я приїхала. Ну і долучилася допомагати, вареники робити. Щось треба робити, не нудьгувати. Що можемо, то і допомагаємо так само.
В цей час ми не думаємо про те, що там іде. Для нас це психологічно теж дуже важливо. Тому дякуємо, що нас долучили. Аби люди поїли і було що їсти, звичайно, військовим в першу чергу.
Ті, хто знайшов тут прихисток, а це понад 170 осіб з різних регіонів України, можуть також і поїсти на кухні. Для них повноцінні прийоми їжі. Сьогодні ж на обід для родини з Донеччини суп, макарони, салат та найсмачніша страва, певнять.
Вареник. Вчорашні. Дуже смачні були. Дуже смачні. З картоплею.
Це не передати. Турбота. Це турбота про інших людей. Це слово зворушливе не підходить. Дуже вдячний. Дуже. Якби був письменник, я б це написав поему чи роман, що в такі важкі часи зірка нації, зірка України, вона сіяє ярко. Я пишаю, що я українець.
Єлизавета Парубцова, Юрій Маковецький. Програма «Очі».
Вони змалечку борються з недугою за своє життя, а тепер змушені ще й втікати, аби його врятувати.
Було страшно перший час, тому що коли ми знаходилися в палатах, була загроза, що з вікон могли повилітати стекла, то ми повинні були сидіти в цьому бомбосховищі.
Діти з онкологічними хворобами та їхні батьки зараз у час війни приїжджають до Львова з усіх куточків України. Все тому, що у західноукраїнському спеціалізованому дитячому медцентрі організували міжнародний проект. Він допомагає перевести тих, кому потрібна невідкладна допомога з гарячих точок до лікарень у Польщі. Адже лікувати діток з онко під постріли у бомбосховищах надзвичайно складно.
Ми постійно ховалися в бомбосховищі. Всім було страшно, звісно, тому що це і постріли, і переживаєш замість того, щоб переживати дитину, яку потрібно лікувати, ти переживаєш і за війну, і за все, що не буде її лікування. Якщо вовремя не дати там ті таблетки, чи поставити ту капельницю, і вже те лікування, що ми проходимо, це вже воно не буде дійсним.
Медперсонал працював дуже добре, вони там жили і живуть по сьогоднішній день з початку війни. Просто ті умови, які були, вони непригодні для наших дітей. І в таких умовах доктора просто не могли проводити лікування.
Це вже третій такий виїзд наших діток за кордон. Проект порятунку об'єднав онкологів і доброчинців зі всієї України, США та Польщі.
Сьогодні привезли понад 50 дітей, вчора 40 дітей. Координуємо це індивідуально. Можна говорити про декілька сот наших центрів, куди можна доправити і обстежити ще 1000 дітей з онкологією, які вимагають інтенсивного лікування у таких лікарнях, як ця. Бо коли діти втікають до бомбосховищ, це не сприяє їхньому лікуванню онкологічних хвороб.
Це не служить лікуванню хвороб онкологічних.
Найбільше маленьких пацієнтів з Києва, Харкова та Одеси. Львівський центр став своєрідним штабом, де їх збирають, координують і відправляють за кордон через зелений коридор.
Відправляємо тих, кому потрібна трансплантація кісткового мозку, кому потрібне якесь лікування, яке зараз зупинене, наприклад, радіаційна терапія, тим, кому потрібні якісь дуже складні операції. Все, що можна зараз зробити тут, ми продовжуємо робити. Ми пообіцяли, що ми будемо працювати до останнього моменту. До нас приїхали лікарі з Києва, Миколаєва, інших міст, медсестри, які нам допомагають.
Фінансово ж допомагає уряд Польщі, аби лікування для батьків таких діток було безкоштовне.
Ми покриваємо усі витрати, але також лікуємо із допомогою інших людей і європейських держав. Наприклад, Італія також має приймати частину дітей, яких сьогодні транспортують.
Маленьких пацієнтів та їхніх батьків тут біля автобусів проводжають у далеку дорогу найрідніші.
Це наші близькі, рідні люди, які лікувалися в дитячій лікарні «Охмадит» міста Київ. І наразі їх евакуюють до Польщі. Ми бажаємо їм одужання і мирного неба над головою.
Днями до львівської лікарні приїдуть ще 500 малечі з онко. Тут їх оглянуть та формуватимуть перелік охочих на наступний виїзд.
Повертаємося до студії. Маємо гостя, якого анонсували. Це Віталій Загайний, заступник керівника Львівської військової адміністрації.
We are back in our studio. We have Vitaly Zahayny, who is the deputy head of military civil administration. We have a lot of questions for you, Vitaly. Стас, fire away. We had lots of questions from our audience. How many people came to check in since day one of the war? Yaroslav Zhukovsky unfortunately didn't answer this question. He said that he is not authorized to answer this question, so it should be directed to you. Yeah, Yaroslav is providing us a lot of legal help, very qualified legal help.
Переговорити, тому що зараз питання йде про те, щоб розширити, збільшити чисельність людей, які
We need
тому що станом на сьогодні
more people in this operation. I just want to give you the updated information. 400 people signed in today. 150 are qualified, they have military background and they are ready to join the army. People who are internally displaced, men who are internally displaced, and they are between 18 and 60 years of age, so they are obliged to register in this coordination center. There are special centers that are in each city and they are in charge of mobilization. Basically, this center is for those who are temporarily displaced and they help gather information and collect the documents of those people who are ready to join the army. Also, these people have to go through medical check and their work is very efficient. Why we had to establish such a center? When we analyzed the job productivity and performance of those territorial centers, we realized that the number of people who had to be mobilized dropped significantly. We understood that there are a lot of people who are temporarily displaced. When leaving home, they maybe did not take all the papers with them. Maybe their home was destroyed and they couldn't take all the papers. That's why it took longer to register these people. What do you know about Brigade 125? Are they ready to be deployed? They are missing some equipment yet, so it takes another 2 days before they are completely ready to be deployed. Some work has to be still done. We still need to equip them completely. There are 5 battalions, 6 structural units, and also there is the management team of this brigade. We had information as of yesterday that 10,000 people volunteered to join civil defense unit. I know that This may be accurate figure, but I believe that there are many more than 10,000 people willing to join territorial defense units. There are 25 checkpoints in Lviv, and people keep complaining that these checkpoints hinder the traffic. I had a chance to check a few of them, for example, one between Drohobych and Medenichi. I just want to reassure you that majority of checkpoints, they are basically doing reconnaissance and observation work. Some of them are in the crossroads. Some are arranged very well, and I stopped at a few of them. I talked to people, and the way they are arranged, so they do not hinder the passage of the cars. I checked 2 checkpoints in Brюховичі. Basically, I don't understand why there are 2 checkpoints in Brюховичі, and the distance between the 2 of them is pretty close. So I asked this question to the military civil administration. I'm expecting the answer tomorrow. For your information, following the decree of Maxim Kozycki, 6 different structural units are involved in carrying the duty in checkpoints. So altogether, more than a few hundred people are involved in carrying the duty in those checkpoints. Around 600 to 800 people are involved in checkpoints duty. Patrol police is involved. They are actually, they have the highest authority, and also there are territorial defense units, and there are some volunteers working on checkpoints. The checkpoints you mentioned that are problematic, so it's not about the checkpoint itself, it's more about the attitudes and the culture. Because sometimes, yes, we understand that there are certain instructions, what you should do, what you are not supposed to do, what law enforcement have to do, how to talk to people, how to inspect the vehicle. If you are patrolling with a colleague, so you have to have a clear division of roles and responsibilities. Because one inspector is, for example, inspecting the car, the other is just smoking a cigarette and is relaxed. So there should be like contact officer and cover officer. Otherwise, you put your life and the life of your partner in danger. Today, I actually managed to go through the checkpoint, and no one even asked for my ID. And I told them that you are too complacent, you are too relaxed on the checkpoints. Good news is that some checkpoints are organized very well, so there is clear division of roles and responsibilities, and I hope that brigade number 125 that you had referred to will be completely equipped and deployed in 2 days, and that will help the work of checkpoints and territorial defense units. We all know that there are 2 lanes at each checkpoint, that one lane is for ordinary vehicles, the other lane is for vehicles with special permit, ambulance, police, firefighters, and humanitarian aid. We have to make sure that the crossing the checkpoints is fast and comfortable accessible for everybody. Of course, we have to remember about public transport, about emergency transport. Vehicles such as buses, passenger buses, trucks, so cargo vehicles, so they have to be inspected more carefully. I just wanted to say that now we are reconsidering the meaning of checkpoints, what kind of function they have to perform, because they can perform different functions depending on their major role and function. That'll dictate how many people should be involved and how the checkpoints should be organized. We had a guest in the studio today, and she is involved in delivering people from the railway station to shelters or centers where these people are provided help. The information has it that Lviv has exceeded its capacity. We cannot offer shelter to more refugees. 40,000 people arrived yesterday. It's beyond the capacity of Lviv railway station and Lviv city. I don't have the answer to your question because I don't know how many people are heading further to Europe. But we understand that because these people arrive, so we have to act quickly and we have to provide these people with shelter, because the category of people that arrive here is women, seniors and children. We are trying to keep track of the flows of people, and we get updated information at 12 every day, and we know how many vehicles and how many people are trying to cross the border. Speaking of shelters, so we have Arena Lviv, so that's a big soccer stadium. Not only Lviv, but also small communities like Morshan, Truskavets, and others, so they also offer shelter. Unfortunately, I don't have figures on me today, and I can come the other day and bring the accurate figures, and I also can tell you what is the capacity and how many more people Lviv is ready to host. And yeah, you're welcome to come tomorrow with updated figures. So we are working from 9 to 9 tomorrow. We were talking about volunteers who offer a ride to those who arrive in Lviv. There was a request that Lviv Regional Administration arranges buses that take those people from the railway station to Arena Lviv, and maybe some shuttles, because some people arrive and they already have a family ready to offer them shelter, but they need a ride because their friends cannot just come and pick them up. We know that there are 15 volunteers who provide such service. They give rides to people who arrive, and they have the exact address where exactly they are expected. And yeah, it's really convenient to, this service is really convenient, but we need to make sure that there are more volunteers offering such service, and they have special permission to do that. If we exceeded our limits, but I'm going to talk about that tomorrow, these people who arrive in Lviv, and they can be taken to Arena Lviv, and they can wait until early morning, and then in early morning their families or friends will pick them up and take them home. There are a lot of difficulties. You know, we might, for example, organize one bus that would have a certain route and that would take these people to different locations. But it still has to be discussed. Yeah, the main thing is that there are a lot of people who are waiting at the railway stations. Sometimes they don't know what they are waiting for. And some they came without any specific plan, and they don't know where exactly they will be going next. I guess that we need to do something in order to help those who are waiting at the railway station, and the railway station doesn't have unlimited capacity, as you understand. There were also instances that people were taken to checkpoint. At the checkpoint, they were dropped off, and the driver said that I can't go through the checkpoint because I will have issues, because I don't have a special permit. And that was really dangerous, because those people were dropped off in the middle of nowhere. There are a few types of permits. There is volunteer permit and two other types of permit. Okay, if we make arrangements that I come again tomorrow I'm going to bring the statistics, and I'm going to bring more specific information. Of course, not everybody can apply for permission, because our possibilities are not endless. Please understand that during the curfew, you cannot just go out, even if you have a good reason to be outside. Between 10 and 6, you should be at home. Only those people who are, for example, baking bread, who are providing emergency services, who are working in banking sphere, and others, so they are allowed to be outside. Because for you to be able to use the services in the morning, like bank, buy bread, buy groceries, so these services are allowed to work at night. Others should stay at home. We also ask volunteers to organize their logistics and plan their logistics so that they avoid unnecessarily being outside between 10 and 6. You understand, if we issue 500,000 of permits and 500,000 people will be able to go out during the curfew hours, what's the point of curfew hours if so many people will be outside? There was also a request to organize a logistic hub in Stryj, because there are lots of people who are heading to Morshin, Drohob, Truskavets, Stebnik, etc., so that we can deliver those people, we can take those people there, and from there they will be picked up and taken elsewhere. You understand that now there are 5 or 6 border crossing points in the Lviv region, and people who are willing to travel to Europe, to move further to Europe, so they normally cross the border at those checkpoints. I understand your point. I understand that Lviv is now a transit city. We have to do something that people, for example, who want to travel to Transcarpathian region, if possibility allows, they should avoid traveling through Lviv. So they definitely should use other hubs, for example, Stryj.
буде залишатися, і тоді теоретично можна якраз дати людям, хто на польський кордон.
People who want to go to Poland, for example, so they can travel to Stryj, and from Stryj they will be taken to the Polish border. The situation varies. It changes every day, even every 12 hours. You've been talking to Polish people who are welcoming refugees. what do they say? Have they exceeded their capacity, or can they still accept, welcome refugees? We had an idea to organize the patrol at the railway station, and the idea is that this patrol should gather information from people, asking them directly where exactly they are planning to go, so that we can collect the information from first hand. Yes, Polish people are also shocked, and refugees are different. Some of them have different attitudes. Some have been traumatized, some have psychological trauma, some lost their nearest and dearest, and their journey was not easy. So this is totally different story. They didn't arrive in Lviv to have a cup of coffee and visit the sites. These people have suffered from war trauma. These people are going to live in the EU. Are they going to fit into this environment? It's a big question as well. I think that this patrol that I'm talking about, so they will gather information from people, they will explain if you are ready to go further abroad. So there are certain issues you have to be prepared to face. So this is a kind of cultural diplomacy. It's a kind of helping these people understand what they have to anticipate once they immigrate, once they cross the border with other countries. These people have to use simple language, because if I am one of those volunteers, they will see me as the representative of the local authority, and they will not perceive me. They will not take me in the way they would take ordinary volunteers who work as those cultural diplomats. Also, we need to provide clear instructions to people who are crossing the border with EU. This is a kind of to-do and not-to-do list, or do's and don'ts, taking into account the country where you are heading. Do you have any information about the wounded? Because we've seen lots of ambulances carrying wounded to the military hospital in Lviv. What is the capacity of the hospital? Are they prepared? Are they well equipped? I can assure you that yes, I don't have the number of wounded who have been taken to Lviv military hospital. I think that Ministry of Healthcare, they have more precise figures about the wounded and injured. I understand that a lot depends on the type of injury, on the possibility to transport people far, because you understand that Lviv is very far from the front line, and sometimes the medical aid has to be provided immediately, and only those who can travel as far as Lviv, so they are provided help here. Maxim Kozicki had a meeting with a delegation from Lithuania and a representative from the United States and Italy, the Italian ambassador. And they were talking about the possibility to provide medical assistance to oncological patients, especially children. 40 children were taken from one of Lviv hospitals to Poland? Do you have arrangements with other countries, in Italy, for example? The Ministry of Social Policy, I think that they started making arrangements before the invasion. We were talking about the possibility to take children with disabilities from Donetsk and Luhansk to hospitals of European countries for further medical assistance. Unfortunately, not all trains arrived on time, but all those children who were brought here, they were provided medical assistance here, and they were taken further to other European countries. I really appreciate that Lviv, Frankivsk, and Ternopil region welcomed those children. I mean, hospitals welcomed those children. Now we are considering taking those children abroad. This has been agreed with Lviv state administration and with a special service that takes care of sick children. Again, I don't have information how many children are ready to be taken abroad, because I'm not in charge of everything. I'm more in charge of territorial defense unit. I understand that this is the Ministry of Social Security that is in charge of such issues. We also got information that in some regions of Ukraine, Russian Federation were trying to introduce the issue of federation, and there was an idea to organize Ivano-Frankivsk Republic, Lviv Republic, Ternopil Republic, etc. Have you maybe detained any sabotage and reconnaissance groups that were preparing such federation plans? People of Lviv territorial community are very sensitive. When we are talking about stationing military units in certain neighborhoods, some people are against that. Some people say, no, we are not interested in having military base or military station in our neighborhood. I suggest you look into your computer. I suggest you look outside the window and make sure you understand the situation we are going through right now. Every neighborhood, it's the neighborhood where we have the war, and we now have to unite our efforts to do everything in order to win this war. Other things will be discussed later, because now we are living in a very chaotic times. And I understand that you want to live in the comfort zone, but it's not possible now. I have a lot of questions to young men who are trying to cross the border. So I'm asking them questions. Where are your military documents? Have you been registered in military office, military registration office? You're just trying to waste my time and oxygen. You are starting the needless discussions. Please understand that your country is at war. Luckily, we don't have any, let's say, obvious separatist attitudes right now, but there are, let's say, latent separatist attitudes. Some people say that, no, we don't want military station to be deployed in our neighborhood because I want my children to live in peaceful neighborhood. I don't want them to see servicemen every day, to see tanks, etc. I say, if you don't want your children to see Ukrainian military, then you give them the chance to see Russian military here and Russian tanks. So think twice before you say no. I think that sometimes people who have never seen any military stations, so they are just not aware, and they do live in their comfort zone, and they don't want any changes.
Станіслав немає питань, то я ще запитаю одне.
I have one last question for you. Today, Mr. Kozicki had a meeting with Святослав Вакарчук.
Хто із ваших, вам відомих ще людей таких став до тероборони?
Do you know any other celebrities, local celebrities, national celebrities who decided to join territorial defense units?
Якщо ви дозволите, я ретельно готовий переглянути списки тих, хто подався.
I don't have the answer to this question. I can check the lists of all those who applied to join territorial defense unit. Yesterday I had a meeting with the leaders of volunteer units, and I recognized a lot of familiar faces, people I met during the Revolution of Dignity, and people who I know from daily life. And I don't know whether we have any stars or any celebrities among territorial defense unit personnel, but I'm going to check it and bring this information tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming to our studio. Thank you for having me. We also have a lot of competing athletes, karate, martial arts experts who join territorial defense units. Lots of people are working where they can, they do what they can, and they volunteer or they join territorial defense units. Can you show us the video footage about karate?
Поки його шукають, я не чую, з нами не комунікують, то ми нагадаємо вам, що сьогодні ми вже, в принципі, завершуємо наш день прямого ефіру. Завтра працюємо з 9 до 21, але в разі чого ми завжди готові.
Program is running to its end. Tomorrow we will start again at 9, and we will provide you updated information about what's happening in Lviv and in Ukraine and in the world.
З перших днів війни каратисти на фронті зі зброєю. На захисті Києва головний тренер молодіжної збірної України Максим Немержицький з позивним «Каратист».
3 березня, Гостомель.
I'm now in Hostomel. I'm a serviceman. I have karate background, and these are my
Грузин, що скажеш?
friends, my teammates.
Це буде Україна.
У тилу усі тренування скасували. Натомість
We don't
організували у
have
різних містах
any
штаби
training
допомоги
right
біженцям
now.
і Збройним силам
We are
України.
involved in
Каратисти вийшли на
helping
контакт з
refugees
іншими країнами та
and
налагодили
armed forces of
отримання
Ukraine.
гуманітарної
We
допомоги.
are now busy providing humanitarian aid to those who need. I represent the Federation of Karate of Ukraine. We are now involved in volunteering. We are
Зараз львівські тренери з карате вирушають у
packing
чергову
and
поїздку до
repacking and
кордону по
dispatching
гуманітарну
humanitarian
допомогу.
aid. We are like one family, like one federation. We help each other because we do it for our
Один з
country.
тренерів львівського клубу карате Ілля Нікулін розповідає,
One of the coaches of Lviv Karate Club is sharing how his life changed since the beginning of the war. We used to be competitive when it came to sports. Now we are united because we have to help our country. We are helping kids from different cities. We also provide shelter to other coaches and other karate experts. This is Paralympic team, volleyball Paralympic team. They are also involved in volunteering movement. We have to stay united and we have to fight our enemy. This is Korchova border crossing point. There are lots of people waiting there, and we are heading there to get humanitarian aid. We will unload it and we will load it into our small mini buses, and then we will take it to Kyiv and other
позбавила Росію права
cities of
проводити
Ukraine.
чемпіонат Європи. Не відбудеться і етап прем'єр-ліги у Москві.
Russia has been banned from all sports, so they can't take part in World Karate Championship, and they have been banned from International Karate Federation. We have updates from Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There are 500 occupiers currently controlling the nuclear power plant. They use it as a base. They are basically hiding there, so they are regrouping there, and they understand that Ukrainian servicemen are not going to open fire because it's too dangerous if they are hiding there. There were some protests in Kherson, Nova Kakhovka, Kakhovka, Tavrizk, Genichivsk, Novoalexeyevka, and Kalanchak. All these small towns are well known in Ukraine. In 7 towns there were protests. People are very pro-Ukrainian. They are defiant. They are resilient. Russia is trying to organize staged, choreographed meetings, and they are taking the actors from region to region. Unfortunately, their performance is something that no one buys into. Irpin, news from Irpin. People were trying to evacuate. Unfortunately, fire was opened and 8 civilians died. 8 civilians who were ready to leave the town. The enemy opened fire and these people died. Evacuation has to start tomorrow at 10.
Обіцяли знищувати ворога, цим і займаються, але це дуже цікава інформація, тому що вона демонструє, як ворог ставився до нас і до наших військових. Вони їхали до нас вбивати
proves that the enemy came here to kill us, kill our children, destroy our homes. When they were coming to Ukraine, they even took their festive uniform, and they were ready to celebrate the victory. Unfortunately, their war is over for them. Unfortunately, they are defeated. And it's absolutely understandable that these people did not come for the training course. They came here to kill peaceful people. They knew what objectives they had. And when they're telling us stories about training course, it's absolute sheer lunacy. Russian Federation is against Georgia imposing sanctions against Russia. They want to keep the trade relationship with Georgia, but Georgia is not ready to continue this trade because they understand that Russia is an occupier. Russia is violating the norms of international law. Unfortunately, Russia keeps doing their bloody business, and Georgian people still remember 2008, so they had a similar situation that we have, and unfortunately, probably, the government of Georgia forgot those bloody days, and they are trying to support Russian Federation. But Georgian people are in solidarity with Ukrainian people, and they are against Russia. Their government has a slightly different position, though, and we have to separate the people of Georgia and the government of Georgia. David Arachamia was interviewed by Fox News journalists, and David Arachamia made it very clear that the negotiation process is slow, very slow, and peaceful people keep dying in Ukraine, especially especially civilians. Negotiation is a hard process. Unfortunately, the progress is very slow. At least we try to listen to each other. At least we try to make some arrangements. We still fail to make arrangements about the status of Crimea and two occupied regions of Ukraine. According to Arachamia, the status of Crimea and Donbass should be decided not by politicians but by ordinary people. Just to remind you that tomorrow is going to be the third round of negotiation. It's going to be top news for tomorrow. We are ready to say goodbye. No, I'm not ready because I have two more news. The TV tower was shelled in Kharkiv, and unfortunately people of Kharkiv do not get the timely news from local media, but in this case they can watch YouTube, and Megogo, for example, offers free of charge streaming of different news. You can use other possibilities. And this is from Mykolaiv. That's the rocket that was used to kill peaceful people. Smerch and cluster bombs were also seized in Mykolaiv.
Не прощаємося ще, маємо ще гостю на скайпі.
We have a guest with us. She's going to join us via Skype.
Має бути з нами на зв'язку Ольга Герасим'юк,
Ольга Герасим'юк, the head of the National Council of Television and Radio. Oля, glory to Ukraine, glory to its heroes.
Є трохи затримка, зразу видно, що ви не у Львові, як дуже
I
багато
understand you are not in Lviv.
закордонних, українських зараз працюють саме із
I
Львова,
understand
висвітлюючи ті події, які зараз
you are
відбуваються.
also in a safe
Маємо
place.
запитання
Оля,
щодо організації комунікаційного процесу.
we have a question about the
журналістів.
communication process
новини, наші колеги
of
із Києва
Ukrainian journalists. There is a single news initiative that started recently by the Association of Journalists. Unfortunately, Russian propaganda is trying to work against Ukrainian truth, and they are trying to destroy TV towers. What is your perspective on this situation? How Ukrainian journalists work given the circumstances and given the situation? Objective number one of our enemy is to cut you off from the sources of information. Their country have been zombied. They don't understand why they are here. They have cut Russia off Facebook and access of trustworthy information. And that's the strategy that they use in everything, thinking that if they were able to swallow us, but I hope they won't, so they would probably keep swallowing other European countries and the whole world. What they are trying to do in Ukraine, you probably heard what happened in Kherson and Melitopol and Kharkiv. I mean that TV towers were damaged because they wanted to isolate people from the sources of trustworthy information. Nevertheless, in Kherson, there are cable providers that keep broadcasting news. The online TV marathon is available. Ukrainian radio is operating. Unfortunately, Kharkiv has been cut off from the television, but they have access to radio. They have internet access. And they have access to digital radio. You probably give your listeners information about the possibility to get connected to the digital radio. I am amazed at how Ukrainian journalists work in these circumstances. I understand that we might have different political attitudes or we favored different political parties before the war, but I believe that now we are all united. All people who work in media are heroes. I truly admire what you do. And I think that you are also working in the front line, but this is informational front line. You provide updated news, hot news. So that's informational front line. And there you are very, very effective.
Так, є оці затримки зі звуком. Кажу, що ми повідомляли сьогодні про можливості.
Today we were talking about additional sources of information. You also know that DIA application provided access to Ukrainian TV thanks to the Ministry of Digital Transformation. They are very responsive. But we have a question about blocking the Russian market, because lots of companies are leaving Russian market and proving that this country remains a pariah in the planet. Do you have any information which countries have kicked out the Russian news and Russian TV channels? The National Council approached the national councils of European countries. We are the members of the international platform where all national councils are members. And we asked all countries to deprive Russian channels of the license. Just clear them from those Russian propaganda channels that are spreading fake news. Block them. And I can assure you, dear colleagues, that European regulators were very responsive. They created information hub in Strasbourg and they gather information how many countries cut Russia off, expelled Russia from their market. For example, in Greece, you cannot watch Russian channels and you don't have access to Russian web pages. Great Britain, they started investigation. 27 cases were opened against Russia today. They follow their own procedures, but they do the right thing. Moldova, they banned Russian and Belarusian channels. Poland, they banned Russian channels. Instead, they turned on Ukrainian channels. Lithuania, they temporarily stopped Russian channels. Latvia, they banned spreading informational content in their country that threaten national security. British information hub, they refused Russia to use their signal. There is European Linguistic Union. They also kicked Russia out of this union. There is also the committee in Strasbourg that designs and develops the standards in informational sphere. So they also design the documents that regulate the freedom of speech. I am the member of this committee on behalf of Ukraine. Russians also were members of this committee. They always blocked voting in this committee, because they very badly reacted to the word disinformation. Russian people are like mice. They try to penetrate in each and every hole and do their bad and stinky business. We are trying to ban Russia from each and every information committee possible.
терміново призупинено в Європейському Союзі
European
спрямоване на європейське
community
цього Спутника і Russia Today.
banned Sputnik and Russia Today channels and other companies. Today we work with satellites that are within European jurisdiction. Ukrainian channels are going to be launched through those satellites. So we are doing a great job. And the whole world is trying to do their best in order to make Russia pariah. Their journalists should be pariah because there are no ethic journalists in Russia. Our council keeps working regardless dire situation and circumstances. We have presence in all regions of Ukraine. We understand that our capital is in danger, but our National Council keeps working and is operational. We keep gathering evidence that we are later going to provide to the Hague International Criminal Court, because these Russian journalists are absolutely unethical. I believe that they will be charged and found guilty in the crimes they committed by spreading disinformation. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for doing the great job. Thank you for informing Lviv community, and thank you for providing the updated information. Thank you, Ola. Thank you for your support. Thank you for helping us. Our channel is providing 24/7 news so that our people can get not only national news but also regional news, and the news is timely. We also encourage that people check the information. They have to be cautious. They cannot just take information from unverified Viber groups, Telegram channels, etc. So please keep telling people that they have to mind what they are reading and what they are spreading. You, as the head of the National Council on TV and radio, you probably have more influence than us. If you have a chance, please keep telling people that they check the information they read, and they should only use official verified sources of information. Lviv has a lot of refugees these days. I understand Lviv opened its doors to a lot of families with young children who are trying to seek safe place. I understand that we can't wear their shoes. We can't understand what they have been through. They actually had to flee from their home, and they come here seeking safety and security. And your job is very important in such circumstances, and I just hope that these people hear you. And my appeal is to all people of Ukraine. Russia keeps spreading its dirty propaganda, some false insight. They might even use fake information and say that according to certain official people of Ukraine, here is the news. They can use anybody's name, the name of the top leaders of Ukraine, because technologies that FSB are using, so they are quite advanced, and they can resort to any dirty techniques. Do not trust them. Please follow only official channels. Be careful about different Telegram channels, because some of them might provide fake information. Try to verify information.
Будь ласка, тільки цим керуйтеся. Сьогодні
Today is Sunday. Today is the Sunday before the Lent, and this Sunday traditionally has been the Sunday of forgiveness, and I ask your forgiveness today, using this opportunity that I have a chance to speak to the community of Lviv. But I'm not sure if I'm ready to forgive the murderers, to forgive the occupiers, to forgive Russian soldiers who come here to kill our people. Oля, thank you for joining us, and we will hold this informational fort together until the victory. The headquarters of the armed forces of Ukraine provided updated news that another UAV was downed. Our anti-aircraft system keeps working effectively. They keep downing Russian aviation and destroy occupiers who were not welcome here, who came here to kill. And this optimistic news is the last news today. We say goodbye today, and we will be expecting you tomorrow morning. Just to remind you that we work 24/7, so we finish our broadcasting, and Radio 1 will take over. They will work overnight, and they will keep providing you with updated news.
А продовжує не те, що працювати, а жити вся країна. І ми
Our country keeps living life, and we would like to show you video footage from Kyiv. That's a family who lived together for 20 years, and they decided to get married during the war. Goodbye. Glory to Ukraine. See you tomorrow.
Лариса, здравим Божим, Валерієм, в ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа, амінь. Заручається раб Божий Валерій, здравим Боже Ларисо, в ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа, амінь. Таїнство вінчання, те, що було зараз, воно теж скріплює людей, воно з'єднує їх в дійсній любові, в повній любові перед Богом. Тому це дуже важливо на передовій, якщо людини були одружені або не були одружені, повінчатися непогано. Непогана ідея була у молодят.
Кінці з каміння дорогоцінного.
Голови ваші клоніть перед Господом.
Обій, Господи!
Скажу так, не бачу різниці. Що зараз, що після перемоги, ну, а чому не зараз? Ну, от, наприклад. А ви як вважаєте?
Ну, враховуючи те, що ми разом вже майже 22 роки. Ми просто вирішили, що це потрібно зараз зробити. Ну, це нас підтримує морально просто.
Я думаю, що це тільки підніме бойовий дух наших бійців. Вони бачать, що життя продовжується, життя триває, і тільки треба будувати прекрасні плани на майбутнє.
Можете привітати одне одного та скріпити стосунки поцілунком.
Буде мати юридичних наслідків для агресора і відповідальності. Будемо ганятися за всіма і за всім їхнім майном.
Так, нам будуть потрібні гроші на відбудову. Дякую, Дмитре. Дякую, що знайшли можливість до нас долучитись. І дякую за те, що ви все це робите в таких складних